Side 17, Careless Love by Peter Guralnick, continuing on page 567. He called up Dr. Nick on the spur of the moment to let him know that he had made up his mind to have the operation, and when Nick tried to remonstrate, informed him that he would go to California and have the operation done there if Nick didn't set it up right away. After examining him and trying to talk him out of the procedure, the plastic surgeon, a Dr. Colaney, operated on him at 12:30 a.m. that night, and Elvis remained in the hospital for another day and a half, with Billy and Joe Smith staying with him the whole time. Billy, too, had tried to tell him he didn't need the operation, but of course he wouldn't listen. Afterward, he quizzed all the guys about whether they noticed a difference, and showed them where the tucks were hidden, but Billy thought he never looked the same afterward. To me, it ruined his eyes. He always had those sleepy, sexy eyes, and they took the droop out. The droop was part of his mystique. He had only 3 weeks to recuperate before the start of his next tour. For most of that time, his attention was largely occupied with the airplane, whose purchase had been announced on June 11th, but which he had in fact bought in April when the Vesco deal fell through. The plane, which he got for $250,000, with complete refurbishing bringing the total to over $600,000, was a 96-passenger Convair 880 that Delta had taken out of service. He was going to have the interior done mostly in blue, the exterior in blue and white, with Lisa Marie, the name with which he had christened his new plane, painted on the nose and TCB on the tail. Just as he had with the various cars and buses he had had George Barris customize for him over the years, he got caught up in every aspect of the design, which eventually comprised a penthouse bedroom with a custom-made queen-size bed, an executive bathroom with gold faucets and a gold wash basin, a videotape system linked to 4 TVs and a stereo system with 52 speakers, and a conference room finished in teak. As the plans evolved, he started flying down to Meacham Field in Fort Worth to check on the progress of the work, another reason he needed to get back out on the road. Vernon was still vainly trying to recover the $75,000 they had put down on the Vesco plane, but as far as Elvis was concerned, that was water under the bridge. He was caught up in the idea of developing an air fleet just as obsessively as he had ever been in the all-but-forgotten Karate movie just 6 months before. They started off the tour in Oklahoma City on July 8th, then played Terre Haute and Cleveland and Charleston, West Virginia. Elvis wanted Sheila to go out with him, but when he couldn't reach her on the phone, took Diana Goodman, the current Miss Georgia, whom he had spotted in a tour group outside the Graceland gates. Joe kept trying to reach Sheila, and when he finally did, she told him the truth. She had met someone while Elvis was out on the last tour. In fact, it was actor James Caan, and by now she was practically living with him. Joe said, "Oh shit, well Elvis wants you here, what are we going to do?" They both agreed that it would be better for Elvis not to have to deal with this until he finished the tour, so they cooked up a story that Sheila had an ear infection and the doctor had forbidden her to fly. Elvis refused to be put off, though. He reacted just as she knew he would, calling a few days later to say he had been thinking about her ear infection and had come up with a solution. He would rent a low-flying plane. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I think he knew, really. He just wanted me there. But when she demurred once again, this time he finally seemed to accept it, telling her he would call when he got back home at the end of the tour. The tour by this time was already spinning out of control. For all of Nick's efforts to keep his patient on an even keel, for all of Joe's attempts to spare him any problems he didn't need to be bothered with, for all of his fans' adoration, and the environment which he had created to insulate himself from the world and its complications, there were things going on in his life that he could no longer control, emotions that he no longer seemed able to bottle up or hide. How Great Thou Art seemed more and more to have become almost a cry of pain, deemed inappropriate in some less Pentecostal quarters for its raw emotionalism. In Springfield, Massachusetts, he tossed his guitar into the crowd, declaring, "Whoever got the guitar can keep the damn thing, I don't need it anyway." In Uniondale, New York, at the Nassau Coliseum, he delivered a stunning version of You'll Never Walk Alone, seated alone at the piano. It was a song he had sung over and over again in private, ever since first being inspired by Roy Hamilton's 1954 R&B hit. The message was one of exaltation, God's presence in the midst of peril and fear, but much like the 23rd Psalm, the classic Rodgers and Hammerstein composition was dependent for its emphasis as much on the singer as the song, and in Elvis's case, the hope expressed in the lyrics seemed balanced by a tone that reflected a heart-rending, almost desperate struggle for belief. The song was the high point of the show, something Elvis announced he had always wanted to do on stage, bringing his concert appearances even closer to the kind of unvarnished emotional truth represented by How Great Thou Art on the one hand, and the water fights and verbal horseplay on the other. In Norfolk, Virginia on the next night, the verbal shenanigans got out of hand. Elvis had been riding Kathy for most of the tour, picking up pretty much where he had left off on the last. In Cleveland, Kathy registered the words with which she heard him introduce her. She will take affection from anybody, any place, any time. In fact, she gets it from the whole band. In stunned disbelief. And in Nassau, she heard him repeat the same message, adding only, "I mean affection, you fool." This time she was not just stunned, she was angry. He might have his own problems, he might not like who she was dating, but he had no right to treat her like this. After the show in Nassau, I grabbed the nearest bodyguard and said, "Get the word to him. Tell Elvis to stop doing this to me. Tell him I've had it." Evidently that was the wrong message, because he started in on her again at the matinee performance in Norfolk, Virginia. This time she pointed her finger at him and said, "You had better stop this," and he broke off and gave her a kiss. But when Tom Diskin spoke to Elvis again, just as he was about to go on stage for the evening performance, his reaction was predictably, if inscrutably, contrary. Early in the show, according to a UPI account, he announced that he smelled green peppers and onions, and that his backup singers, the Sweet Inspirations, had probably been eating catfish. It was the kind of incidental, off-the-wall remark that under ordinary circumstances might have passed unnoticed, but now, with everyone aware of Kathy's problems and fearful that they were going to somehow rub off, Estelle Brown hung her head in embarrassment, and he lit into all of the background singers, declaring, "Estelle, Sweet Inspirations, Stamps, if you don't look up, I'm going to kick your ass." Estelle left the stage at this point, and Kathy moved over to take her place. But when Elvis got to the introductions, he glared at Kathy and the remaining sweets and said, "Sorry for any embarrassment I might have caused you, but if you can't take it, get off the pot." Sylvia walked off this time, followed by Kathy, leaving Myrna alone on stage, singing, clapping, and smiling through the remainder of the performance, according to the wire service report. Neither Kathy nor the Sweets knew exactly what he meant by the catfish remark. None of them thought it was racial. They just knew it was hostile, and there was an ugly undertone not just to that comment, but to his whole demeanor. He tried to give Myrna a ring on stage, which she at first refused, then finally allowed him to put on her finger, at least until the show was over. Kathy, Sylvia, and Estelle all made up their minds to quit, and there was enormous consternation throughout the troupe about how this would be treated in the national press. Jerry Schilling, his position complicated by his relationship with Myrna, tried to mollify Elvis, who was livid at the disloyalty displayed by the singer's walk-off. He wouldn't apologize. He wanted me to be his emissary, but I said, "No, Elvis, I think this is yours." He said, "To hell with them. Myrna can just come out with me. Who needs the Sweets in the show anyway?" Everyone's position was sufficiently frozen that Felton called Millie Kirkham, Elvis's soprano backup from the 60s, who had last sung with him 5 years earlier during the filming of That's the Way It Is, and arranged for her to meet them in Asheville 2 nights later on a standby basis. At the same time, Kathy and the Sweets were persuaded by Tom Diskin to travel to Greensboro the next day, though they made no promises to go on. And Dr. Nick simply looked on in dismay, as he saw all of his carefully orchestrated attempts at mood control come to naught, as he watched Elvis take off on an emotional roller coaster that resembled nothing so much as a cocaine binge, and found himself increasingly puzzled and defeated by a kind of manic energy that he simply didn't know how to treat. The next night in Greensboro, after getting an apology from Elvis, the Sweets did go on, but Kathy didn't, and Red told her that Elvis wanted to see her after the show. "I thought it was funny," he said by way of explanation for his off-color remarks, and when Kathy told him he knew it was not, he just shrugged, as if he were weary of the whole subject. He was sitting on his bed, wearing his karate pajamas, and he had a gun. He held up a gift-wrapped wristwatch in one hand and a gun with the other. He leveled the gun at me. "Which do you want, this or this?" I tried to compose myself, but my heart was pounding, and my mind was whirling with all sorts of crazy thoughts. I just smiled and said, "Why, I'll take the gift, of course, thank you." I laughed, too, but inside I was in a turmoil. Oh, God, what is wrong with him? What is he going to do? It was so scary I was feeling like every muscle was about to collapse from weakness, but outwardly I tried to remain calm. "I have to leave the show, Elvis. I'll stay until this tour is over, but then I think it would be best for both of us if we weren't around each other." He grinned at me and shrugged. "If you think it's best, then it's best. I won't say anything to stop you if that's the way you feel." Everyone in the troupe watched with concern, wondering what was going to happen next. Some were angry at Elvis, others disillusioned or disappointed. J.D. Sumner felt that Kathy and the Sweets should never have walked off. It was unprofessional. Estelle accepted Elvis's apology as heartfelt. He talked to her quietly until in the end he was just praying, but at the same time she recognized a vast change that had taken place in a person she had very much loved and admired. The following afternoon he changed his departure plans several times and finally left everyone who was supposed to be traveling on his private plane standing on the runway at the Greensboro airport because they had arrived a few minutes late. Lowell Hayes, the jeweler, who along with Dr. Nick was one of the marooned, couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had to send the plane back from Asheville to get us. As soon as we arrived, someone came up to me and says, "Elvis wants you." By now he knows he's messed up and he wants to buy everybody something. He bought everything I had, and then he wanted more. He said, "Do you know any jewelers here in town?" I said, "No, sir, but I can get the jewelry here in about an hour." I called Memphis, made arrangements for them to get the jewelry together, jumped on the plane, and flew straight back. Elvis bought what I would call practically a whole jewelry store. He gave something to everybody in the group. He gave each of the Sweet Inspirations a $5,000 ring. In Asheville the next day, there was an incident that could have made all of this generosity moot. Elvis had developed a toothache in Greensboro and seen a local dentist twice. The tooth was still bothering him a couple of days later, and Nick arranged for another appointment. With the Asheville dentist out of the room and Dr. Nick watching, Elvis started going through cabinet drawers searching for pharmaceutical samples. Nick remonstrated with him and was sure that Elvis would get caught, but he couldn't get him to stop until the dentist returned. When they got back to the hotel, he insisted on taking the medications away. I guess I embarrassed him by taking them away in front of other people. Then I embarrassed him even more by refusing to give them back. Elvis got as mad as Nick had ever seen him, storming around the room, swearing and out of control, until finally he went into the bathroom to put on his pajamas so he could take a nap before the show. When he came out of the bathroom, he was carrying a gun, a little Beretta that he had by his side. Nick and Vernon were standing together, and as he put his arm around his father, whether by accident or design, the gun went off. The bullet ricocheted off a chair and hit Dr. Nick in the chest, causing more insult than injury. All it did was give me a little burn on my chest, but scaring Vernon half to death and bringing security guards on the run. Elvis tried to laugh it off, but from Nick's point of view, it was a wonder that someone hadn't gotten killed, and Vernon, still frail from all of his recent health problems, just shook his head and asked Elvis what he thought he was doing. Perhaps the audience in Asheville sensed what was going on. Although the reviews were good and crowd response was enthusiastic, for one of the few times on the tour, Elvis didn't get a single standing ovation, and on the final night was so frustrated by the lack of reaction that he took requests, once again threw his guitar into the fans' midst, and gave away a $6,500 ring from the stage just to try to get the audience going. Vernon was obviously upset, but powerless to do anything to control his son's spending, and even Lowell Hayes was disturbed by this latest evidence of Elvis's profligacy. In 2 days, he had given away over $85,000 in jewelry, and while it was Lowell's business to keep the customer satisfied, and his belief that if he didn't do it, someone else would, he didn't want to feel like he was taking advantage of Elvis or his father either. I was standing there after the show, looking all dejected, and he came over to where I was standing and said, "I saw the way you looked. I know you're upset. You don't need to worry about it. I just have to work an extra 15 minutes to pay for it." And he just laughed, and then he went and got in his car. By now, jewelry purchases were almost beside the point anyway. Elvis had moved on to more costly indulgences. After hearing that John Denver had given his manager a Rolls-Royce, his manager was Jerry Weintraub, co-promoter of the tours, Elvis decided to present the Colonel with his own airplane, a Grumman Gulfstream G1, which he bought sight unseen in the middle of the tour. Elvis had it delivered to Colonel in Vegas on July 26th, 2 days after the last Asheville show, but Colonel didn't really take it the way that Elvis had hoped. "You've got to be kidding," was his first response. And then he turned it down on the grounds that he didn't need a plane and couldn't afford one. 2 days later, on Sunday, July 27th, Elvis bought and gave away 13 Cadillacs at Madison Cadillac, including a blue Eldorado from Myrna for sticking with him through his troubles. He added a 14th when he discovered a black bank teller named Minnie Person, who was window shopping with her family and admiring his Cadillac limo parked out front. "Do you like it?" he asked her. "I'll buy you one." And he bought her an $11,500 Eldorado, telling the salesman to add it to the list, which, with this final purchase, came to $140,000. When he found out that Mrs. Person's birthday was coming up in 2 days, he had one of the guys write her a check to buy some clothes to go with the car. Some of the guys showed open signs of contempt for his generosity, even as there was a mad scramble to get in on it. All sorts of explanations were advanced, from the need to buy friendship to the use of mood elevators and cocaine, but none of them could get at the sheer mindlessness of it all. And in many respects it was no different from the ranch, the police badges, Voice, the karate film. It was as if once the floodgates were open, he simply couldn't stop. And it was as if, in another way, he were seeking to still some profound disquiet, cover up a need he couldn't quite bring himself to recognize, and expiate some deep inner guilt. On August 3rd, he put down $26,000 as a deposit on a second airplane with which he could go visit his first. He signed a 12-month lease at $13,000 a month. Within 2 weeks, he canceled the lease and bought an Aerojet Commander for $508,000, which he would in turn sell in another 2 weeks so as to purchase a Lockheed Jetstar for $900,000. At Dr. Nick's urging, he had just signed off on another costly undertaking, the construction of his own racquetball court behind Graceland, so he could take exercise whenever the spirit moved him. He gave Marty Lacker $10,000 to help save his marriage, and when he discovered that Dr. Nick was having trouble getting a bank loan for the construction of a new house, Elvis loaned him $200,000 interest-free, with no specified plan of repayment, something which Dr. Nick's better judgment as a physician might have warned him against, just as any of Elvis's friends might have taken heed of the strings attached to generosity in any form, but which an equally human impulse, to better himself at no visible cost, allowed him to accept. From the perspective of Billy and Joe Smith, who had been living in their mobile home at Graceland for the past year, the root of the problem lay in the fact that Elvis no longer knew who to trust. The old guard was in disarray, but Elvis had little faith in the loyalty of the new guys. More and more he retreated to family, seeking to return to the kind of warmth and security that only family could provide. Who but his grandmother could fondly recall old times, then say to him without self-consciousness, "Son, if you don't quit spending your money like that, you're going to be broke." He indulged his daughter shamelessly, looking forward to her visits without really taking on any of the responsibilities of fatherhood or even of babysitting, while at the same time holding up an idealized vision of a future for her, for himself, for the grandchildren that she would produce, that was markedly untroubled and turmoil-free. With Billy and Joe, he prayed frequently for those he loved. Sometimes he talked to Billy about just disappearing and taking on a whole other identity, but after Billy pointed out to him that then he would no longer be Elvis, he dropped the subject without ever returning to it again. He tried Sheila one more time. He called me at 4 o'clock in the morning and said, "I want you to come home." I said, "Home? I am home." He said, "No, I want you to come to Memphis, and I want you to ride your horse." I said, "What about Linda?" I don't know why I said that. I think I wanted to make it feel like there was some reason other than that I didn't want to be there, like it was his fault when it really wasn't. I don't remember if he even asked me if I was seeing somebody else or not. If he did, I lied about it. I said that I needed some time to think about things, that I was confused. He had this tone in his voice that was pretty sad. He said, "Okay, baby," and that was the last time we talked. He called a girl named Melissa Blackwood, whom he had met earlier in the month at a World Football League game. She was 19 years old, about to start college in the fall, and had just finished her year-long reign as Queen of the Memphis Southmen, recently rechristened the Grizzlies, which was how Elvis had first spotted her. He called her at her parents' house at 3 in the morning and wanted her to come out to Graceland right away, but she told him she needed a little time to fix herself up, so he said he would have someone pick her up at 7. We walked in the front door, and the guys said, "It's up at the top of the stairs, the gold door." I said, "You mean I just walk up there?" And they said yes. And boy, that was the longest staircase I ever walked up. They said, "There'll be 2 sets of doors, just go through both of them." And I did, and Elvis was in bed. He was sitting up in his bed in his blue pajamas, and he just looked so tired, I'll never forget. I just stood there, and he said, "Come here and sit down." And he kind of patted the bed by his side. I think he could tell that I was really kind of nervous, because he looked at me and said, "I want to tell you 3 things. The first thing was that he was going to be a perfect gentleman. He said, "I'm not a make-out artist. I don't try to be." He said, "I apologize for this, but it's just the way I have to live." So then I felt better, because he kind of held my hand, and we just sat and talked, and he called me Brown Eyes. There was a little piece of hair on my forehead that grew down like a cowlick, and he played with that and said, "Look at this hair," just like I was a little child. After a while, he told me to get out of my clothes and put these pajamas on that he had draped over a chair, and I looked at him like, "Are you out of your mind?" And he said, "Melissa, I don't mean anything by it. I'll be more comfortable if you're wearing them. I'll feel like you're more at home." So I went in the bathroom and put them on. And of course they were hanging off my arms, and I had the waist all pinned up in the middle, and I walked out, and he just laughed. He thought it was the funniest thing. But after that, he never once did one ungentlemanly thing, or made a pass, or did anything to make me uncomfortable. We just talked and watched TV, and he had a closed-circuit TV, and we watched the people down at the gate to see what was going on outside. He talked about his childhood and about his father, who he told her had been very sick. He talked about numerology and religion and the meaning of life, how he felt trapped by his success. I think it was like a dream that pulled him away from the rest of the world, and he was trying to find something to look forward to. To her great surprise, he gave her a car that he arranged to have delivered to the house as they sat out on the front porch. He didn't tell me anything about it. I guess he wanted to see my face when the car pulled up, and finally it came, and I said, "What is this?" And I remember saying, "Why? What did I do to deserve this?" And he said, "You came." After that, they went back upstairs, and Melissa fed him yogurt and hot cereal. And all of a sudden, he was so sick he could barely hold his head up. He was just shaking, and it was an effort to swallow, and it scared me to death. Then he took a bunch of prescription pills. I held the glass of water and just fed it to him because he was that sick. He wanted to take some more, but I took the pills away from him. I said, "You don't need them. You can fall asleep without them. I'll sing to you. Anything." Finally, he said, "All right," but then he said, "Will you just stay and hold my hand?" And he wouldn't let me leave. It was the strangest thing. I would sit there silent and think he was sound asleep and get up to leave, and he'd grab my arm and say, "Don't go." He wouldn't let go until he was sound asleep. And then I went downstairs, and I said to one of the guys, "What are these pills? He's sick. We should call a doctor." And he said, "Don't worry about it. He's under a doctor's care. He'll be okay later. Don't interfere. You don't understand." And they told me they thought it would be all right if I wanted to go home and show the car to my mother. He'd be asleep for some time, so I could go and do that. When she came back, he was awake, and Lisa Marie was in his room. He laughed when she walked in the door and said, "Well, I give her a car and she leaves me in it." But she could tell it really bothered him. He played a 45 of Roger Whittaker's The Last Farewell, a minor hit from the past spring about a British soldier going off to war and envisioning his own death in the most maudlin terms. He had Lisa play it over and over, maybe 20 times. He said, "I just kind of like that song." Later in the afternoon, they took Lisa to the airport. Charlie was going to accompany her on a commercial flight back to the coast, and he was crying when he hugged her. He was just miserable that he couldn't walk her to the plane. But then he cheered back up. He sort of had his ups and downs. That night they flew to Meacham Field to see his plane. He took me through the whole thing, showed me the places where they were building the furniture, told me this is going to be here and this is going to be there. He was just so proud of it. By the time they got back to Graceland, Melissa's head was splitting, and she told him she had to go home and get some sleep, but he didn't want her to leave. He said, "I won't even be here. I'm going to the movies with some of the boys, and you can just sleep upstairs. You'll have your own place, your own bathroom, and everything." I said, "I'm sorry, I can't. This is all just too much for me." He said, "I've given you a car. I've given you everything. Why don't you stay?" I said, "Well, if that's why you gave me the car, I won't keep it." And I gave the keys back. And he looked so hurt and said, "That's your car. I want you to have it. If you don't keep it, I'll park it on the street, and no one's going to use it." I was in tears because it was embarrassing to try to tell him that I had to leave. He just couldn't understand. He came over to where I was sitting and got down on his knees in front of me and put his arms around my shoulders. I said, "Elvis, I'm sorry, I care, but I can't just move in here." And he said, "I care too, babe. That's the problem." And he just kind of hugged me and was almost in tears too. He said, "I'm going to take you to the door, and be careful going home, and call me and let me know that you're there." Then I did, and he started asking me to come back. I said, "I just can't. I'll come any other time. I'll come tomorrow." I went to the house the next day, and he wasn't there. I took him a card thanking him and trying to explain, but I don't know if he ever got it. I never heard from him again. He met Jo Cathy Brownlee, a hostess for the Memphis Grizzlies, when he attended another football game. George Klein was the vehicle for the introduction, though Brownlee had gone out with Charlie Hodge briefly 2 years earlier. He enjoyed her company from the first, and invited her to the movies, then to Graceland, where he had a Grand Prix delivered in the early morning hours, just as he had with Melissa. Then on August 9th, Elvis showed up once again in the stadium press box and asked if she could sit with him during the game. He sang to her, as he had at the movies, and toward the end of the evening invited her to fly with him to Fort Worth to see his plane. They would probably go on to either Las Vegas or Palm Springs afterward, he told her, and when she told him she couldn't do it because she had a date, he got another girl who was at the game to go in her place. He didn't get back for 3 or 4 days, but when he did, he saw Jo Cathy every night until he left for Las Vegas at the end of the week. He tried to get her to go with him, but she and her mother had already signed up for a junket that was flying out 2 days later for his August 16th opening, and she was not about to break a long-standing commitment. He didn't seem like he was in very good health at all. He was really overweight. One night he was chewing gum and a bridge just fell out. He kept saying, "Jo Cathy, the boy is just falling apart, falling apart." He barely made it to Vegas. On the flight out, the plane was forced to make an emergency landing in Dallas because he was having so much difficulty breathing. Red and Charlie were really alarmed. No matter what he did, he didn't seem able to get his breath. But after a few hours resting up at a nearby motel, the effect of the pills, as Red observed dryly, had worn off. The opening was a disaster. He was overweight, wrote the critic for Variety, showed lack of stamina and poor vocal projection, and according to the same review, it is difficult for him to sustain creditable vocal lines or lyric commitments, and his dogging of main intent and purpose is very noticeable. There were lengthy interludes by nearly every member of the troupe, including Cathy, who had been unable to maintain her resolution to leave, and, in addition, he lumbers around in travesties of quick karate moves or trademark pelvic gyrations. Presley admits he spent $2,500 on his jumpsuit costume, an obviously poor design that stresses his ballooning midriff. Some of his most ardent fans might have disagreed, and in fact he seemed cheerful enough as he continued the practice of taking requests begun a few weeks earlier in North Carolina. This time, he sent Charlie out into the audience to collect the requests in a champagne bucket, and he shook his head good-humoredly at his inability to recall the lyrics to some of the more recent tunes. But even the fans were concerned about his appearance, and by his not infrequent references to the state of his health, and the way that short bursts of energy seemed to alternate with signs of extreme weariness. Linda, who had rejoined him for the opening, was alarmed at how out of it he was, even if people didn't fully realize it. He was just barely going through the motions. He was lethargic and physically uncoordinated. I think even he was aware that he was in trouble. On the second night, he lay down on stage shortly after the opening number and arrived on the run for the midnight show, explaining that he had been in the bathroom and repeating a story that Jo Cathy Brownlee had told him about a woman at a Memphis Grizzlies game who had said, "But I didn't think he did things like that." On the third night, he wanted to cancel his performance, but the Colonel wouldn't let him. The people were already in their seats, and Colonel simply said, "I'm not going to go out there and tell them you're not appearing. If you want to do it, get your daddy to go out there and tell them." He did 2 brief perfunctory shows, glancing at his watch the entire time he was on stage. He even wore the same suit for both. By the next morning, all traces of his presence were gone. Every poster, every souvenir, every banner and photograph had been removed. There were just 3 small announcements posted around the lobby saying that the remainder of the Elvis Presley engagement has been canceled due to illness. Elvis, it was said among the fans, had left through the front lobby at 6 o'clock that morning, accompanied by Dr. Nick. Some claimed to have seen him carried out on a stretcher, but in reality he walked out under his own power. The Colonel lost little time in doing all he could to put the best face on things. He assured Henri Lewin that he would speak to Elvis and his father in person in Memphis about a December makeup date that the hotel wanted very much to schedule at the beginning of the month. Lewin was not above using the discomfiture he was sure the Colonel would feel over the Hilton's disastrous August losses, but Colonel, despite his acute embarrassment at finding himself in such a disadvantageous position, and while stressing again and again that he did not take his obligations lightly, was having none of it. He thought the week after Christmas would be more suitable for their purposes, and even though Lewin had already indicated that Anne Margaret, a good draw, was tentatively booked for the holiday season, Colonel insisted that that was the one time slot to which Elvis might be willing to commit. He further intimated that he might even be willing to include New Year's Eve at a special price of $200,000 to $300,000 beyond the regular pro rata remuneration, since that was the minimum sum that he and Mr. Presley could expect to realize from a single concert booking in a large metropolitan area on that date. At the same time, he reassured Elvis that, through his extensive contacts and canny negotiations with the hotel, talent, ad agency, radio, newspapers, and others, he had limited their losses to $39,000, of which he promptly assumed his share of $13,000. But, however unabated his instinct for combat, the Colonel remained sick at heart. And even as he played his cards typically close to the vest, gossips were whispering that he had incurred a debt of up to $5 million in the casino, and friction between him and his client continued to be reported in the press. If it had been something as simple as friction, Colonel might have seen a way out. He could have used an intermediary. Mr. Diskin, whom he trusted implicitly, might have assumed even more extensive ambassadorial duties. But this wasn't something that could be easily fixed. Like any parent who has been conned once too often by a recalcitrant child, Colonel felt he could no longer place any faith in Elvis's assurances, and he could no longer deny that a real problem existed. The trouble was, the problem simply went too far beyond the realm of his own experience for him to get a purchase on it, and while he was always trying to monitor Elvis's situation through Joe, Sonny, Lamar, or one of the other guys, he lived in the same unacknowledged fear that gripped them all, that if he stepped too far over the line, Elvis would blow up at him, and things might be said that could never be taken back. They had all seen how Elvis reacted to his father's occasional attempts at interference, snarling at one or another of the boys, "Just keep him the fuck out of my way." Meanwhile, Dr. Nick found a very different Elvis from the one he had encountered through most of the months of July and August. All of a sudden he was deflated. The manic energy had abruptly run out. All external confidence was gone. For insurance purposes, Nick and Dr. Ghanem put out a statement under both their names that the cancellation was prompted by a fatigued state which developed in recent weeks, and that there was no cause for alarm. Their famous patient was simply being hospitalized for conservation reasons. In reality, though, while the clinical signs continued to give some cause for alarm, a fatty liver, various chronic intestinal and bowel problems, a high cholesterol count, what worried Nick most were the emotional swings, very likely triggered by drugs, but perhaps equally reflecting a genetic predisposition to dangerous cycles of euphoria and depression. Once again, he brought in a team of consultants who did their best to address the various medical issues. This time the team included a pulmonary specialist to look into what was beginning to seem like possible early chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, as well as Dr. John Nash, a surgeon, whom Elvis tried to persuade to perform an experimental new gastrointestinal bypass operation that Elvis had recently read about, which had been developed as a means of reducing dangerous obesity by surgery when all other methods had failed. Dr. Nash refused even to discuss such an operation solely on a cosmetic basis with either Nick or Elvis, and in the end Elvis was persuaded that there was too much risk involved. Even though it was noted in the physician's orders, the patient had great difficulty accepting the distended appearance of his stomach. Linda remained with him throughout his hospitalization. President Nixon called 10 days into his stay, which seemed to cheer him up a little. Frank Sinatra called too and told him not to let the bastards kill him, which Elvis took to mean not just Vegas, but the whole system. But mostly it was Marion Koch, the motherly nurse who had taken care of him during his January visit, upon whom he relied for comfort and consolation. They spent hour after hour talking about the most mundane subjects. He gave her a Pontiac Grand Prix, and when she tried to refuse it, he said, "It makes me happy to see you happy." When he was released on September 5th, 2 weeks after entering the hospital, he asked her if she would accompany him home, and she agreed, taking the all-night shift after her regular hospital hours were done, while Kathy Seaman, another nurse whom he had met in the hospital, took days. At first, he spent most of the time in his room. In Mrs. Cox's eyes, he was nothing but a very thoughtful, reflective, and considerate, if very subdued, young man. Nor did she have any inflated ideas about her own role or station. She was simply, she joked with anyone who asked, like a comfortable old pair of shoes. At Dr. Nick's suggestion, she set up a kind of breakfast nook in Lisa's room, where she slept, and it served as an inducement to get him out of bed for meals. She made him banana pudding and darned his socks. Under Dr. Nick's direction, with Kathy and Tish Henley, she carefully monitored his medications. They watched Monday Night Football and the Carol Burnett and Mary Tyler Moore shows together in her room. He talked about his family, and I talked about mine. We just thoroughly enjoyed each other's company. Never, ever did he try to impress me. Scarcely anyone else, except for Linda and his cousin Billy, was admitted upstairs. Gradually, he started going out again, leading a pack of friends through the Graceland gates on the three-wheelers he had bought in August just before leaving for Las Vegas. One time, he coaxed Mrs. Cox to join them. He looked back to me, "Hang on, Mrs. Cox," and away we went. The next day at work, someone said to me, "You know, Mrs. Cox, I could have sworn I saw you racing down Elvis Presley Boulevard on the back of a three-wheeler with Elvis Presley yesterday." And I replied, "You know I would never do anything like that." And that was all that was said. Linda returned to the coast to pursue her acting career. She simply found it impossible to continue. I started having anxiety attacks. I told Elvis, and he was just so loving. But I can remember thinking that nothing was worth this. I mean, in some ways I felt very protected. I always felt no matter what happened, he could take care of it for me. I felt a very strong sense of security with him on one level, and then real anxiety on another. I mean, he was who he was. He wasn't going to change. He used to say to me, "Honey, you're not going to change a 40-year-old man." But in another way, there was also this very naive, this almost infantile quality about him, very innocent and very pure, kind of pitiful. He definitely evoked a protective quality. He called me Mommy, and I wasn't the mother of his child, but I was an incredibly maternal presence in his life. At one time, she had thought of having children with him, but our timing was off. By the time he was ready to do that, I was seeing things a lot more clearly, thinking, there's no way I can save him if he doesn't want to be saved himself. He's with other women when I'm not here. That's no way to live. If we have a child, then I'm going to be parent, and he's going to be with some other girl. If I have a child, how am I going to be with him and be a mom too? This was the man with whom she had shared her dreams, and whom she had cared for like a newborn baby. She had seen him in ways that few others had. He had confessed to her what she was convinced he would never share with anyone else, but she found the emotional proximity almost frightening. One time in Las Vegas, he was eating some chicken soup, and I went in the bathroom to get ready for bed. When I came back, his face was in the soup, and he was almost suffocating. I called the doctor, and he gave him a shot of Ritalin to revive him. When he finally woke up enough to talk, he said, "Mommy?" I said, "Yeah, honey, I'm here." He said, "I had a dream." And it took him about 15 minutes to get the words out. He said, "I had a dream last night." I said, "What did you dream?" He said, "I dreamed that you were my twin, and you let me come out first, but while you were saving me by letting me be born first, you suffocated to death." I said, "Well, honey, you did have a problem. You were not breathing right, and I had a doctor come in and give you a shot. Maybe that's why you dreamed that." "No, I had a dream. I dreamed that you saved my life." It was too much. She loved him, but without acknowledging it fully even to herself, she was leaving. He seemed to accept it after his own fashion. He bought her a house just around the corner from Graceland, so she could have some space of her own, and he got her an apartment in West Los Angeles now that Montevideo had finally been sold. It would be for the two of them, he told her. They could spend time together there whenever he was on the coast. He started going out again with Jo Cathy Brownlee, the Grizzlies hostess, and for the next couple of months she embarked upon an impossible schedule, teaching school till mid-afternoon, up at Graceland in the early evening just as Elvis was arising, out all night with barely time for a shower before she went off to work again. She recognized that her whole life was subject to his whims, but she didn't mind, so long as she was able to keep her sense of humor. One time he told her out of the blue that he didn't want to see her again until she got a nose job, and she told him that she didn't want to see him until he had his whole body retreaded, and he just laughed. She tried to help him keep to the diet that Dr. Nick had prescribed: yogurt, lots of vegetables, low cholesterol bacon strips. They would eat upstairs, read the newspaper, watch the news, then go out to play racquetball. The girls would have one game, the guys another. Usually there was a movie scheduled after that. Everything was a big production. Everybody had a certain thing that they carried. Somebody was in charge of lining up the movie theater. Somebody was in charge of getting the car ready. He always carried this little leather pouch with all his police badges. He wouldn't go anywhere without his badges. They were his prized possessions. "If you yawn, we're gone," Elvis told her at the movies, scarcely acknowledging that she had been up at that point for 21 of the last 24 hours. They flew to Dallas one time to take a look at a racquetball center that Dr. Nick knew about, so Elvis could get some ideas for the court that he was building. They spoke of numerology, and Elvis asked Joe Cathy to read The Impersonal Life aloud to him. It was a strangely solitary life, despite the crowd in which they often moved. Joe Cathy soon learned that one of the responsibilities of being Elvis's girlfriend was to make sure that everyone got taken care of, and she was frequently sought out by the guys, their wives, even relatives and maids when Elvis was in a gift-giving mode. No one, she realized, wanted to be left out, and there was plenty of opportunity for bruised feelings to arise simply as a result of Elvis's impetuous generosity. Sometimes she could be a force for good. When Jackie Wilson, one of Elvis's greatest R&B inspirations, suffered a stroke on September 29th while performing in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, George Klein made sure that Joe Cathy let Elvis know about the fund that was being started to help cover Jackie's medical expenses. George knew of Elvis's fondness for Wilson, as well as his admiration for his music, and Joe Cathy considered this advocacy a very nice gesture. But not every gesture, of course, was as altruistic. She observed Elvis's fascination with the police and police work. "I just think he always had the secret desire to be some kind of law enforcement officer. He admired the hell out of the police here in Memphis. It was like he would just love to change places with them. He could be around them for hours." At the same time, she felt that at bottom he wouldn't change places with anyone. He enjoyed being Elvis. And she couldn't help but note that, despite all his good resolutions, pills were still coming in from Las Vegas, and unbeknownst to Dr. Nick, Elvis was still getting prescriptions filled by one doctor or another around town. One time Linda came back, and Joe Cathy was banished for a brief period. Then, one Saturday at the end of October, she came from her part-time job at the Mid-South Coliseum, and he acted real surprised to see me. He didn't say anything for a while, and then finally he said, "JC, I have another date tonight. If you'll just get what you need and go on home, I'll give you a call in the morning." It just really rubbed me the wrong way. Here I was, dead tired from working 3 jobs and seeing him too, and I was really mad that he waited until 7 that night, although I think what it was that somebody was supposed to tell me. So I went around and gathered up everything that I had at the house. I had it all in this little laundry basket, and he came in and said, "Now, you didn't have to be a bitch about this whole thing. I just asked you to get what you needed for the night and go on home. You didn't have to act like this." So he just kind of stormed out of the room, and I stormed out too, and that was the last time I saw him. The Colonel had been doing his best since the beginning of September to get Elvis back into the recording studio, at one point even concocting a scheme to record half an album in the studio, with the rest to be recorded live in Vegas in early December during the dates he had finally acceded to. He couldn't have been more aware of their contractual obligations to RCA, and even before Elvis was released from the hospital, Colonel tried to interest the label in various exploitations, including a selection of title songs from Elvis's movies and a special TV package made up of 24 previously released tracks, plus 2 bonus numbers, and a photo album which the Colonel would supply. There is no indication that RCA was overly interested in any of the Colonel's suggestions, and Elvis never went back into the studio that fall, nor were plans made to record the Vegas show. The Lisa Marie was finally delivered late in the evening of November 10th. The finishing touches had been applied in California, and the Convair 880 was parked out at Memphis Aero, the press scimitar reported, with the Jetstar sitting proudly beside it. For the maiden flight, Elvis elected to take a brief run to Nashville, but in the next couple of weeks he flew all over the country to display its capabilities to family and friends. He boasted about the 2 computers he had on board, so that if one failed, there would always be a backup. He showed off all of the airplane's lavish appointments. "I can't believe this is mine," he told everyone he spoke to. "It's a dream come true." He was growing more and more nervous, in Marion Cox's estimation, as the Vegas dates approached. They were playing at the deadest time of year, and while the Colonel always seemed to relish a challenge, in fact, part of his psychology was that it brought out the best in his boy, Mrs. Cox was not so sure that Elvis was ready for one at this point. It was not just the burden of performing that rested uneasily on his shoulders. He felt like it was all coming down on him again. The weight of his responsibilities, the financial pressures, what to do about Linda, who had returned from California to accompany him to Las Vegas at a time when he was not so sure he wouldn't rather take someone else. Colonel had booked them for New Year's Eve, too, in a football stadium in Pontiac, Michigan, and was promoting the idea of setting some kind of attendance record. But what about the sound? What about the weather? What if it snowed? He had never worked New Year's Eve before, and he didn't know that he wanted to start now, but he knew he could use the money. As per doctor's orders, he was limited to 1 show a night, except for Saturdays, and as per Colonel's predictions, the room and the hotel were full at a time of year when 50% occupancy was the norm in Vegas. Voice was gone, finally, done in by all the animosity and politics surrounding the August cancellation. But Cheryl Nielsen remained as a kind of dramatic second voice and featured tenor, and J.D. Sumner and the Stamps took over the opening slot, which J.D. had coveted ever since Voice had joined the show. Notices were reasonably good. Elvis was looking good and sounding cheerful, announced the Las Vegas Review-Journal, but the same jibes and onstage fits of pique that had been directed at Duke Bardwell during the last full engagement were directed this time at band mainstay Glenn D. Hardin, with much the same results. Though he didn't say anything at the time, Glenn D. made up his mind to leave after the first of the year, and James Burton, a bandmate of Glenn's in Emmylou Harris's Hot Band, to keep them, she keyed her touring schedule around Elvis's, was planning to leave too. Ronnie Tutt, whose drumming was the glue of the band, missed 2 nights for the birth of his daughter, and his long-term loyalties were perceived by some to be linked to little more than his remuneration, which kept pace with James's at the top of the salary structure. Elvis returned to Memphis immediately following the engagement, and on Christmas Eve awoke from a dream which was so real, he told Marianne Cox when she arrived in the early evening, that he found himself in a rage. He had dreamed that no one who worked for him cared anything about him other than for their salary checks. He had dreamed that he had gone broke, and when he needed them, they walked out on him. In his dream during this turmoil, he said that I had walked in and said, "Babe, everything's okay." With that, he laughed, and we just sat there and visited. They visited until 3 on Christmas morning. Elvis asked me what I thought of the boys who were waiting downstairs, how I felt about each of them. I gave him my honest opinion. By the time that Elvis was finally ready to go downstairs himself, nearly everyone had left. There was little question of their bitterness, both at Elvis and at those less deserving than themselves. Marty Lacker described all the relatives congregated throughout that Christmas season looking for a handout, and saw Elvis's growing reclusiveness as a desire to escape his own family. Lamar Fike simply felt frustration at knowing Elvis was up there punching buttons and watching what we were doing on the television monitors. I was fucking mad. That evening, Christmas night, Elvis took everyone up in the Lisa Marie, and when they got back on the ground, he handed out jewelry he had personally chosen for each from Lowell Hayes' selection. Elvis's Aunt Delta was on the plane, according to Marty, and she was drunk. All of a sudden, Delta looked at me, and she said, "You're a son of a bitch. I don't like you. You ain't no damn friend of his, and I got a good mind to take this .38 I got in my purse and just shoot you dead." Then she looked over at T.G. Shepard, and she said, "And you ain't worth a shit either, you wall-eyed son of a bitch." And she just kept on. She said, "All you sons of bitches are here for the same thing. You just want his damn money. Here's this goddamn jeweler, and Elvis has to buy you some of his crap." At this point, Elvis reacted. "Get this drunken bitch off this plane," he commanded, apologizing to both Marty and Shepard, which appeared to be the end of it. At 2 o'clock that morning, though, Billy Smith heard the damnedest racket there ever was. I jumped up and grabbed my gun, and I run to the door. Well, it was Elvis. He had his cane, and he was beating the door on my trailer. His hair was messed up, and he was wild-eyed and red-faced. He was out of his mind, he was so mad. He said, "God damn it, I'll kill that bitch. I'll sew her cunt up and throw her over that damn wall." He was just screaming. "How dare she do something like that? God damn it, I took her in out of the goodness of my heart, and I'll kick her fat ass out. She embarrassed the shit out of me." Billy tried to reason with him. I said, "Elvis, let's sit down and talk this thing out. This is an old woman you're talking about. You know how she is when she gets to drinking." He said, "That ain't no reason for that bitch to insult my friends and ruin my Christmas." We talked for a few more minutes, and he settled down some. I said, "Look, what you need to do is go out there and tell her, don't ever do that again. But you don't want to kick her out. She's got nowhere to go." And he said, "Yeah, I guess you're right." But then he broke down and started crying. He said, "She had no right to do that. Those are my friends. I love her too, but she's got no right to make me look like that." New Year's Eve in Pontiac was a public triumph, $300,000 for an hour's work, and as the Colonel tirelessly pointed out to every reporter who would listen, a record gross, over $800,000 for a one-night performance by a single artist. In addition, the Colonel had gotten boxcar recording artists the Bodie Mountain Express to open the show, perhaps in hopes of finally getting the group signed to RCA. The show was not an unqualified triumph, however. For one thing, its sellout status, the first claim of any Elvis Presley performance, was questionable, as the Colonel quickly ruled 27,000 obstructed view seats not for sale, after ticket sales leveled off at 60,000. The crowd seemed to have a good time despite the frigid weather, but Elvis himself appeared shocked when he first walked out on stage and saw the two-tiered arrangement, with band and singers positioned 5 feet below him in a setup that he would never have approved because it prevented the eye contact he considered essential to a good performance. It didn't really matter. The musicians were freezing, the sound was terrible, Elvis ripped his pants at the beginning of the show, and Joe Gershio told comedian Jackie Kahane disgustedly, "He's all fucked up." T.G. Shepard and his wife had flown with him to the gig in the Lisa Marie. He had persuaded Shepard to give up a booking of his own because it was going to be such a big event. He said, "It'll be one of the largest crowds I've ever played, and I'm nervous about it, and I want to take my friends with me." After the show, he just exploded. Linda just sat and let it happen. A lot of stuff had been rubbing him that day. Eventually, he calmed down and decided to fly home that night, and they ended the evening in Elvis's bedroom watching tapes of old Monty Python shows. 4 days later, Elvis arrived in Denver with a party of 18 for a spur-of-the-moment ski vacation that he thought everyone would enjoy. Joe was given the task of locating condos in Vail at the height of ski season, while everyone else remained at the Denver hotel. Finally, he and Vice Squad Captain Jerry Kennedy and Ron Pietrofaso, the Denver policeman with whom Elvis had continued to be friendly since his first performance in the city 5 years earlier, managed to find 4 condos and a house on the slopes for Elvis and Linda, returning in triumph late in the day with their news. Joe was exhausted, everyone else had plans, but Elvis, caught up in the spirit of adventure, was determined to set out right away. For Joe, that was the breaking point. I finally said, "Fine, you go ahead, but I ain't moving from my room. I'm sleeping for 24 hours. I'll meet you there." He wasn't sleeping at all at this point, just going, wired to the wall. Everybody was fed up with just traveling, moving. It just wasn't any fun. It was like he was driving people away. The result was that Elvis found himself virtually alone on his 41st birthday. Everyone was either holed up in their condos or just generally pissed off. Finally, Linda called Jerry and Myrna at their condo and told them nobody was around and Elvis was really down and she was about to serve the cake. By the time they came over, he had perked up a little, and later, as they sat around talking, he asked Myrna if she had seen Across 110th Street, a nihilistic black gangster movie that was one of his favorite films of the last few years. I made the mistake of saying no, and he told me the entire story, acted out every role, recited practically every line. It was one of his greatest acting performances, Jerry and Myrna both agreed, but one that they could have done without, as it carried on into the early hours of the morning. For the next week, the guys and their wives and girlfriends all took skiing lessons, while Elvis came out at night, in ski mask, Arctic snowsuit, and goggles to go snowmobile riding on the slopes. "It's Elvis the Night Stalker," blazoned the tabloid headlines several weeks later, accompanied by a suitably blurry, almost lunar-looking picture. "It was a dream vacation," remarked Sonny, "that turned into a nightmare." Susan Ford, the president's 18-year-old daughter, wanted to meet Elvis, but after she wrote a letter to the newspaper protesting the special treatment that allowed him to run his snowmobiles on the slopes at night, he refused to have anything to do with her. Another instance, Sonny and Red thought, of his messianic sense of self-importance. He had plenty of time for his Denver police friends, and even consulted with police surgeon Dr. Gerald Starkey for medication to treat an itch caused by the ski mask he had been wearing. All of the police officers noticed changes since they had first met him 5 years earlier, but for the most part he was on his best behavior with them, and Ron Pietrofaso continued to see the same self-effacing qualities that had first set Elvis apart from any other entertainer he had ever met. Occasionally they would talk late at night, and he would speak about how nervous he got every time he went on stage. I asked him why. He said, "You just never know. Maybe they're not going to clap. Maybe, you just think all the worst things." He talked about sleeping all day and staying up all night. He said, "When I was a little kid, I couldn't sleep. I was really afraid of the dark because I didn't know what was going to happen to me." Speaking of the present, he said, "I know in the daytime when I go to sleep that it's dark in my room, and I pretend like it's night, but I know it's daytime, and I'm not afraid to fall asleep. So I stay up all night, and I have my friends with me, and I feel comfortable. In the morning, when everybody else is up and going to work, I feel safe because it's daytime, and then I can go to sleep." As a thank-you gesture to his friends on the force, Elvis contacted Bob Serber, a salesman at Kumpf Motors in Denver, and had him open up his Lincoln showroom at 8 p.m., 2 hours after closing. He bought Mark IVs for Dr. Starkey and Jerry Kennedy, then drove to Jack Kent Cadillac, where he got Ron Pietrofaso a $13,000 Seville, along with a Seville and an Eldorado for Linda and Joe's girlfriend Shirley Dew, after Joe turned down Elvis's Rolls on the basis that it would just make everyone else crazy. In all, the bill came to more than $70,000, which might have marked the conclusion of Elvis's purchases, except that when Don Kinney, the host of KOA-TV's Denver Today, reported the story on January 20th, he ended the broadcast by saying jokingly, "Mr. Presley, I don't want a big Cadillac. I would prefer one of those little sporty ones." Elvis was on the phone within minutes to tell him he could pick up his Seville at the same dealer. Ron Pietrofaso, who knew Kinney and had to get on the phone to reassure him the call was not a hoax, thought that might be carrying things a little far. But there was just so much inside of him that wanted to be accepted, and he thought that was the only way. By this time, Joe was gone, the rental period was up, and Elvis had everyone jumping just like he had at the beginning of the vacation. He decided he wanted to stay for a few days more, and just after Jerry had finished finding them new accommodations, Elvis called at 3 in the morning and said that he wanted to switch houses right away. He offered no explanation, and Jerry was in no mood for games. He said he was coming over, so I moved into the small bedroom to give him the master bedroom. When he showed up with Billy and Red, he was just totally wired. He said, "I thought I told you I wanted you to move back into the house." I said, "Jesus, I've been working to find a place for 3 days straight. I need to get some sleep." He said, "You do?" I was getting really mad now, but he was like someone I didn't know. Finally, he stormed out of the room into the living room where Red was waiting. Red wrote in his book that Elvis pulled out a gun at that point and said, "I'll kill the son of a bitch." But when he came back into the bedroom, all he said to me was, "Well, you can stay if you want to." I said, "You know what, Elvis? I don't want to stay here. In fact, I'm leaving." He said, "Well, I said you could stay." His voice was shaking. He knew he had pushed me too far. I said, "No, I'm leaving. I'm going home." The next day, Elvis didn't remember the conversation, but Jerry stuck with his decision. There was no reason for me to stay. He was tired. Everybody was tired. He just didn't want a lot of resistance. All I would have been was a pain in the neck. I said to him, "You know, I've always said friendship is more important to me than the job." He said, "What are you talking about?" I swear to God, I think he meant it. I said, "Look, Elvis, I just need change. There's no hard feelings." He said, "Well, I guess you have to do what you have to do." I wasn't trying to be difficult. He had done more for me than anybody else in my life. It was just there were too many people bumping into each other. People were calling him boss. Everything lapsed into everything else, and the rest of the world was just this little tiny bubble that you couldn't really relate to anymore. You almost felt naked going out into the world when you left that environment because it was all just based on him. But it was time. Hurt. So desperate was RCA to lure Elvis back into the studio that they revived the old dream of recording him at home. This time, however, both the nature and the reason for the plan were a far cry from its original conception 15 years before. Then, the idea had been to build a separate recording facility at Graceland, primarily to get around some of the obstacles the Colonel had put in the way of his artist recording too much. Now, both Colonel and RCA were in full agreement. They needed to obtain product from an artist who appeared to have developed an almost pathological aversion to the recording studio. And far from building him a new state-of-the-art plaything, they now proposed simply to install temporary equipment in the den behind the kitchen, run lines out to the RCA mobile recording truck that would be parked behind the house, and make the best of whatever sound deficiencies arose. It had been over 2 years since there had been anything like a regularly instituted plan. The perfunctory March 1975 session in Los Angeles had offered the only interruption to what amounted to Elvis's longest period of recording inactivity since he had first entered the Sun studio. Felton was confident the new arrangement would help solve some of their problems. It would at least allow them to catch Elvis whenever the mood happened to strike him. Elvis seemed enthusiastic about the idea, too. In fact, once he saw how the den looked without all the Polynesian-style furniture in it, he said he just might make the new decor permanent. But then he left just days before the session was scheduled to start. One of his friends on the Denver police force, Detective Eugene Kennedy, troubled by domestic problems, had killed himself, and out of respect for the deceased, and because of friendship with Kennedy's older brother, Police Captain Jerry Kennedy, one of 4 Denver police officers, the Denver Post reported, who received gifts of luxury cars from Presley earlier this month, Elvis flew out to the funeral. In addition, he arranged for J.D. Sumner and the Stamps to sing at the service, which he himself attended wearing the Denver police captain's uniform that his friends on the force had given him. He stood straight and tall at the Holy Name Church, a striking figure in his specially tailored jacket, customized TCB tinted glasses, and braided cap, looking for all the world like the man his mother had wanted him to be. He felt comfortable in the company of men who accepted him at face value, officers who had trusted him to accompany them on drug busts, even if they had never allowed him to get out of the car, and when they suggested going out to dinner at the Colorado Mine Company, one of their favorite hangouts, he readily agreed, striding proudly into the restaurant in his captain's uniform. To Ron Pietrofaso's relief, none of the regular patrons appeared to pay any attention, and Captain Kennedy arranged for a special table around the corner from the main dining room where they could be assured of a little privacy. Not too long into the meal, though, Elvis announced that he had to go to the men's room, and when Pietrofaso suggested that he make use of the employees' restroom off the kitchen, Elvis insisted that he would use the regular bathroom just like everyone else. To Pietrofaso's amazement, somehow they were able to get him through the main dining room and back to the table without anyone seeming to notice. I thought it was great. We were doing our job and nobody was bothering him, but then he sat down for no more than 5 minutes and said, "I need to use the restroom again." This time, Pietrofaso noted, Elvis hesitated for a moment in the long hallway where people waiting for a table were having drinks. 2 women stopped in mid-conversation as he walked past, and then, when he came out of the men's room, Elvis stopped directly in front of them, as if somehow he might have lost his way. He gave one of those classic Elvis grins, and I heard one lady say, "No, it can't be him." And he turned around. It was too much, man. He turned around and said, "It can't be who?" And the 2 women just started to scream. Then, and only then, would he allow himself to be guided back to his seat. He showed up for the first day of the recording session, still dressed in his police captain's uniform. Everyone was waiting patiently for him to emerge from his bedroom, trying not to wonder if he was going to show up at all. Technical problems and Elvis's schedule had pushed the starting date back, which gave them only 5 days until James Burton and Glenn D. Hardin were scheduled to go out with Emmylou Harris on a long-planned European tour. Felton didn't know if they could work that fast. RCA was expecting 20 new sides, which was the reason a full week had originally been set aside for recording. With some misgivings, he made arrangements for a substitute guitarist and piano player to come in on February 7th, along with a bassist to replace Jerry Sheff, who said he would have to leave then as well. They got 3 cuts on the first night, though Elvis's lack of focus and energy was evident to all. Elvis's continued preference for downbeat material was not particularly heartening either, and even the high point of the session, George Jones's 1962 country hit, She Thinks I Still Care, offered little hope of commercial success. He ended the evening with Roger Whittaker's maudlin The Last Farewell, the song he had played over and over again for Melissa Blackwood the previous summer, but the musicians were no more able to grasp its fascination than Melissa had been. On the second night, Elvis succeeded in recording just one song, Neil Diamond's Solitaire, while spending most of the time trying to avoid accomplishing even that. He retreated to his bedroom periodically throughout the evening, took one member of the band or another upstairs to listen to gospel music, expounded upon numerology, and gave them all a viewing of his collection of police badges. At one point, when he was alone in his room with Red and Sonny, he explained a plot he had devised to rub out the drug pushers of Memphis. The session would provide them with a perfect cover, he said, laying out all the weapons with which they could accomplish the task. No one would even know they were gone. He showed them pictures of the principal dealers that he had gotten from the Memphis police, along with detailed information about the territory they controlled. "That's pretty heavy," Red said dubiously. He was bored with Elvis's fantasies, and was not unaware of how close this particular scenario was to the plot of Death Wish, the Charles Bronson movie they had watched together many times. The third night was no better. Most of the time Elvis appeared to be struggling just to wake up, even when he was cutting Moody Blue, a Mark James song Felton thought could really be a hit. Finally, on the next night, something seemed to kick in, as they started out the evening with For the Heart, a bright new up-tempo number from Dennis Lind, the author of Burning Love. The song had more of a snap than anything they had tried to date, and Elvis seemed to respond to it, gaining confidence through numerous rehearsals and multiple takes, until the song became the kind of seductively driving rock and roll that had once been a staple of Elvis Presley music. It was with the next number, though, that Elvis was at last able to cut loose and release some of the emotional inhibitions that appeared to be crippling him. Hurt, a highly charged recitation of the most melodramatic sort, had been a hit in a variety of interpretations over the years, but Elvis knew it best from Roy Hamilton's top 10 R&B hit from 1954. Hamilton performed the song, as he did all of his greatest numbers, with the bravura vocal style that was his trademark, working his way up to a carefully controlled, beautifully articulated aria-like climax. This was clearly Elvis's model, but in the absence of the lush orchestration that marked Hamilton's hit, and with a voice that was more than a little frayed around the edges, he necessarily took a different approach. Opening with a bellow almost resembling a Tarzan yell, Elvis offers a version that is not so much an interpretation as an expression of the title sentiment, a kind of primal scream that can make for painful listening as you wonder if the singer will be able to sustain not just the notes, but the mastery of his emotions. Compared with Hamilton's original, it reveals a crude, almost desperate grasping for technique. And yet, at the same time, there is a note of triumph on Elvis's part, a pride in simply being able to get out what he is trying to say. This, he declares with as much bravado as he can muster, is who I am. Despite all the pain, despite all the suffering, despite all the hurt, you can see I'm still here. He went on, at his father's request, to take a stab at Danny Boy, the lilting Irish melody which, like Hurt, had its inspiration for Elvis in another over-the-top R&B performance, this one by Jackie Wilson. He was fully engaged by now, and while he was not able to sing the song in the key that he originally selected, he hung in through 10 takes until he got a version even more heart-rending, perhaps, than if he had not been brought face-to-face with his own limitations. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon by the time they finished. The musicians had been hanging around since 9 o'clock the previous night, and out of deference to the general exhaustion, the starting time for the next night's session was moved back until midnight. But at least there was a feeling on everyone's part that something had been accomplished. They might just as well have quit then and there. They did manage to get 2 undistinguished cuts on the 5th night, but with Burton, Glenn D., and Sheff gone, and a new lineup in place, the only song that they completed the following evening was a lackluster version of Willie Nelson's Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain, a #1 country hit from the previous year. On the next night, Elvis didn't show up at all, and after sitting around for a few hours trying to devise alternate strategies, Felton was finally forced to admit defeat and send the musicians home. 10 days later, Elvis was back in Denver, with newspaper stories reporting that he was seeking a home somewhere in the area, and Elvis hanging out once again with his newfound friends. This time, however, his visit came to an abrupt halt when the police officers attempted to intervene in what Elvis continued to see as strictly a private matter. Their intervention stemmed from an incident that had occurred after the funeral, when Elvis tried to get Dr. Starkey to give him Dilaudid for what he said was a painfully infected ingrown toenail. The police surgeon was very much taken aback, and after explaining to Elvis that he couldn't prescribe a heavy-duty painkiller for an injury of that sort, he went to Sonny and Red to try to find out what was really going on. He asked if Elvis was suffering from some kind of serious illness, since Dilaudid was generally prescribed for cancer patients and not infrequently abused by those who had grown addicted to its effects. He expressed his concerns to Captain Kennedy and Detective Pietrofaso as well, and this time, when Elvis returned to Denver, they confronted him in his hotel room. Note: it should be noted that all of the police officers involved have denied any suspicion of Elvis's drug use from the time of his death until the present day. End of note. They knew he had a problem, they said. They couldn't help noticing how it affected him at times, and they were afraid other people might start to notice too. They were speaking to him as friends now, not as police officers, they stressed. They simply wanted to help. He should understand that this was the sort of thing that could happen to anyone. They had witnessed it in their line of work over and over again, and they were sure he could lick the problem if he just put his mind to it. There was a private sanatorium they knew about. They could get him in and out without anyone ever having to know. All they wanted was for him to give the matter serious consideration. Elvis just stared at them in disbelief. At first he didn't say anything, then declared in a tone of utmost hurt, "You don't think I can handle it, do you? You don't think I'm strong enough. I know what I'm doing. I can get off of this stuff any time I want." But whether or not he really believed this would have been difficult to ascertain, because 2 hours later he was gone. He had other almost equally pressing problems. For one thing, he was running out of money. With the exception of the makeup date in Vegas and the stadium show New Year's Eve, he had not worked since August, but the bills kept piling up, hundreds of thousands of dollars of bills for cars, planes, gifts, guns, jewelry, and clothing, anything in fact on which his eye might alight. To meet expenses with virtually no outside income coming in, he had borrowed $350,000 against Graceland in November, but that was to be repaid in equal halves this year and the next. Meanwhile, there were the various lawsuits that had arisen from Red and Sonny's all-too-ready roughness with the public. There was still $500,000 to pay on the divorce. The airplanes, he had added a third, a Dassault Falcon, which he had bought as an investment in November, were a continuing drain of maintenance and finance charges, and it seemed like the cost of keeping up Graceland and maintaining all his friends and relatives in the style to which they had become accustomed was going up by the day. With all of this weighing on him, he finally agreed to go back on the road in a hastily arranged mid-March tour, only to discover that he didn't have a band. Glenn D. had handed in his notice to Tom Diskin not long after the Graceland session, and James Burton and Ronnie Tutt had indicated that they too intended to leave, but Diskin refused to accept their resignations. "You know how much he depends on you," he told Glenn D. "I can't tell him you've quit." Finally, Glenn was forced to let Diskin know that he could do what he wanted, but Elvis was going to be in for a big surprise at the first show when he didn't see anyone sitting in the piano chair. It was only at this point that Elvis was brought into the picture, and quickly approved the 3 Nashville musicians that Felton chose as replacements, though guitarist Billy Sanford, who had filled in for Burton on the last day of the February session, never actually got to join the group, as James changed his mind and came back for more money at the last minute. They opened in Johnson City, Tennessee for 3 nights running, in what amounted to a tacit admission on the Colonel's part that maybe they were better off out of the glare of the spotlight for the time being. It didn't affect the box office any. The 6-day tour brought in over $500,000 profit, which the Colonel magnanimously agreed to split on the old 2/3, 1/3 basis, even though a new agreement calling for a straight 50-50 partnership on live dates had gone into effect on January 22nd. Note: the agreement is printed in the report of the Guardian ad litem in re the estate of Elvis A. Presley, deceased, number A655, Exhibit 11, filed September 29, 1980. The fact that the Colonel continued to take only 1/3 is indicated in Exhibit 12, which seems to represent the Colonel's account of all monies posthumously owed, though it differs slightly from other figures he later presented in court. The Colonel's willingness to forego his contractual due for a period of time in order to assist Elvis in meeting certain financial demands which he faced is spelled out in the Colonel's affidavit of June 1st, 1982, in his countersuit against the estate. End of note. The new agreement for the first time spoke explicitly of an understanding by both parties that these tours are a joint venture, and that Elvis Presley is responsible for the presentation of the staged performance, and Colonel Tom Parker and his representatives for the advertising and promotion. Elvis had no quarrel with the terminology. It was certainly in line with the governing language of the 1973 contract, which had established a 50-50 deal in every area but live performance. The way Colonel explained it, this new deal simply recognized the reality that they were co-promoters or partners in this respect as well, just as they had been from the start. As far as Colonel was concerned, it was the principle that was important, not the money, and with the new contract signed, he was glad to let the old arrangement ride, at least until Elvis got back on his feet again, which would happen in no time if they could just put some miles under them and get this show back on the road. Linda accompanied him on this tour. So did Vernon and Dr. Nick. The two new players, Shane Keister on acoustic piano and Larry London on drums, fit in well, and in fact infused a new spirit into the music at times. To London, a 300-pound powerhouse drummer with extensive experience both in the studio and on the road, working with Elvis was something of a revelation. They went into the first show without any rehearsals. The band showed up, but Elvis didn't, and when Larry missed a visual cue, Elvis simply had them begin all over again. He said to follow him, not to worry about the charts. He wanted everybody's attention on stage. You know, it was like, be with me, I got an hour, and I'm going to have fun. Apart from the fans, who responded with undiminished ardor night after night, Larry, a natural enthusiast, might have been the only one to take this view. To rhythm guitarist John Wilkinson, it seemed like all the enthusiasm had just left. No matter how hard we tried to pump him up, Elvis would just stand there with his thumb hooked in his belt. It was like he was just there to sing a few songs and pass out a few scarves, but all the thrill had gone. Hurt, How Great Thou Art, and America the Beautiful, his bicentennial tribute, were the highlights of nearly every show, imposing performances all, but in Charlotte he forgot lyrics. In Cincinnati he appeared confused, and in St. Louis he was so over-medicated Dr. Nick could barely get him out on stage. Elvis seems weak, St. Louis Post-Dispatch columnist Harper Barnes wrote of the perfunctory 50-minute show. Little wonder, since according to Dr. Nick, he didn't wake up till midway through the performance. A second brief tour was booked in the aftermath of the first. It was scheduled to begin on April 21st, with stops in Kansas City, Omaha, Denver, San Diego, Long Beach, Seattle, and Spokane, and led directly into an 11-day Tahoe engagement paying $315,000. For much of the tour, Elvis was alarmingly congested, and he continued to suffer memory lapses, even with songs he had been singing regularly since his return to live performing. Ronnie Tutt, who came back for this tour at a considerable raise in pay, observed that there were nights he was so tired or so down, I felt like I had to physically hit the drums much, much harder than I had before. To Myrna Smith and the Sweet Inspirations, there was a clear physical dimension to the change. A lot of the time, when he first walked on stage, he'd be half asleep. If you watched his show, you'd sometimes see him looking over at us, pleading with those eyes. We'd make more racket trying to get him going, and he'd pull through it somehow. I've seen him sometimes when he was glassy-eyed, and I thought, he is gonna fall. The reviews were sometimes just as observant, and often no less empathetic. In Long Beach, the local paper reported, an eerie silence filled the concert hall when he sang, "And Now the End is Near," the opening line to the Frank Sinatra favorite, "My Way." It was like witnessing a chilling prophecy. Even hard-boiled private investigator John O'Grady could not suppress an instinctive emotional reaction when he visited Elvis in Tahoe. I felt so strongly for him, I cried. He was fat. He had locomotive attacks where he couldn't walk. He forgot the words to his songs. I went backstage and looked at him, and I really thought he was going to die. The musicians all talked about it among themselves, but as former voice accompanist Tony Brown, who had taken over the piano chair from Shane Keister, observed, "We all knew it was hopeless because Elvis was surrounded by that little circle of people, you know. If you dared to ask, 'Can I have 5 minutes alone with him?' the answer would be absolutely not. And if you ever got around Elvis, he controlled the situation with idle chit-chat." O'Grady was so strongly affected that he tried to take matters into his own hands, contacting Ed Hookstraten upon his return to Los Angeles and working out a plan with Elvis's lawyer to try to get Elvis enrolled in the drug treatment program at the Scripps Clinic in San Diego. Together they went to Priscilla with the plan, which guaranteed absolute confidentiality, and from what they understood, she broached it to Elvis, but that was where the matter stopped. Just 2.5 weeks after the conclusion of the Tahoe run, he was back on the road again, for 11 days this time, and more than $800,000 for Colonel and him to divide. Reviewers made frequent reference to Elvis's slurred speech and the way in which he seemed to stumble around the stage at times, but the crowds continued to turn out, and for the most part they continued to be enthusiastic. Once in a while there would be a show that reminded everyone of how it had been, and sometimes the band and the guys were able to take heart and imagine that maybe Elvis was going to pull himself together now and turn things around. But mostly the attitude was just to get through. Elvis's own attitude, on the other hand, seemed to Tony Brown to reflect a disrespect for himself and the fans that he had never shown before, even in his most erratic moments. He'd be on stage some nights, and he'd suddenly just turn around and face us. He'd always pick out one person in the band, and he'd look at them and act silly. He'd just stand there 4 or 5 minutes, not do anything. The audience would be screaming out song titles or applauding or stomping their feet. Elvis would have his back to the audience, and he'd be going like, "Just listen to them stupid people." And here we are, with our hands on our instruments, hoping he will call out something we know. Instead, he's just being Elvis out of control, saying, "These people, they don't care if I'm good or bad. I can do anything and they still love it." He scarcely emerged from his room during the 2.5 weeks he was off in June. Lisa visited for 10 days, but it was left to Linda to look after her and to discipline her if she needed disciplining. One time, she drove her golf cart out onto the highway, then stopped at the gate and posed for pictures for the fans, 2 things she was expressly forbidden to do. When Linda remonstrated that she'd been warned 100 times not to go out on the highway, Lisa just told her to go to hell, showing little concern when Linda said she would have to tell her daddy about this. Others observed the little girl sitting for hours sometimes outside her father's darkened room, just waiting for him to wake up. She was all he cared about, he burst out emotionally on occasion. But he didn't seem able to do anything about it, and he stayed holed up in the room with only his books for company. There was no one he wanted to see. The new guys were little more than hired hands, and the old gang was all gone, scattered to the 4 winds. They all had lives of their own now. Joe was out on the coast with his girlfriend Shirley Dew. It seemed like Lamar hardly ever came over from Nashville, except when things were being given away. He hadn't heard a word from Jerry since the confrontation in Vail, and Marty just brought him down. Meanwhile, Charlie was falling apart under the pressure, and even Sonny and Red were almost strangers to him now. There was a poisonous atmosphere of finger-pointing and suspicion, different in degree from anything that had existed in the old days. He knew his father contributed to it, with all his talk of budget cutting and getting rid of the dead wood, sometimes even to their faces. That wasn't the problem, though. There had been quarrels in the past, and Vernon had never liked Red and Sonny, but that had never affected Elvis's feelings of closeness to them, not even when Red stayed away for 2 years after the wedding. Now, he joked that they were the only guys he paid just to stay away from him. He was pissed off at Joe and Dr. Nick, too. They had gotten him into a business deal a few months before that they assured him represented no risk and would almost certainly prove to be a good investment for him in the long run, but now it was threatening to blow up on them all. It was a plan to promote racquetball in much the same way that he had once sought to promote karate, in this case by building a chain of racquetball courts around the country, which would go by the name of Presley Center Courts. In exchange for his name, as he understood it from them and their partner, Memphis developer and bond salesman Mike McMahon, he would receive 25% of the company at no cost to him. They had broken ground on the Memphis and Nashville clubs in the middle of April, and everything seemed to be going smoothly when McMahon came to see him in Tahoe in May, but then things started to go wrong, as McMahon claimed that Elvis had to put up money for a buyout of the leases on the 2 buildings currently under construction, and when Elvis balked, informed him that by becoming 25% owner of the corporation, he was liable for 25% of its debts. He went to the Colonel for advice, but Colonel just reminded him that he had been against this business all along, that he had told Elvis that nobody gets 25% just for doing a favor, and that it was too late for advice, now that he had gone ahead and signed all the partnership papers. Then he learned through one of the guys that McMahon, the only active partner in the business, had been drawing a small salary and was leasing a corporate vehicle despite all of Nick's assurances that no one would be taking a penny out of the operation until it showed a profit. The whole thing just didn't feel right. It gnawed away at him until he didn't want to have any more to do with it, and then he shocked McMahon, who had had perfectly pleasant dealings with him to date, by calling up in the middle of the night, completely incoherent and irrational to the point where he was accusing me of different things, and then he told me he was going to kill me. Dr. Nick tried to tell the developer not to worry, that this kind of sudden rage was an occasional side effect of one of the medications that Elvis was taking, and that it would soon wear off. But the feeling that he had been taken advantage of by his friends didn't wear off. It kept preying on him as he asked himself over and over, what the fuck were Joe and Dr. Nick thinking about when they brought him into this? They went out again on June 25th on yet another 11-day tour. Jerry Schilling, now working as road manager for pop singer Billy Joel, saw Elvis in Landover, Maryland on the third date of the tour. It was the first time they had met since their January split, and Jerry was a little apprehensive, but Elvis gave him a warm embrace and kept Elton John waiting while they caught up on old times. The concert itself, like the one in Philadelphia the following night, was described by reviewers as a show that consists mostly of a series of postures by a performer too tired or bored to care. Elton John, no stranger to excess himself, got the impression of immense loneliness. He had dozens of people around him, supposedly looking after him, but he already seemed like a corpse. After the show, Jerry and Myrna were having drinks with Joe Esposito and Joe Gershio when the orchestra leader suddenly turned to Jerry and said, "You know, all he can do now is die." End of side 17. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 18, Careless Love by Peter Guralnick, continuing on page 603. There was a big blow-up with Sonny in Fort Worth at the end of the week, their second visit to the city in just 1 month. The disagreement started out as a petty dispute over money. Vernon had canceled Sonny's wife and little boy's prepaid plane tickets to Texas, but it quickly escalated into more volatile issues of manhood and pride. Elvis finally settled the matter by telling Sonny to go ahead and have his family fly in. He would square things with Vernon. But Sonny was not surprised to hear from a couple of guys later that Elvis was calling me every name in the book after I left. Sonny and Red had just about reached the point where they were sick of the whole thing. Others saw them as hostile. They saw themselves as truth-tellers, and if Elvis didn't like it, he was just going to have to find someone else to clean up after him. Some of the guys, Sonny was aware, said we were intimidating Elvis about too many things, but all of the intimidation part was only for his own good. The tour ended in Memphis on July 5th, with Elvis in his red, white, and blue bicentennial costume, and America the Beautiful, the highlight of the show. Everyone noted what a foul mood he was in, which was underscored when he avoided the gang that had gathered at Graceland before the performance. After the concert, he went straight to his room, leaving the guests who had regrouped for the usual 4th of July fireworks to go home puzzled and disappointed. He left with Linda for Palm Springs the following night. 6 days later, Sonny and Red were fired. Sonny was at the dentist when he got a message from his wife that Vernon had something important to talk to him about. He called up right away, and after brushing aside Mr. Presley's objections that this was a matter that needed to be addressed face-to-face, listened incredulously as Vernon informed him that things hadn't been going all that well lately, and that it looked like they were going to have to let some people go. "Oh, I see, and I guess I'm one of the ones that's going to be let go?" Sonny said. "Yes, I'm afraid so," Vernon agreed in a subdued voice, informing Sonny that he would be given 1 week's severance pay. Within a couple of hours, Sonny found out who the others were. "I've been fired, man," Red said on the phone from California, and karate expert Dave Hebler confirmed that he too had gotten the axe. What hurt the most, Sonny and Red agreed, was that after all these years, Elvis didn't even have the guts to tell them himself. By now, Elvis and Linda had retreated to Las Vegas, where Elvis placed himself once again under Dr. Ghanem's care, and Linda did her best to reassure him that none of this was really his fault. He kept going over it again and again. He knew they meant well, but Daddy was right. They were costing him too much money with all the lawsuits. There were other ways of doing these things, but Sonny and Red were too old to learn and couldn't fit into the new professional security operation he was trying to create. They were like brothers to him and knew that if they ever needed anything, they could always count on him. Linda listened and nodded and had no doubt that he believed what he was saying, but she could understand how Sonny and Red would feel about it, too. To be dismissed so unceremoniously after all these years, and not even to have the courtesy of being told man to man. But that was Elvis's way, she recognized. He never wanted to be the bad guy, so we just fled. But that also chagrined Red and Sonny, and rightly so. Dave Hebler was so outraged that he flew to Las Vegas for a direct confrontation, but he never got the chance, waiting for hours outside Dr. Ghanem's gate until he was at last informed that Elvis was not going to see him. As for Vernon, he felt no better about the decision than anyone else, even though he believed it to be the right one, and Colonel backed him on it 100%. He was simply trying to protect his son, no longer just from others, but from himself. And yet, for all of his present-day problems, there was still that element of Elvis's nature that made his father feel ashamed of any mean-spiritedness on his own part. Elvis had always possessed a generous heart, Vernon reflected. From the time that he was a little boy, he had never failed to take into account the other fellow's point of view. He had spoken to Elvis again and again over the years, when I felt that he was carrying too big a crew, telling him, "You don't need all of them, especially some who just seem to be out for what they want." Elvis stopped me cold, answering, "You see their wants. I look beyond their wants and can see their needs." In retrospect, he would not be the least bit surprised if Elvis hired them back, Red and Sonny anyway, after a suitable cooling-off period. Elvis returned from the coast just in time for the July 23rd start of another tour, his 5th so far this year. Once again, they played backwater locales from Syracuse, New York to Charleston, West Virginia. Once again, the whole idea was to generate income, close to $1 million in 2 weeks this time. And once again, review after review spoke of the perfunctory nature of the performance and the sad state into which Elvis seemed to have fallen. In Hartford on July 28th, Colonel lambasted Elvis for not putting forth more effort, for not giving the people their money's worth. And Elvis was so shaken that he sought out Tom Hewlett after the show to ask if the fans still loved him. Hewlett reassured him that they did, and audiences continued to demonstrate their affection in any number of ways, but as a reporter for the Newport News Times-Herald wrote, the adulation now was more for what he was, what he symbolizes, rather than for what he is or how he sings now. There was, she went on, sounding a note that had become depressingly familiar from other recent write-ups and reviews, no soul in his music, no driving power behind his voice. Sometimes he had J.D. Sumner or Kathy Westmoreland take a solo spot in the middle of the show because he just seemed too tired to go on. The racquetball deal finally fell apart at the end of the tour. Elvis had his lawyer write a letter on August 10th that sought to disentangle him from the partnership once and for all. He was withdrawing his support, the letter stated, and wanted his name taken off the project. Elvis himself left for Palm Springs the same day, but the matter was still very much on his mind as he continued to mutter about firing Joe and getting rid of Dr. Nick for their betrayals. A few days later, he called Nick in the middle of the night, totally coked up and sort of psychotic, and he cussed me out about taking advantage of him. "You're fired," he said, and I said, "You can't fire me, I don't work for you." But he just told me he was going to get someone else to go out with him on the next tour. Dr. Ghanem accompanied him when they went out again 2 weeks later on August 27th, along with Dr. Nick's nurse, Tish Henley, who had moved into one of the trailers behind Graceland with her husband in June so as to be able to administer his medication more efficiently. Linda's brother, Sam Thompson, who had been working for the Memphis Sheriff's Department for the last 4.5 years, was the new co-head of security with former Palm Springs police officer Dick Grobb. And Larry Geller, with whom Elvis had been spending an increasing amount of time on his recent trips to California, after first seeing him again in Vegas a few years earlier, officially rejoined the entourage for the first time since his unceremonious firing by the Colonel for attempted mind control in 1967. Elvis welcomed Larry's presence on the tour. Larry was just the person that he needed at this point, someone with whom he could carry on philosophical conversations, share ideas about books and spirituality, and breathe some fresh air into a world that had gone stale. Larry, for his part, didn't hesitate for a moment. He knew Elvis needed him. He was aware from their conversations that Elvis had missed him as much as he had missed Elvis. And he knew, too, that the atmosphere surrounding him was very different from what it had once been. Even Colonel Parker, Larry realized, could no longer afford to be so suspicious of him. The main idea now was just to keep the show running. Note: Elvis's view of Larry is sustained by Westmoreland's account of her first meeting with him in 1973. In Geller's book, Elvis introduces Larry to her as the heaviest motherfucker I've ever met in my life, and Kathy communicates pretty much the same views without the language. End of note. The first show in San Antonio was a lackluster performance, according to one review, but it was a success by the new standard under which they were operating, and everyone reassured themselves afterward that maybe Elvis would respond positively to a new regimen set up by a new physician. The second date, a matinee performance at the Summit in Houston, dispelled any such illusions. Elvis was so loaded, according to the testimony of one troupe member after another, that there was some doubt that he would even be able to take the stage, and when he did, he could barely talk, let alone walk, putting on a performance that embarrassed the whole show and made them wonder how much longer he could go on. The Colonel, who witnessed the entire performance, was beside himself. Not only was Elvis testing the limits of his audience's love and their continued loyalty to him, he was testing the patience of the Houston policemen augmenting the security force, who, Colonel realized in a panic, were talking openly about Elvis's condition among themselves. All that was missing was some glory hound who wanted to be the one to take down Elvis Presley, because everyone knew there was no longer any way you could deny the evidence of your eyes. He got Elvis out of town as quickly as possible, contacting his old friend Bill Williams, entertainment chairman of the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, to fix things with the cops. There was nothing he could do, however, to stop the review that ran in the Houston Post the following morning. Elvis Presley has been breaking hearts for more than 20 years now, was critic and longtime fan Bob Claypool's lead. And Saturday afternoon in the Summit, in a completely new and unexpected way, he broke mine. The show was awful, he wrote, a depressingly incoherent, amateurish mess served up by a bloated, stumbling and mumbling figure who didn't act like the king of anything, least of all rock and roll. The fans, Claypool observed, almost didn't seem to notice. Faithful as always, they still came down front, came bearing gifts, a painting of Elvis, a 6-foot-long stuffed dog, a small teddy bear. It made you wonder if they wouldn't always come, he wrote, no matter how bad, how ill, how uncaring he would get. But for some of us, it would never be the same, because the man who had given us the original myth of rock and roll, the man who created it and lived it, was now, for whatever reason, taking it all back. That night, the Colonel had Joe call Dr. Nick. They needed him, Joe told the Memphis physician, making it clear he was speaking for Colonel as well as himself. Nick took this to be as close to an apology as he was going to get. He couldn't recall Colonel ever requesting a favor of him before. He said he'd be glad to rejoin the tour so long as he knew that this was what Elvis wanted. Not long afterward, Elvis called and asked him to come back, and he met them in Mobile the next day. The problem, once he had had the opportunity to confer with Tish, was not all that difficult to figure out. It revolved, as always, around issues of access and amount, and Nick soon had things back in proper proportion, establishing a protocol of dispensation that took into account the potentially debilitating effect of Donatol on speech and motor functions, and included an assortment of placebos among the multitude of depressants that Elvis required to go to sleep each night. With the reinstitution of such pragmatic measures, the tour was able to continue, and everyone was able to go back to pretending that nothing was really wrong. Bitsy Mott, the Colonel's brother-in-law and security director in the early days, had no such luxury. He had had a falling out with the Colonel not long after Elvis's return to live performing, and he and his wife had not seen Elvis in some time when the show arrived in Tampa on September 2nd. They were shocked by his appearance when they visited with him before the performance, but they were even more shocked when Elvis took the stage. They couldn't help but cry as they watched, and they left before the show was over, not even bothering to say goodbye to the Colonel, who appeared no less dejected than they. Almost as soon as the tour was over, Elvis once again began hearing rumors about the book that Red and Sonny and Hebler was said to be planning to write, a behind-the-scenes expose that would reveal a world the fans had never imagined. There had been talk about just such a book, almost from the day that his father had dismissed them, but Elvis insisted that it would never happen, that Red and Sonny would never betray him in this way. Now, he was no longer so sure. The three disgruntled ex-bodyguards had approached first Rick Husky, then former Los Angeles Herald-Examiner critic Frank Lieberman, about serving as their collaborator, and even asked Jerry Schilling to go in on it with them. Now Elvis heard that they had signed a deal with Star reporter Steve Dunleavy, and he joked cynically with the guys who were left about who was going to turn tabloid reporter next. There was no disguising his real feelings from those closest to him, however. As Linda saw it, he was frightened, he was angry, he was hurt, he was like a kid. He became more fragile than ever. He just didn't realize that he had done something really hurtful to them, too. He flew out to California at the beginning of October to join Linda in her new apartment and pick up a Ferrari for himself. John O'Grady and Ed Hookstratton were urging him to put a stop to the book any way he could, and he conferred with O'Grady, who was confident that Red and Sonny and Hebler could still be bought off. He gave Jerry Schilling a call, too, and invited him over to the apartment, ostensibly to thank him for turning down Red and Sonny's offer. Jerry was still there when O'Grady stopped by to report on the failure of his mission. He had offered each man $50,000, along with an education allowance, to help prepare him for a new line of work. They had turned him down flat, declaring that they were in too deep to back out now. O'Grady had gone to the meeting wired, and he offered to play back a tape of the conversation, but Elvis wasn't interested. The private investigator suggested a number of other alternatives, just skirting the edge of outright intimidation, but Elvis didn't rise to the bait. He was sure he could straighten things out by himself, he said, if he could just get a chance to talk to them on his own. He had the chance less than 1 week later, on October 12th, the day after his return to Graceland. Red had called the previous afternoon, and Charlie explained that they had just gotten in and Elvis was asleep. Red made it plain that he didn't believe him, and angrily accused Elvis of being stoned and listening in on the upstairs line. When Elvis called him back the next day, it was early in the morning out in California. "I guess I do owe you an explanation," he said, in the kind of weak, slurred little voice that Red had grown all too used to in the last year of his employment. What had happened was due to a combination of factors: Vernon's illness, a lot of excess pressure on the racquetball business, all the lawsuits, and worst of all, I don't know whether you heard it, but they were trying to prove us insane. I'm talking about some influential people who were checking psychiatrist reports. Red tried to steer the conversation back on course. "I couldn't believe it. You had left town, your daddy called and talked about cutting down expenses and giving us 1 week's notice. They give Chinese coolies 2 weeks. He didn't know anything about that, Elvis replied, the 1 week thing. It was like a fuse burning, he tried to explain. It was just a series of things. If I could lay them out to you one by one, I could show the reasons for the separatisms. It was all the things he had already mentioned, the way in which unnamed parties were trying to establish a pattern of insanity and violence, the fact that the fun had ceased to exist. I guess all that pressure led up to our demise, Red said bleakly, seeking to pursue an agenda of his own. It was a shock. We were broke. I sold my house. Hated to do that. Elvis, surprised. You sold your house? Red, oh yeah, hated to do that. It was a bad time by all. Elvis, philosophically. Well, I guess there never really is any good times. It was bad for me, too. Red, I understand, but if I had just heard from you, it would have been easier to take. Elvis, well, in doing business and things of that nature, I don't do that. They spoke of a number of other matters, always coming back to the same thing. With Hebler, just as with the racquetball deal, he had been seriously disappointed. I think I became a dollar sign. In the process, he lost sight of Elvis. That can easily happen. It happened, man. I'd become an object, not a person. I'm not that sign, I'm not that image, I'm myself. Then he brought up the one issue that had not been mentioned. He knew what Red thought. He knew what Red had said to Charlie just the day before. But you're so wrong on one thing, and don't get paranoid. I'm talking to you as a friend on a private line, and there is no soul here. I'm not fucked up by no means. On the contrary, I've never been in better condition in my life. You have been pretty fucked up, Red demurred. That's what I was talking about. Elvis seemed to read into this some kind of reference to his 1973 divorce, which in turn triggered a belated apology for Red's exclusion from the wedding 9 years before. But that was railroaded through. I didn't even know who was there in that little room the size of a bathroom with a Supreme Court justice. It was in there over and done so quick I didn't realize I was married. That wasn't my doing. I had nothing to do with... Red. Let's get to the last couple 3 years. Let's face it, you haven't enjoyed yourself. Elvis. I enjoy my work. Red. We were always worried about you. Elvis. You worried about me so much that you turned around and tried to hurt me. You see, I know what that is. Red. Well, that's after you hurt me. You hurt me and my family very bad. Elvis. All I know, there was friction created in the group. The vibes were so bad, people were scared to move and everything. So who knows what the hell they were hearing and being told. I just know it got to be very, very tense. Red. You've got to get healthy, Elvis. You haven't been healthy for a while. Elvis. Oh, yes, I am. I just had an absolute physical head to toe. I keep hearing that shit about being fat and middle-aged. Red. No, you ate a lot, but you weren't fat. You could tell there was something else wrong. Something was wrong inside. When I tried to talk to you about it, you'd get mad. You wouldn't listen. Choosing to take this as a reference to his long-standing intestinal problems, Elvis hastened to assure Red that these had been straightened out. Aside from that, there was nothing wrong with him, despite what Red kept intimating. The real problem was a general failure to communicate on the part of the whole group. Negative vibes. I could feel the negative things, but I couldn't exactly pinpoint what it was. I just reached a boiling point. It was a temporary thing. I didn't feel like I could communicate with anyone. I felt terribly alone, you know, like that numerological number 8, the reading that says they're intensely alone at heart. That was the way he felt, he said, and he knew that was the way Red felt, because Red was a number 8 too. Number 8s had warm hearts toward the oppressed, but they hide their feelings and do what they please. At this point, Red seemed to conclude that the conversation was not going anywhere. It bugged me when you were talking to Charlie and said I was all fucked up, Elvis said. I'm not. I got a daughter and a life. What profiteth a man if he gains the world and loses his own soul? I love to sing since I was 2 years old. In fact, he and Charlie had been singing just a little while ago, and they missed Red. They missed his harmony part on Love is a Many-Splendored Thing. What could he say? Red replied. He missed singing it. Well, look, Elvis said, you take care of yourself and your family, and if you need me for anything, I would be more than happy to help out. I mean it. I don't give a goddamn, and that ain't got a goddamn thing to do with articles or no publications or none of that shit that I've heard. I've just heard rumors, bits and pieces. I have never sat down with anybody and had it laid out to me. I just know that you as a person, and Pat, Red's wife, if there is anything I can do, any way of getting a job, anything else, let me know. Red expressed his appreciation on behalf of both himself and his family, who, he repeated, had been hurt as well, which gave Elvis the opportunity to stress once again his own feelings of rejection. All of us were hurt. It's like that song, Desiderata. Listen to the dull and ignorant because they too have a story to tell. And then Hank Williams wrote, you never walked in that man's shoes and saw things through his eyes. After analyzing the blame thing, I can see it. I can see it clearly. That's why I'm saying anything I can do at all. Worried about the book? I don't think so, not on my part. You do whatever you have to do. I just want you and Pat to know I'm still here. He was back on the road 2 days later for yet another 2-week tour, another $1 million for Colonel and him to divide. If there was any doubt about the outcome of his conversation with Red, or the status of their relationship, it was dispelled by a Steve Dunleavy story in the October 26th edition of The Star, midway through the tour. Under the headline, Elvis's dramatic plea to his ex-bodyguards, don't write that book about me, it quoted at length from his and Red's conversation, which evidently had been taped without Elvis's knowledge. Its conclusion quoted Red as saying to the reporter, yet to be identified by the Star as the forthcoming book's author, you can't be with a man since childhood and not feel something for him. I just wish he would get well. On October 29th, 2 days after the tour was over, another recording session was scheduled at Graceland, but this time Elvis was barely able to muster the enthusiasm even to begin. Somehow they managed to get 3 tracks over the course of a first very long night. But he just wasn't interested, said pianist Tony Brown. He couldn't seem to keep rhythm. He couldn't maintain any attention span. It was like we'd get one song and he'd go upstairs for a couple of hours and we'd just wait around. As at the earlier home recording session, he invited different members of the group up to his room at various points during the evening. This time he gave away items of clothing as souvenirs, including an entire Superfly outfit from 1973, with which he thought J.D. Sumner and the Stamps might spiff up their image. On the second night, it seemed for a while as if Elvis might not come down at all, and Felton had the players laying down instrumental tracks until at last he reluctantly appeared. He started work on He'll Have to Go, a classic 1959 hit for country singer Jim Reeves, but almost as soon as he did, a shipment of motorcycles that he had been waiting for arrived, and Elvis insisted that everyone go outside and watch them get unloaded, then try them out on short runs back and forth to the gate or to Linda's house around the corner. Finally, any pretense that the session might continue was abandoned when Elvis once again retreated to his room, this time emerging with a Thompson submachine gun, with which he good-naturedly threatened to blow up the speakers. No one was sure whether or not he was joking, and Felton might have been tempted to try to persuade the musicians to stick around for another day or two, just to see if Elvis might snap out of it. But Elvis put an end to any such speculation by apologizing and declaring that he was simply too distracted to continue. He was upset about Red and Sonny's book, he said, and he couldn't get in the right frame of mind for recording. But they would all get together again under happier circumstances soon, maybe next time in Nashville. With that burden lifted off him, he zeroed in on the problem of getting everyone home, with a focus and energy that had eluded him for the last 2 days. The West Coast-based singers and musicians were to be transported to Los Angeles on the Lisa Marie, and met at the airport by his limousine driver, Gerald Peters, while similar arrangements were made for David Briggs, Tony Brown, and Chip Young to fly into Nashville on the Jetstar. Finally, over Joe's vociferous objections, he presented J.D. Sumner with his white Lincoln limousine as a gift, so that J.D. and the Stamps, to whom he had given a tour bus the previous July, could travel home in style. For the next 3 weeks, it seemed as if he were merely seeking somewhere to alight, flying to Denver, Vegas, or Palm Springs on a whim, Dallas for a hamburger. In his bedroom at home, he pored over his books, consulting Chero's Book of Numbers whenever any serious plan came up for discussion. Linda was around for some of the time, but she seemed more intent than ever on her career as an actress, and even when she was in Memphis, she spent more time at her house than at Graceland. George Klein fixed Elvis up with a couple of girls, and he dated a little, but his heart wasn't in it. He needed something more. His life was an empty wasteland. Then, on November 19th, he met Ginger Alden. Ginger's 22-year-old sister Terry, the reigning Miss Tennessee, was the one George had thought Elvis would go for, but he brought the two of them out to the house, along with their older sister Rosemary. The three sisters all waited downstairs for what seemed like hours, while they were told Elvis practiced his karate. When they were finally ushered into his private quarters, Elvis almost immediately made clear his preference for 20-year-old Ginger, a former Miss Traffic Safety and current Miss Mid-South, to whom he said, "Ginger, you're burning a hole through me." Ginger was distinctly ill at ease with all this attention. In fact, she barely said a word after her sisters left, but Elvis didn't mind. She seemed to listen and observe intently while Elvis showed her his books and explained that 8 was a lonely number. It was almost daylight when he had one of the guys drive her home, having behaved like a perfect gentleman the entire time, she told her mother and sisters, who breathlessly awaited her report. He called the next day, at first offering her a ride in his new Ferrari, but then he determined I wasn't ready for that yet because it went so fast. Instead, he invited her to drive out to the airport with him in his Stutz, so they could take the Jetstar for a spin and observe the Memphis skyline at night. It would be perfectly proper, he assured her. His cousin Patsy and her husband Gigi would be chaperoning them, and he repeated the same argument when he suddenly got the idea that they should all fly to Las Vegas instead. Ginger protested that she would have to call her mother first, but he told her she could do that when they got there, and if her mother didn't like it, they would just turn right around and go home. She thought her mother would be upset when she called, but Joe Alden's reaction was quite the opposite, as she seemed almost to encourage her youngest daughter in her latest conquest, simply telling her to be sure to be back the following day. Ginger was a little disappointed that they weren't going to get to see much of Vegas. They went straight to Elvis's suite, and all Elvis wanted was for her to put on some oversized pajamas and come to bed. She was a little apprehensive about the pajamas until he gave her his solemn oath that it was out of spirituality that he was drawn to her, not carnality, and that he would treat her like a lady at all times. She wasn't sure whether or not to believe him, but then he fell asleep as she read to him, and the two of them lay innocently side by side until well into the next day. It was a different kind of a date, for sure, and she was not without misgivings that her boyfriend would disapprove, but her mother and sisters told her she would be very foolish to overlook an opportunity of this sort, and she didn't hesitate for a minute when Elvis called just 1 week later from San Francisco on the 5th day of his new tour. He wanted her to join him right away, he said. He was sending the Jetstar to come get her. Could she be ready in a few hours? She threw her things together, arriving in San Francisco the following morning, but she didn't see him all that day, nor was she invited to watch his performance that night. He would be with her right after the show, the guys kept telling her. There was just this little problem he had to deal with first. Finally, she went to bed hungry and depressed, without ever learning that the problem Elvis had to deal with was that Linda was still on the tour. Linda had had a strong suspicion that Elvis was planning to fly someone else in from the first. Her suspicion was strengthened when he suggested, with that furtive little boy's look in his eye, that she seemed kind of worn out to him and that maybe he should have the Jetstar take her back to Memphis. He would be okay, he said. He would just take a little time for himself. For once, she didn't feel like giving him an easy out. In fact, after chiding him that he knew she always enjoyed a chance to go shopping in San Francisco, she actually challenged his story. I said, "You have another girl here, right? You're bringing another girl in." "Oh, honey," he said, "of course not." And he held me really close and said, "I just want you to know, no matter what anybody ever tells you, no matter what you read, no matter what you hear, it's only you that I love." I looked him right in the eye, and I said, "You don't have another girl here?" He said, "No, honey." And I said, "Okay," but I said it very sarcastically. Normally, if he had said something like, "It's only you I love," I would have said something like, "Oh, you're so sweet." But this time I distanced myself and just said, "Okay," like, "Yeah, right, sure." Maybe it was because she had a secret of her own. Without Elvis knowing anything about it, Linda had developed a relationship with the piano player, David Briggs. He was just the total antithesis of Elvis. I mean, he was bearded, blue jean clad, kind of low-key, no ego, not traditionally good-looking. He just really downplayed everything, and I thought, you know what? There is life after Elvis. They liked to think they had been thrown together not just by fate, but by Elvis himself, who kept urging the two of them to go out and enjoy themselves and do all the things that he couldn't do, taking advantage of the restaurants and shops in the various cities on the tour. What really started it, though, were the nights that Elvis was completely out of it, or carrying on one of his interminable dialogues with Larry Geller that left room for the participation of no one else. She just felt like she had to get away. So she started playing cards with the guys at the beginning of their late August tour, and very soon she and David gravitated toward a more intimate relationship, maintaining the fiction at first that their closeness was just a part of the general camaraderie. Everyone else watched with compulsive curiosity, uncertain whether what appeared to be happening actually was. Even after it became obvious, the two lovers pretended that it was still their secret, as the rest of the troupe nervously speculated on how long it would take Elvis to find out. That was the backdrop for Linda's departure, and perhaps the reason she felt obligated to adopt a code of protective cynicism for the first time in her 4-year relationship with Elvis. She needed to go, she had finally come to realize. She just hadn't had the courage to pull away. Now that the opportunity was provided for her, she was damned if she wasn't going to do her shopping first. When they parted, it was with the idea that she would see him back in Memphis. But for Linda, this marked a watershed in her life, as she recognized once and for all that there was nothing she could do. He was going to go ahead and slowly kill himself, no matter what I did. I couldn't make him happy, and I knew he wasn't going to change, so I left. The next night, Ginger attended the show in Anaheim. It was the final date of the tour, and the improvement in his performance was remarked upon by even some of his sharpest critics. He was inspired by Ginger's presence. He confessed afterward to Larry Geller. He thought this girl was really it. After the show, they stayed up all night talking and didn't even kiss. He was beginning to believe that he had discovered love on a higher plane. They went straight from the road into Vegas. Ginger wanted to go home for a few days. She said that she missed her family, and Elvis let her as long as she promised to come right back. Some of the guys grumbled that this girl wasn't for real. She was just a baby, and they had heard she was still seeing her old boyfriend, But Elvis was in no mood to listen. As Larry observed in his diary, how long can the drugs and his feelings about Ginger keep him on this high? Not long, as it turned out. Vegas started out on a strong note, but it seemed both to fans and to other observers that Elvis quickly ran out of gas. Before the first week was out, he looked very tired and quite sad, according to one fan report. He either talked a blue streak or didn't talk at all. He swore at the sound system and cut the show short on December 6th, explaining that he was in too much pain from a sprained ankle to continue. And then at the late show on December 10th, he announced casually, "I hate Las Vegas," in an aside that was cheered by the crowd. At the conclusion of the next song, reported British fan Martha Collins, he picked up the mic on its stand and asked, "Does anyone want this tinny son of a bitch?" And as the audience cheered wildly in response, declared, "I'm not going to get up here and try to sing because these damn microphones are so cheap. I ain't going to do it, you know, because this is my living, folks, my life." Ginger seemed to occupy as much of his attention as the show. He arranged for Sir Gerald to pick up a special white-on-white Lincoln Mark V for her on the coast, and flew in her entire family for the conclusion of the engagement, when Ginger announced that she missed them and was thinking of going home again. Ginger's mother, never shy, was quoted in the press to the effect that rumors of marriage at this point were premature, and that the Lincoln Continental which Elvis had given her daughter was not to be construed as any kind of formal engagement gift, at least not as of that moment. There were other things to worry about. Vernon was admitted to Sunrise Hospital on December 9th with what looked like another heart attack, but it turned out to be just a scare. The colonel was rumored to have lost over $1 million at the roulette table, and his uncharacteristically grim demeanor seemed to indicate that the rumors were true. It was Elvis that he was worried about most, however. "My artist," he declared balefully to a couple of startled European fans seeking an introduction, "is out of control." It was obvious to anyone who saw Elvis that he was not well. Larry was concerned that, for all of his talk of the rejuvenating nature of his love for Ginger, he might be killing himself, striving for her love and attention. The day that Vernon was released from the hospital, Larry found Elvis with beads of perspiration running down his face. His eyes had a strange, haunted look. He stared at me, taking in deep gulps of air and breathing erratically. Trying to stand, he lost his balance, and as he fell, he grabbed at the drapes with both hands to keep from hitting the floor. He moaned, "This is it. I'm going out. I took too much, or someone gave me the wrong thing. I'm going. I'm leaving my body. I'm dying." Somehow Larry got him through it and sought out Dr. Ghanem, who told me not to worry, that he'd check Elvis later. The final night of the engagement was as disturbing as the rest, particularly for anyone accustomed to the high-spirited, freewheeling atmosphere normally associated with the end of any Las Vegas run. On this particular night, Elvis clearly couldn't focus. He was unable to concentrate. At times it seemed as if he could barely wake up, wrote one distraught fan, who noted that the previous evening, in an off-mic aside to the singers, he mouthed the words, "Only one more night here," and made a face as if he were about to throw up. When televangelist Rex Humbard came to visit with him backstage, Elvis seized desperately on his arrival, demanding of Humbard whether he should give up singing and devote himself to the Lord. He seemed momentarily comforted when the well-known minister assured him that he was doing the Lord's work simply by using his talent and giving pleasure to so many people. But then Elvis started talking about Armageddon and the second coming of Christ, and Humbard testified, "I took both his hands in mine and said, 'Elvis, right now I want to pray for you.' He said, 'Please do,' and started weeping." Note: Humbard, a pioneer in televangelism, had recorded widely in the 30s and 40s with a family group, the Humbard Singers, and later formed the celebrated Cathedral Singers, from which two of the original Imperials emerged, to further his Ohio-based ministry, the Cathedral of Tomorrow. Humbard had attended Elvis's Las Vegas show the previous December, and Elvis dedicated "How Great Thou Art" to him. End of note. The story that Bill Burke wrote in the Memphis Press-Seminar on December 15th, 3 days after the Vegas close, presented as kind a reaction as anyone who cared about Elvis Presley could have had at the time. After sitting through Elvis Presley's closing night performance at the Las Vegas Hilton, wrote Burke, a longtime supporter, one walks away, wondering how much longer it can be before the end comes, perhaps suddenly, and why the king of rock and roll would subject himself to possible ridicule by going on stage so ill-prepared. Why carry on? For fame? He's perhaps the best-known, best-loved performer of all time. For money? Burke dismisses out of hand the idea that Elvis could possibly need the money. This may seem like one person's opinion. It isn't. And yet they keep coming back, and they will pack his next road tour, which starts December 27th in Wichita and ends New Year's Eve in Pittsburgh. Once a king, always a king. Maybe that's it. And just maybe they're still coming because they think it might be the last time around. Elvis, what happened? Just as he had promised, Elvis agreed to a new recording date in Nashville to make up for the November Graceland debacle. In hopes that something might be gained from an entirely new setting, Felton booked a week's worth of sessions at Buzz Cason's Creative Workshop, a comfortably up-to-date studio with which all of the Nashville players were familiar, and where he thought Elvis would quickly feel at home. Recording was slated to begin on January 20th, and everything was going according to plan, until Felton heard from Joe just hours before the session's scheduled start that Elvis had gotten hung up in Memphis and wasn't going to be able to make it until the following day. Then, on the 21st, with all the musicians assembled, Felton got another call from Joe. Elvis was in town, but he was going to have to stay at the hotel for the time being because he wasn't feeling very well. Felton wondered if he ought to hold the musicians, and Joe said he thought he should, at least for the time being. Over the course of the evening, however, the bulletins grew worse, as Elvis complained of a worsening of his throat condition, and a doctor was called to confirm the existence of the problem. In the end, Felton was forced to send everyone home. What was bothering Elvis, Joe and Charlie and the rest of the guys all knew, was not a sore throat, but hurt pride and a wounded heart. Ginger had refused at the last minute to accompany him to Nashville. They had had a big fight about it, and he had threatened not to go at all, but she remained adamant, coming up with one excuse after another, including the fact that she had never liked Nashville. His throat was just a way of making Ginger feel sorry for him, his cousin Billy concluded, when Elvis told Billy that he wasn't planning to record even before their departure from Memphis. "If I have to," he said, "I'll say I'm losing my voice." As if somehow, by that refusal, he would get back at Ginger, and maybe even at the Colonel and RCA, too. Linda might have motivated him, the guys all agreed. She would have kidded him along and maybe even gotten him out of his funk. They blamed Ginger for just making matters worse. From their point of view, she had been nothing but trouble ever since her arrival on the scene, with Billy and Joe Smith the only ones who could communicate with her, and then only because they treated her like she was a little girl. What bothered everyone most was the way she had Elvis running around in circles, doing everything he could to try to impress her and her family. No one missed the fact that her presence could pick him up, as it had on New Year's Eve in Pittsburgh, where he gave one of his best performances in a long time. Nor did anyone doubt that he genuinely cared for her. It was just that no one could understand the attraction. The closest he came to explaining it was when he told Dr. Nick there was something about her that reminded him of his mother, but neither Nick nor anyone else could see what it was. She seemed to them like some high school kid, flattered by all the attention, but unsure what to make of it, guided more by her mother's ambitions than by any deep inner feelings of her own. It was a subject that came up often in the month and a half since Elvis had taken up with the girl, and nearly everyone weighed in with their opinions in a far more public way than they would have dared with any of Elvis's other girlfriends. But Elvis remained impervious to argument and innuendo, even if it was clear that he cared far more about her than she did about him. One time Billy suggested to Elvis that maybe he should look for a woman closer to his own age, with whom he could share common interests and have meaningful discussions once in a while. "What in the hell could a 42-year-old woman do for me?" was Elvis's sexually swaggering reply, when it was perfectly evident to Billy and everyone else that Elvis's sex life was virtually dormant at this point. Like it or not, though, his entire existence was dominated by Ginger and her family. When Ginger's grandfather died, Elvis flew all of the Aldens into Harrison, Arkansas on January 3rd for the funeral, and he and Charlie hummed conspicuously along as the minister sang Amazing Grace. The following day, he took Ginger and her sister Rosemary to Palm Springs, where he celebrated his birthday that weekend in quiet domesticity. Nor was he shy about the subject of marriage, as his Beverly Hills dentist, Max Shapiro, the man who specialized in house calls and feel-good dentistry, came to find out. Shapiro, described by reporters Charles Thompson and James Cole as a slight man in his late 50s with thick eyeglasses and a crudely tinted hairpiece that slipped from side to side as Shapiro's behavior became animated, had come to see Elvis about financing the construction of an artificial heart he was hoping to develop. He was accompanied by his fiancée, and after Elvis heard them discuss their wedding plans and learned they had already gotten a license, citing his own love for Ginger as an incentive, he insisted that they get married on the spot. Larry Geller had just left for L.A., but Elvis flew him back to perform the ceremony, for which Elvis supplied the rings and Ginger served as maid of honor. After the wedding, he spoke to Larry about someday performing a similar ceremony for Ginger and him, and then he had Dr. Shapiro go back to work on his and Ginger's teeth. There was no end to the ways in which he sought to please her, but after they returned from California, he found himself no less frustrated by her continued need to distance herself from him, to go home each night to her mother and sisters, and some said to her boyfriend, sometimes sneaking out of the house only after he had finally fallen asleep. In Nashville, he appeared able to focus on nothing but his recent quarrel with Ginger, and Felton was scarcely surprised when Joe called the day after their arrival and told him they were heading back to Memphis without ever having left the hotel. There was some talk of Elvis coming back at the beginning of the following week if his health were to improve, but Felton knew it was not going to happen and simply had the musicians overdub 2 songs from the last Graceland session while making sure that everyone would get paid in full for a lost week of work. Longtime loyalists for the first time began to voice their doubts that Elvis would ever return to the recording studio, and Felton seemed to slump visibly under the weight of his own defeated expectations. David Briggs may have been the only one not to feel disappointed at the cancellation of the session. In fact, he had reason to experience a secret sense of relief. He had been surprised initially at his invitation, now that he and Linda were practically living together, and Linda hadn't wanted him to come, knowing firsthand both Elvis's volatility and his carelessness with firearms. David couldn't bring himself to turn Elvis down, though. In a peculiar way, he considered himself loyal in every respect except one, and he thought Elvis might be able to understand that. Nor was he going to give in to fear, his own or anyone else's. So, he had come to the session with no idea of what or how much Elvis knew, but he couldn't say that he was altogether unhappy to postpone finding out. Just how widespread was the general sense of malaise can be gathered from a story published in the Nashville Banner the following week, which revealed with surprising accuracy and in embarrassing detail not only intimate aspects of Elvis's emotional state, but the deep fissures that existed within the Presley camp. They say Presley is paranoid, and that he's afraid to record, wrote Bill Hance in his column Wax Facts. Presley, claiming he was sick with a cold, left here Saturday night, promising to return Monday to fulfill his recording contract with RCA and to live up to his own slogan, taking care of business. When he failed to show in the studio, RCA officials and his personal manager, Colonel Tom Parker, reportedly got hot. Parker, the tough businessman who has guided Presley's career for nearly 20 years, was quoted as telling Presley, "Get off your tail in that studio, fulfill your contract, or there will be no more tours." Many Presley aides contend the singer's new girlfriend, Ginger Alden, 20, is absolutely running him ragged. One time, a friend said, Ginger decided to leave Elvis, and the only way he could get her back inside the house was to fire a gun up in the air. Hance then spoke with hotel workers who declared, "They're driving us all nuts. All this security mumbo-jumbo, they run indoors, out of doors, up and down hallways and elevators trying to hide from people. Who are they hiding from? No fans have come out here, only you newsmen." 4 days after his return home on January 26th, he formally proposed to Ginger. It was not just his love for her, it was the conjunction of the stars, he explained. The 26th was an important date since 2 plus 6 added up to 8, and 8 was his number. He had already called his jeweler, Lowell Hayes, in the early hours of the morning, and told him that he wanted a stone as big as his TCB diamond for Ginger's engagement ring, and because of the date, he had to have it that night. When Hayes informed him there was no way to locate another diamond like that in Memphis on such short notice, Elvis offered to fly the jeweler to New York, but Lowell convinced him that even in New York, it would be impossible to find that kind of stone and get it mounted within the required time period. Finally, Hayes came up with the idea of taking the 11 1/2 carat center diamond from the TCB ring itself and putting it in Ginger's ring, replacing Elvis's diamond as soon as he was able to come up with a suitable substitute. It took all day to make the ring, but he had it back just in time for Elvis to propose to Ginger that night, kneeling down on one knee as she sat in the special reading chair in his bathroom. Then Ginger called her mother, and together they accepted congratulations from Charlie, Vernon, and the Stanley boys. 5 nights later, they flew to Las Vegas with Billy and Joe Smith, then continued on to L.A. to celebrate Lisa's 9th birthday, and 24 hours later were home again. Sometimes Ginger wondered just what she had gotten herself into. No one had told her anything about what to expect. She had had no preparation for any of this, and Elvis just seemed to need her so desperately all of the time. Part of her came to feel that maybe that's why I was put on Earth. If I could make Elvis happy, I would have served my purpose. Another part questioned why it always had to be her. Didn't he have anyone else that he could call on once in a while? He had all these friends around. What was wrong with them? She tried to tell him that, but he just blew up at her. She didn't understand, he said. The only reason the others were around was because of the money. Elvis refused to go out on the next tour unless Ginger agreed to go with him. It was just a short 10-day hop, February 12th to February 21st, kicking off in Florida and remaining in the Southeast Territory that he had crisscrossed again and again when he and Colonel were just starting out. Orlando, Florida, Montgomery, Alabama, Savannah, Georgia. Little seemed to have changed, save for the mode of transportation, the size of the operation, and the remuneration that he took from the show. His life, it must have occurred to him, had turned into an endless string of one-nighters, from which it was beginning to seem increasingly unlikely he would ever be able to escape. It did make a difference having Ginger with him, though. For one thing, it meant she couldn't go running home at night, and often after the show they read from his books until the soothing effect of the words and the delayed impact of the pills allowed him to go to sleep. To Kathy Westmoreland he spoke convincingly of his happiness, and Kathy had no doubt that it was real, although she could discern clouds on the horizon in the person of Ginger's mother and sisters. He would say, "She loves her family? Well, I'll bring the whole damn family." That was what he did when he played Johnson City, Tennessee once again on February 19th, on the third-to-last night of the tour. The following night in Charlotte, North Carolina, he called Terry Alden up on stage and had her perform her talent piece from the beauty contests, a short Russian toccata on the piano. "I'll get you for this," Terry mouthed at Elvis to his amusement, and his performance, for the most part, seemed to reflect his good mood. That didn't stop him from showing his frustration later in the evening, however, when he was unable to reach the high notes of his latest release, Moody Blue, and he tore up the lyric sheet in a combination of bravado and helpless rage. Somewhat to the consternation of his fellow musicians, David Briggs was still with the band. He had suggested Bobby Ogden to Felton as a replacement, but Elvis let it be known that he didn't want any damned substitutes, and David decided maybe he should just go on taking Elvis's wishes at face value. Elvis continued to point proudly to David's playing, and he continued to look to David almost every night when he undertook to perform Roy Hamilton's Unchained Melody alone at the piano, just as he had with his earlier Hamilton-inspired version of You'll Never Walk Alone. Like the Rodgers and Hammerstein number, Unchained Melody was the kind of highly dramatic, vocally challenging, almost operatic showpiece that served to inflame not just the audience, but Elvis himself, no matter how tired or lethargic the rest of the program might be. To Briggs's amusement, he became part of Elvis's solo outing, because there was one point in the bridge he could never get, and whenever he reached that point he would say, "Take it, David," and I would play my note. It became a kind of comedy part of the act. Less comedic was the moment when he realized that Elvis had become aware of Linda's and his relationship. He had just come out on stage, and the audience was all going wild, and he turned around right in front of me and looked at me, and then he started pulling out every chord from every plug on my keyboard. Then he walked back in front of the stage to start the show. He never actually said anything, and I could never be sure exactly what he meant, but that was when I decided it was time to leave Dodge. If Elvis had expected things to change once the tour was over, he was sadly disappointed. Ginger continued to have her own friends, she had her family, and no matter how he raged or lamented to Billy and Joe Smith about her lack of interest, he couldn't seem to keep her by his side. As a special treat, he decided to show her Hawaii, and he planned a 2-week vacation at the beginning of March, which started out as a getaway for the two of them, but soon grew into a party of 30, with Ginger's family among the first to be included. For much of the time before the trip, he stayed in his room, talking mostly with Charlie and Billy and Dr. Nick. He talked quite a bit with Maggie Smith, too, the college student he had hired as a maid after buying a Pontiac right out from under her during one of his 1974 car-buying sprees. She was pregnant now, something she had confessed to Elvis only with the greatest reluctance, because she knew how protective of her he was and how important he felt it was for her to complete her education. He asked me, was I in love? I told him no. I said, really, it was a big mistake. So he said, well, do you think you'll be happy like this? And I said, well, I don't know. And it got to the point where everything was so quiet and sad up there that we were both crying. He was very patient with me afterwards, talking to me concerning the Bible. He loved to read me things and explain the way he felt they were. He believed in reincarnation. He gave me a copy of The Prophet and would pick things out and ask what did I think about that. Other black people assumed that he was prejudiced, Maggie knew, but they didn't know. He really treated me more like a father than an employer. They were scheduled to fly out on the evening of March 3rd, but first Elvis decided he needed to set his affairs in order. Dr. Nick, who would be accompanying the group to Hawaii, had gotten even deeper into debt on his new house, so Elvis signed over another $55,000 on top of the $200,000 he had already loaned him, though this time, at Vernon's insistence, it was at 7% interest and with a specified 25-year payback. Note, once again a deed of trust was drawn up, but now with payments of $1,802.85 per month, beginning on April 1st, 1977, and continuing through February 1st, 2002. End of note. He had long since gotten over any feelings of ill will about the racquetball courts business, and besides, if he wanted to be practical about it, Dr. Nick was at this point his only regular physician. He made out his will, too. His father had been trying to get him to do it for years, and with Vernon and his Memphis attorney Beecher Smith present, and Ginger, Charlie, and Smith's wife Ann for witnesses, he affixed his signature in the early hours of the morning. It was a simple document that reposed total faith in Vernon as executor and trustee. The health, education, comfortable maintenance, and welfare of Lisa Marie, Vernon, and Grandma were all specifically mandated in the will, and Vernon was authorized to expend funds for such other relatives of mine living at the time of my death who, in the absolute discretion of my trustee, are in need of emergency assistance for any of the above-mentioned purposes, so long as the ability of the trust to meet the needs of the named beneficiaries was not affected. Upon Vernon's death, all such additional assistance would cease, and upon his grandmother's, all funds would reside in a trust for his daughter and any other lawful issue he might have until she or they reached the age of 25. There were no other individual bequests, and no specific mention made of any other person, despite what he knew to be the long-held belief of many of his relatives, and many of the guys as well, that they would be financially taken care of. The will, of course, did not address the reasons for these exclusions, but for all the generosity he had shown to the broadest circle of family and friends over the years, in the end it seems scarcely surprising that he should have returned to the same small, tight-knit, and set-apart group that had first nurtured him, when he and his mother and father occupied a lonely strip of safety in a hostile world. With his business completed, he could take off for Hawaii, arriving on the morning of March 4th. The whole party spent 2 days at the Hilton Rainbow Tower. Then Elvis and the Alden sisters and a couple of the guys moved into a beach house at Kailua on the east side of the island, while the rest of the group continued to stay at the hotel. Everyone looks older than they are, Larry Geller noted mordantly in his diary, but they followed the same protocol that they always had, as Ed Parker arranged for a visit to the Polynesian Cultural Center. Elvis made plans to show Ginger the USS Arizona Memorial, which were only canceled at the last moment, and they all played touch football on the beach. Everyone remarked on how relaxed Elvis seemed. At times he appeared to enjoy Terry Alden's company almost as much as her sisters, and Ginger even got him to play ping-pong with her, despite his protestations that he felt foolish swinging at a little ball that he could never keep on the table. It was, Larry wrote, almost like old times, with everyone relaxing and joking with one another, and by the expressions on everyone's face, looking as though we died and went to heaven. But Larry was just as aware of the shortcomings of heaven as anyone else, with touch football games turning into worrisome displays of the sad physical state into which Elvis had fallen, and other players casting about for excuses to get him to quit. Somebody'd throw him the ball, said Kalani Simerson, a one-time entertainer who now operated a limousine service and had known Elvis since the early 60s. And he'd catch it and start running, and he couldn't stop. He just wasn't able to control his own body. One time he ran right into a cyclone fence. He was no better directed even in less physically strenuous pursuits. As soon as they arrived, Charlie and Larry Geller contacted Bernard Benson, an eccentric British millionaire they had met in Las Vegas in December, who had urged them to come see him the next time they were in Hawaii. They returned from Benson's home enormously exhilarated. Elvis had to meet the Tibetan holy man that Benson had staying with him, they told Elvis, certain that this would be the thing to get him out of his fugue state. But Elvis declined with a strangely world-weary passivity. He didn't need to meet any spiritual masters right now, he said. He felt like he was on the right path. 10 days into their stay, he got sand in his eye, and the whole group packed up and went home because Dr. Nick was concerned that Elvis's cornea might be scratched and thought it would be best to recuperate at Graceland. No one expressed any great feelings of regret. For Joe, it had been a painful exercise in nostalgia, and Larry saw little improvement in either Elvis's outlook or health. It was hard to gauge exactly how Elvis felt about it. With characteristic generosity, he picked out a gift for each member of the party to serve as a remembrance of the good times that they had had, and promised Ginger that next time they would have the experience for themselves. The whole trip had cost him something in the neighborhood of $100,000, he confided to Larry. But what profiteth it to gain the world if you couldn't share your good fortune with your friends? Scarcely 1 week later, Billy Smith was in real doubt that Elvis would make it to the plane scheduled to leave for Phoenix for the start of the second tour of the year. Billy had agreed to go out on the road again, after years of steadfast refusal, only because of his concern about his cousin's health. We were supposed to leave late that night. Tish, Dr. Nick's nurse, said, if he was my son, I'd have him in the hospital. Vernon said, well, do what you can. So Dr. Nick put all these IVs in him, and all the way to the airport, Elvis sat slumped with his hat over his eyes. He didn't say anything. Then when he got on the plane, he was just groggy, slurring his words. The following night, right before he stepped out on the stage, he said, you didn't think I'd make it, did you? But he put on a hell of a show. Probably the principal reason for the mood he was in was that Ginger had balked at the very last minute about going out with him, and without her, it was obvious he was not himself. The first few shows were received well nonetheless, and critics were reduced to scratching their heads in the manner of the Tempe, Arizona reviewer who declared, his music ran from the parody to the almost perfect, but the faithful were happy. They came, they saw, and Elvis conquered. He wore the only 2 suits he could still fit into, and in Norman, Oklahoma, he might have choked to death if Larry and David Stanley hadn't realized that he had fallen asleep in the middle of a meal. Is there much more time left? Larry wrote in his diary, after putting Elvis to bed without his even being aware of what had happened. Meanwhile, his security chiefs, Sam Thompson and Dick Grobb, drew up contingency plans to smuggle Elvis's body back to Graceland should it become necessary to try to cover up a drug overdose death on the road. Often late at night, Elvis would seek out Billy Smith just to talk about what was on his mind. One night, Dick Grobb discovered him wandering around in the hallway and led him to Billy and Joe's room. Man, he told his cousin, something unbelievable just happened. I dreamed I saw the face of God. It had manifested itself in the form of a white light so bright he almost couldn't look at it, and he was obviously still shaken by the experience. The next thing Billy knew, he had climbed into bed with them, and he talked for an hour and a half, and then in the next minute he was sound asleep. I looked at Joe, and she looked at me, and I said, I guess I'd better take him back down to the room. In Alexandria, Louisiana, he put on virtually identical shows on successive nights that pretty much reflected the mood of the tour. He was on stage less than an hour, the Alexandria Daily Town Talk reported. He was impossible to understand. He never said one word to the audience, or mentioned how nice or not nice it was to be in Alexandria, or said, hope you enjoy the show. He simply came on stage, did a few numbers, and then dashed off. Just as on other dates, he forgot lyrics, complained about the sound, arbitrarily stopped and started songs, and sometimes looked and sounded weary almost past the point of enduring. On the second night, he changed the lyrics of Can't Help Falling in Love his perennial closer, to a cryptic declaration: "Wise men know when it's time to go." The following night, in Baton Rouge, he was unable to go on. The band was on stage, the governor and numerous members of the legislature, as well as the Baton Rouge chief of police and various other local dignitaries, were all in attendance, when Tom Hewlett got a call that he'd better come back to the hotel right away. There was something wrong. He encountered a crowd of worried onlookers when he walked into the bedroom. Their faces were all white, and they didn't know what to do. I mean, this had never happened before. Hewlett, who had been through it all with acts like Jimi Hendrix, didn't hesitate for a minute. I said, "Fuck it, I'll cancel. We'll play it the next time around." God, Elvis looked at me like, he got well. He said, "What about the Colonel?" I said, "I'll tell him you're sick." And then I started putting out fires. Note: it should be noted that some accounts have the Colonel present, while Tom Hewlett, among others, recalls him as already being in Mobile. Since Hewlett was the principal person dealing with the Colonel in this crisis, and as it was Parker's usual practice to be a day ahead of Elvis on the tour, it seems reasonable to accept Hewlett's version of events. It should go without saying that this is not the only point of contention among the various accounts. End of note. The first thing Hewlett emphasized was to get Elvis out of town and into the hospital right away. They couldn't have everyone thinking this was just a bunch of drug addicts fucking around in the hotel. And they didn't want a lot of Baton Rouge doctors talking to the press. Dr. Nick made the call to Baptist Memorial Hospital Administrator Maurice Elliott, even though he doubted there was anything seriously wrong with his patient, at least not in a physical sense. To Nick and Joe Esposito and the rest of the guys, Elvis was still just trying to prove something to Ginger. But it all came down to the same thing in the end. He was clearly not capable of continuing. Back at the auditorium, howls of protest and shouts of rip-off filled the air when the announcement was made, but gradually, with the help of the police, the room emptied out, and most of the fans were assuaged with promises of a makeup show. Hewlett called the Colonel in Mobile, Alabama, where he was busy advancing the next date. He accepted the news with grim resignation, asking only, "How bad is he?" He then set about canceling the rest of the tour. Everyone else just concentrated on shutting down the show and trying to get Elvis to leave town, which proved easier said than done, now that the decision had been made. It was well past midnight when they finally left, and then Elvis insisted on going to Graceland upon their Memphis arrival, finally checking into the hospital around 6:45 in the morning. Nursing supervisor Marion Koch, Elvis's longtime friend, who had received a call from Graceland that he would be arriving soon, showed up just after his admission to find him completely worn out. She remained with him until almost noon, conversing quietly until at last he said, "Well, I'm really bushed, and I think I'm going to go on to sleep." He said, "Will you stay here for the night after you get off?" And I said yes, I had come prepared to stay, and I would be in my room, the one she always stayed in next to his, right outside the door. And gee, I checked on him while I was making rounds, and when I got off I went to bed, and he slept the clock around, more than around, because he didn't wake up until around 6 o'clock p.m. the next day. The Colonel, meanwhile, was doing damage control, calling up building managers to apologize and explain, then rebooking the 4 canceled shows for the tour after next, which was scheduled to begin at the end of May. Business would go on as usual, he hastened to assure RCA's Mel Ilberman, who was bound to be concerned not just in his capacity as record company executive, but in his role as head of RCA Record Tours, still co-promoter of the show. They were fortunate that he had been able to reschedule all of the dates, he wrote Ilberman on April 4th. Not only that, but due to his own resourceful management and careful bookkeeping, he had even been able to salvage a small profit from the tour. This was their first cancellation in almost 7 years of road dates, he reminded his longtime associate, in a tone that was never anything less than self-assured, but the Colonel gave himself a new sobriquet at the end, signing the letter, "The Poor Magician." Elvis stayed in the hospital only 4 days, as Nick saw little purpose in trying to impose a longer sentence. Elvis had Ginger bring in her engagement ring to show Mrs. Koch, and Priscilla flew in from California with Lisa Marie, taking time to confer with Vernon on a new payout schedule for the divorce. Billy picked up Elvis in his beat-up little Corvair at 4 in the morning on April 5th, and Elvis complained good-naturedly all the way home about the fact that Billy hadn't bothered to bring the Lincoln. There were just 2 weeks before they were scheduled to go out again, and for a while Elvis did little but ride around on his golf carts and 3-wheelers, sometimes driving out onto the highway late at night, a strange, wind-blown figure in housecoat, pajamas, and slippers. He had another fight with Ginger, and this time he said he was breaking up with her for good. George introduced him to Alicia Kerwin, a 20-year-old bank teller, whom Joe Smith screened before she was admitted to his bedroom upstairs. Almost instantly, he opened up his heart to her, describing his dissatisfaction with Ginger and her family, who, he said, were just after his money. For all of his eccentricities, he impressed her as sincere and vulnerable and very much a gentleman, and when he asked her to accompany him to Las Vegas a few days later with the Smiths, she felt no hesitation about accepting. He seemed different on this trip than he had before. His attention was unfocused, his speech slurred, his behavior sluggish, and she was as surprised by his lack of physical attention to her as she was by all the medications on his bedside table and the constant attendance of Dr. Elias Ghanem in his hotel suite. Unbeknownst to Alicia, the physician's presence was scarcely accidental. According to Billy Smith, the real reason for the trip was to get more prescriptions from Ghanem. Elvis had had another blow-up with Dr. Nick, and he was evidently as determined to assert his independence in this area as in the romantic sector of his life. From Vegas, they continued on to Palm Springs, where Elvis bought Alicia a new car and had another bad breathing episode in the middle of the night. Alicia became so alarmed that she woke up Billy and Joe, and after contacting a Palm Springs physician, Billy called up Dr. Ghanem, too, to try to discover what could have caused this strange combination of respiratory distress and complete disorientation. After hearing Billy's description, Ghanem reassured him that Elvis had probably just taken too many Placidils, but he flew to Palm Springs right away to make sure his patient was all right. The following day, Elvis got a phone call from Vernon that left him chastened and upset. As soon as he got off the phone, he called Colonel, and after a brief conversation with him, seemed even more upset. Alicia asked what was the matter, and Elvis explained that they were both angry at him because he hadn't told them where he was going, and they had been looking for him for the last 2 days. He shook his head as if his life were not his own. Then his mood shifted. It was time to go home anyway, he said. He had a tour coming up. He would make arrangements to have her car shipped back to Memphis, he assured her, and she was left to look back on a 5-day whirlwind courtship as puzzling for its lack of physical consummation as for any of the peculiar events that had actually occurred. Alicia returned to work, and Elvis promised he would call when he got back to town, though at this point she wasn't really sure how she felt about continuing the relationship. Ginger went out with him on the tour, which started in Greensboro, North Carolina on April 21st. He was determined to keep her with him for the entire 2-week duration this time, so when she said she was getting homesick, he made arrangements to fly her mother and sister Rosemary into Duluth on April 29th. The reviews of his performance ranged from concern for his health to perplexity over how little he seemed to care, with one columnist in Detroit simply declaring that he stunk the joint out. Some of the fans, too, were becoming increasingly voluble about their disappointment, but it all seemed to go right past Elvis, whose world was now confined almost entirely to his room and his books. He recruited Larry to help Ginger with her spiritual education and asked him to explain to her the special nature of his purpose on Earth. Ginger, meanwhile, was occupied with more mundane matters, like redecorating the bathroom at Graceland in turquoise and white. To Larry, he confessed some of his deeper concerns. He was worried about his health. He was worried about his appearance. He was worried about his hair, which was thinning on top. He spoke more and more about the book that Red and Sonny had written. How would it affect Lisa? What would his father and grandmother think? They were in Duluth when the news broke that Colonel was planning to sell his contract. A headline story in the Nashville Banner cited authoritative sources in Nashville, Memphis, and Los Angeles as confirming Parker's decision to sell the boy, citing health and financial problems as the primary reason. The Colonel had lost an enormous amount of money at the Las Vegas Hilton Hotel gambling tables, the story went on. The Colonel isn't necessarily broke, a source said. He just needs some money, like about a cool $1 million he lost in December alone. The way in which he had dealt with similar losses in the past, the same anonymous source asserted, though there was in fact no evidence to support this charge, was to trade out Elvis's services in exchange for his debts. Now that Elvis was no longer appearing at the Hilton, again an erroneous conclusion, Since Elvis was scheduled to open the new Hilton Pavilion as soon as construction of this 7,000-seat convention hall was completed in October, the Colonel was reduced to selling his contract. Parker and Presley have reportedly not spoken in 2 years, the story concluded, with more truth than factual accuracy, although Parker oversees all of the King's concert engagements. From St. Paul, where he was advancing the show, the Colonel's reaction was instantaneous. The Banner's story was a complete fabrication, the Colonel declared to the rival Nashville Tennessean. I'm here, I'm working with Elvis, I'm in good health, and I don't have any debts, at least none that I can't pay. Joe weighed in from Duluth in support of Colonel, labeling the story a bunch of lies. How do you sell a handshake to begin with? That's just stupid. Elvis and the Colonel have a written agreement, and they have no plans to break it. He went on to describe a cordial relationship between the two longtime associates, and pointed out some other factual inaccuracies, but it was apparent to anyone who knew anything about the recent history of their tangled relationship that the story was, in essence, true. Too many people had heard Colonel complaining that Elvis was more trouble than he was worth, that he was intractable and could no longer be effectively managed. And too many people were aware, as Elvis's Los Angeles lawyer Ed Hookstratton was inclined to put it, that Colonel was servicing a problem of his own. Elvis had no doubt about the story in any case. He knew in his bones it was true. And while the consortium of West Coast businessmen who were supposed to be buying his contract never surfaced, driven off presumably by the glare of publicity, Elvis had never felt more betrayed or more alone. 3 days later, while they were in Chicago, Mike McMahon filed suit against him in Memphis Circuit Court for reneging on his contractual obligations to Presley Center Courts, giving him one more lawsuit to worry about and one additional piece of fodder for the tabloids to ridicule him with. The previous month alone, The Star, in what seemed like a thinly veiled taste of things to come, had run a front-page story by Steve Dunleavy, Red and Sonny's collaborator, that was headlined, Elvis, 42, fears he's losing his sex appeal, complete with a touched-up, haunted, and bizarre-looking photograph that certainly made the fear look justified. The story itself covered everything from the abortive Nashville session to Elvis's problems with ginger, to diet, depression, and the kind of sexual infantilism not rare at all in people that age, a behavioral psychologist pointed out, that drove Elvis to strive to maintain his relationship with younger girls. Then, on April 26th, the National Enquirer repeated many of the same accusations under the headline, Elvis's Bizarre Behavior and Secret Facelift, with a picture even more grotesque than the Star's. Here, Mike McMahon was given a forum to deride his erstwhile partner, and Priscilla was quoted as saying that the presence of Elvis's mother is still very much felt, to bolster the Enquirer's case that Elvis believed Graceland to be haunted. So very sad, the article concluded, quoting a friend. On May 6th, 3 days after the conclusion of the tour, he shot out a bedroom window and had to be sedated. To Joe Smith, his behavior was becoming more and more that of someone incapable of making his own decisions, but at the same time, she felt a wave of protectiveness for him, a kind of closeness she had never felt in all the years that she had regarded Elvis's hold over Billy as a threat to her marriage. We had to take care of him and cater to him like a small child. I did things I never thought I'd do, like when it came time for him to go to sleep, he liked to be put to bed, and he liked to be told good night, the whole send-off. I had to talk baby talk to him, too. One time I'd started into the kitchen, and Elvis called to me and said, "Come in here and sit with us." So I went to his room, and he was in bed with a girl, sitting up. We talked for a while, and I got ready to go. He said to me, "Tell her all about the lamps." So I started telling her about these lamps that he had bought to go in my trailer. And he was almost asleep. He nodded off, so I started to get up, and he revived and said, "And tell her about the..." and named something else. Before I got out of there, he said, "Tell her that I have to get this medication because I'm getting ready for a tour." He said, "I've got to get my rest." He had this scratch on his hand, and he held it up and said, "This has to heal, and I need all my bodily fluids for it to get better." I said, "That's exactly right," because I thought I could leave. But every time he'd almost go to sleep, and I'd get up and start to go out, he'd grab me and say, "Wait, tell her about the..." So I told about and told about and told about. Finally, he fell asleep. The next tour started in Knoxville on May 20th, 16 days after the conclusion of the last. There was no longer any pretense of keeping up appearances. The idea was simply to get Elvis out on stage and keep him upright for the hour he was scheduled to perform. He was pale, swollen, he had no stamina, observed a Knoxville physician, who was shocked by his backstage glimpse of a man who appeared barely able to function. In Louisville, according to Larry Geller's account, Dr. Nick was forced to revive him once again, and in Landover, Maryland, Elvis left the stage for Nature's Call, tossed 2 microphones to the floor, and, according to the Washington Star reviewer, just refused to turn it on, prompting the question for the reviewer as to whether or not he still could. Ginger left the tour in Binghamton, New York, after Elvis laid down an ultimatum that she would have to choose between him and her family once and for all. Elvis could barely contain himself, ranting and raving at the top of his lungs so that everyone else on the hotel floor could hear him from their rooms. Finally, he got Larry to call Kathy, because he couldn't bear to be alone. She had just gotten in from a date, but agreed without hesitation to spend the night with him. He talked to her about Ginger. He was no longer sure they belonged together, he told her. There were just too many differences between them. She listened and held his hand until he finally fell asleep. Over the next few nights, he brought up things they had talked about often in the past, but now they took on a different tinge. He spoke to her about his mother. He talked about his pain. He spoke of his place in history. "How will they remember me?" he asked over and over again. "They're not going to remember me. I've never done anything lasting. I've never done a classic film." But then his mood would change. His mission in life, he said, was to make people happy with music, and I'll never stop until the day I die. In Baltimore, on May 29th, he had to leave the stage again in the middle of the show, calling on Kathy and Cheryl Nielsen to carry on in the face of the crowd's growing restlessness until he came back 30 minutes later. He was weak, tired, paunchy, and pained, according to the Variety reporter who was present, and a building spokesman was left to attribute his murmuring, swearing, and unscheduled hiatus to the reported intestinal problem that had KO'd Presley from an earlier tour. When he returned to the stage, he came on like gangbusters, according to the same report, repeatedly thanking the audience for hanging with him and explaining that he had twisted his ankle and was forced to answer a call of nature, and you don't fool around with nature. Later he declared, "There's nothing wrong with my health." But at the finale, there was no ovation, and patrons exited shaking their heads and speculating on what was wrong with him. Somehow they got through the rest of the tour. They were in Macon on June 1st, when the CBS concert special that the Colonel had put together was announced. It was scheduled to be shot at the beginning of the next tour, less than 3 weeks away, and called for a $750,000 fee to be split 50-50 between Elvis and the Colonel, after $10,000 had been assigned to all-star shows for promotional expenses, with ownership to be shared by the two principals after a single repeat showing. This was the first time the Colonel had actually applied the full partnership agreement that Elvis had signed more than a year before, but he had kept careful records, and with this tour, for the first time, he stipulated that the 2/3, 1/3 division that continued to be observed represented a temporary settlement only, and that all accounts would be settled up, and all monies owed him under the terms of that January 1976 agreement would be repaid in full by the end of the year. The very fact that Colonel Parker could even contemplate a television special at this point took everyone by surprise. Even William Morris lawyer Roger Davis, who was in charge of contract negotiations, was taken aback, but Colonel simply shrugged and offered 3 variations of the same explanation to anyone raising so much as an eyebrow. Elvis needed a challenge and would not fail to rise to this one, he insisted. On the one hand, it was Elvis, not he, who wanted the show, he might say on another occasion. More convincingly, he conceded that he had asked for so much money, he never thought the network would go for it, and when they did, what choice did he have but to bring the deal to his client? His voice never lowered, his gaze never wavered, but for the first time that anyone could remember, he seemed to lack the conviction that would indicate he was either persuaded or amused by his own carny spiel. And the difference between tying a television shoot to shows in Omaha, Nebraska, and Rapid City, Iowa, and setting up a global event like Aloha from Hawaii was lost on no one, least of all the Colonel. But no one said anything, and Colonel, as always, pursued his own agenda without reference to outsiders' opinions. He was, no less than Elvis, utterly and irremediably alone. By the time they got back to Memphis, Red and Sonny's book, now titled Elvis, What Happened?, had started to appear in serialized form in England and Australia, and Elvis fans around the world were exchanging shocked telephone calls. The first 2 chapters are about him giving drugs to a girl and how he put a contract on Mike Stone, wrote Donna Lewis in her diary after a friend read her excerpts on the phone. What horrible lies! Elvis was almost as anguished, and yet he could still lapse from time to time into a state of denial that allowed him to believe the book itself might never come out. That may have been one of the reasons he refused to respond to feelers from Frank Sinatra's camp about doing something serious to stop publication, but Larry thought it had more to do with guilt. Part of him seemed to accept exposure as the punishment he deserved. On the other hand, sometimes he said to the guys that he felt like Jesus betrayed by his disciples. On June 4th, he rewarded Larry and Kathy with their own Lincoln Mark V's, burgundy and white. He was just showing them some of the features of their new cars when Charlie, who had been drinking heavily once again, started mouthing off about how the wrong people had been rewarded and he was going to get a Rolls-Royce of his own. Elvis stopped in mid-speech, and then, as Larry and everyone else watched, turned away as if he were going to ignore the remark and swung around and caught Charlie on the bridge of his nose with a backhand. Then, realizing what he'd done, Elvis ran up the steps and into Graceland, while Charlie stood there, stunned, with blood pouring down his face. Afterward, Elvis was clearly mortified, but he couldn't bring himself to apologize, sending Larry to make sure Charlie was all right. "He never hit me before," Charlie moaned as he lay on the floor of his room. "Why did he hit me? I love him. I know he loves me." But the most Larry could get out of Elvis was a promise to take it up with Charlie the next day. He tried to do something for George Klein, who had been indicted by a federal grand jury in February for fixing a radio ratings poll. Recalling the way he had practically just walked into President Nixon's office when no one else thought Nixon would even know who he was, he put in a call to President Jimmy Carter on June 13th, sure that Carter, a fellow Southerner whom he had met at a 1973 concert in Atlanta while Carter was still governor of Georgia, would intervene. When the president called back 24 hours later, he couldn't seem to make him understand what he was driving at, though. They spoke for about 10 minutes, with Carter getting the impression that Elvis was stoned and didn't know what he was saying, other than that he was asking the president to pardon a friend who had not yet been tried. According to Carter biographer Douglas Brinkley, the president attempted to ease Presley out of his paranoid delusions, calming his fears that he was being shadowed by sinister forces and that his friend was being framed. But when Elvis called back at 8:45 the following morning, Carter didn't take the call. They embarked on the 5th tour of the year just 2 days later. Ginger insisted on staying home to watch her sister Terry give up her crown as the reigning Miss Tennessee, but she rejoined him in Kansas City on the second night. Even with Ginger present, he seemed utterly exhausted. "In spite of what you may hear or you may read, we're here, and we're healthy, and we're doing what we enjoy doing," he announced to the crowd. But no one observing his pale, swollen appearance, the awkward, slow-motion manner in which he lurched about the stage, or his overall sense of confusion and self-doubt could have been taken in, no matter how much they might have wanted to believe his protestations. It was equally difficult for anyone on the show to believe they would be filming a television special the following day. More and more, the feeling grew that they had set out on a doomed voyage, captainless, rudderless, with no hope of turning back. End of side 18. To continue, change side selector switch and turn the cassette over. Side 19, Careless Love by Peter Guralnick, continuing on page 637. The performance in Omaha the next night, in front of the CBS cameras, exceeded everyone's worst fears. One has only to listen to the complete, undoctored audio recording of the show to understand the panic that seems to have overtaken Elvis. His voice is almost unrecognizable, a small, childlike instrument in which he talks more than sings most of the songs, casts about uncertainly for the melody and others, and is virtually unable to articulate or project. He gives the impression of a man crying out for help when he knows help will not come. And even after more than 20 years, it is almost unbearable to listen to or watch the obliteration not just of beauty, but of the memory of beauty, and in its place sheer stark terror. It was like he was saying, "Okay, here I am, I'm dying, fuck it," said Tom Hewlett, who up to the last minute was still hoping he might pull it off. "I've never seen a backstage area so sad." Strangely enough, he rallied 2 nights later in Rapid City, Iowa, on the second night of filming. "I know I was terrible," he said to producers Gary Smith and Dwight Hemian, as if the first show had been an accident that had happened to someone else. He would do better this time, he assured them, and indeed he did. He looked healthier, seemed to have lost a little weight, and sounded better, too. All that Gary Smith was hoping for at this point was to try to capture some of the excitement of the crowd, some of the belief that the fans still placed in Elvis, and this he was able to do. But he got something else as well, something he had not bargained on, and that would ultimately prove too raw for network broadcast. It came at the end of the show when Elvis sat down at the piano and, with Charlie holding a hand mic, launched into Unchained Melody, the Roy Hamilton number in which he so often seemed to invest every fiber of his being. Hunched over the piano, his face framed in a helmet of blue-black hair from which sweat sheets down over pale, swollen cheeks, Elvis looks like nothing so much as a creature out of a Hollywood monster film, and yet we are with him all the way as he struggles to achieve grace. It is a moment of what can only be described as grotesque transcendence, and when at the end he signals to Charlie, "I got it," and goes on to complete the song with no help from Charlie or Cheryl Nielsen or any of the other background singers who frequently sustained his notes now in the more difficult passages, the expression on his face, the little boy's sense of relief that he has actually pulled it off, is both entrancing and heartbreaking. And then it is back to the standard finale, the giving out of kisses and scarves, and the ritual departure that make up the carefully constructed facade he has built to wall himself off from everything but the approbation of the crowd. Dwight and Gary were kind to him, was Joe Gershio's conclusion, and still there was nothing really there. Just how desperate everyone was to believe otherwise, though, was made evident by a telephone conversation that took place between Myrna and Jerry Schilling right after the show. Jerry said, "How did it go?" And I said, "It really went great." He said, "Well, how did Elvis look?" I said, "He really looks good. He's lost a little weight." And afterwards, when I watched it when the show was broadcast in October, I just burst out crying. We were all wearing blinders. There were 5 dates still left to play. Ronnie Tutt left after the Des Moines concert, citing a family crisis, and Larry London was able to come in for the last 2 nights after Sweet Inspirations drummer Jerome "Stump" Monroe filled in for 1 show. In Madison, Wisconsin, Elvis was being driven from the airport to the hotel when he spotted 2 youths ganging up on an attendant at an all-night filling station. Over the protests of Ginger and his father, he leapt out of the limousine and struck a karate pose, offering to take the 2 bullies on. The fight broke up without any further blows being exchanged, as the 3 participants stood in stunned recognition of who was intervening. Presley did not leave until tempers were cool, reported one wire service account. He was willing to fight, said Thomas McCarthy, one of several police officers providing Presley with security. That's the bad part. Presley shook hands and posed for several pictures. He seemed amused by the whole episode as he got back into the limousine. In Cincinnati, he gave everyone another surprise when he grew irritated at the inadequacy of the hotel air conditioning system and, deciding to take matters into his own hands, set out to find another hotel, heading down the street in his DEA jogging suit with his security detail behind. He was an hour late to the show that night because of what he termed a technical hitch, but his performance was generally accounted to be a good one, and the show in Indianapolis the following night, the Colonel's 68th birthday, displayed an energy and a vitality that had been missing the entire tour. Perhaps it was because he had given up on hotels, flying home to Graceland after the Cincinnati show, and returning with a plane full of friends and relatives. Rhythm guitarist John Wilkinson thought he seemed nervous before he went on, but he did an 80-minute set, a third again as long as the average performance, and at the end, after strong versions of Bridge Over Troubled Water and Hurt, he brought his father out on stage, introduced various friends and relatives, and with the conclusion of the final number, put the mic down and walked back and forth, shaking hands, as if he really didn't want to leave. Precious Lord, take my hand. The days passed uneventfully, with little to distinguish one from another. It was a hot Memphis summer, but But this scarcely impinged on Elvis, who rarely ventured outside his air-conditioned room. There were to be no July 4th fireworks this year, and in fact the guys told him Ginger went out dancing to celebrate the holiday after saying she was leaving the house to go home. Elvis was still frustrated and angry at her inability to commit herself to the relationship. Didn't she understand he needed her? He said plaintively to Dr. Nick or his cousin Billy whenever he was feeling blue. But he grew more tolerant of what he came to see as a young girl's natural urges, and he continued to shower her with gifts, jewelry, clothing, a little Triumph sports car. He even offered to buy her family a house in Whitehaven so she could be closer to him, and when no suitable location could be found, promised to pay off the mortgage on their current home and put up the money for a swimming pool. There was no question that Mrs. Alden and the girls were all grateful. They seemed to look upon him as some kind of big brother who had struck it rich or something, but he wasn't sure it brought him any closer to Ginger, who still adamantly refused to move into Graceland full-time. It seemed, he said to Charlie, like he was living out the words of the old song. This thing with Ginger was beginning to feel more and more like a one-sided love affair. He saw scarcely anyone except for Charlie, Billy, and Joe Smith, and Dr. Nick. He tried to make Ginger jealous with other girls, but he had neither the energy nor the interest. Once in a while George Klein or some other friend from the old days might stop by, but he generally just watched them on the surveillance cameras and sent down word that he was tied up right now. Maybe they could come back later. He wasn't close to any of the new guys. Sam Thompson and Dick Grobb did a good professional job running the security. Al Strada had been around for a while, and he was a good little valet, but there was no one he could really talk to, and he had a growing mistrust of his stepbrothers, Ricky and David Stanley, who were responsible for much of his personal day-to-day business. He had done his best to educate them, to give them the advantage of his own experience, but Ricky was stoned most of the time, and David, he suspected, had more in common with Ginger than he did. They were always buzzing around together, and David was frequently covering up for her and taking her side. He didn't really know who to trust, so he just retreated to his room and his books and the medication that he needed to take his mind off the pain that never went away. All we did, Billy Smith recalled, was sit up in his room and talk. Sometimes the talk consisted of calling up memories of some of the crazy things they used to do. Sometimes it was little more than running through an old Monty Python routine. But mostly there was a grim obsessiveness that Billy had never experienced before, a paranoia about people, germs, past motivations, future events, that put Billy in mind on more than one occasion of Howard Hughes. Red and Sonny's book was the one subject Elvis always came back to. Sometimes he talked to Billy about having them killed. One time I said, "Look, they're not worth it. And anyway, you know it wouldn't change anything. It wouldn't even change how you feel about them. You know that deep down you really care about them, and that's what really gets you." And he broke down and cried. It wasn't just a few tears, he was sobbing. And I cried with him because I couldn't stand to see him in that kind of pain. But then he said, "God damn them, if they hurt my career, I will have them killed." Nighttime was the worst. He dreaded sleep, even as he dreaded that sleep would never come. Over and over he dreamt the same dream, a variation, in one form or another, of the nightmare that had haunted him ever since success first arrived unbidden at his door. The core of the dream never changed. All his money was gone, the fans had abandoned him, the colonel was gone, he was alone. What would the fans think when they read the book? He pressed Billy again and again. He started constructing elaborate defenses in case someone should yell something at him while he was on stage. At first he thought he'd just say that a lot of things had been written about him, good and bad, and that he was not a perfect person. Then he decided maybe he should concede that it was true he took certain medications, but that he needed them, and to prove it, he would introduce Dr. Nick on stage. Finally, he settled on a strategy of limited confession, which would conclude with the statement that, "After this tour, I'm going to take time to get myself straightened out." But only, he made clear to Billy, if the issue came up in a manner that he just couldn't sidestep, if the audience started booing and throwing things. Lisa arrived for a 2-week visit on July 31st. She was going to stay until just before he went out on tour again on August 16th. Elvis told everyone he was looking forward to the tour. He said to Dr. Nick he thought it was going to be the best one yet, but at the same time he did nothing to get ready for it. He rarely exercised. He never put together any of the new material. He continued to talk about introducing into the act, and he kept putting off the diet, that he claimed he was going to start in on any day, if only to silence some of those damn critics who couldn't talk about anything but his weight. He alternated between bouts of depression and moments of defiance. What was a 42-year-old man supposed to look like anyway? He'd like to see some of those critics do as well at his age. But he never stopped looking in the mirror. Ginger got her brother Mike's oldest child, Amber, who was a year older than Lisa, to come visit for much of Lisa's stay. She would take them shopping sometimes, and the two little girls seemed to play well together. Some mornings Lisa would wake up early and take her little golf cart with her name on the side and run it up and down the driveway. A lot of the time the girls would play with some of the kids from the trailers, or Ginger would take them for a swim. Elvis bought a pony for Lisa from his cousin Harold Lloyd and decided he wanted Grandma to see her on it. So on the spur of the moment one day he just led the pony in the front door, where it promptly made a mess on the carpet. At Ginger's urging, he arranged a special treat for the girls, renting out Libertyland after hours on the evening of August 7th. Libertyland was the former fairgrounds, now operating as a bicentennial theme park, as he once had night after night in the old days. He got cold feet at the last minute, telling Ginger he just didn't think he could make it, and when she insisted he had to, he had promised the girls. He told her he couldn't do anything about that now. He had already informed the park manager that their plans had changed and the employees had probably all gone home. "Why, Elvis," she said, drawing herself up to her full height to protest this arbitrary and unfair decision, "I thought you told me you could do anything." And he was forced to have George Klein call the manager and set it up all over again. They stayed until 6:30 in the morning, and the girls had a wonderful time, along with an accompanying party of 20. Even Elvis seemed to let himself go for once, riding the Pippin and the Little Dipper and the Dodgems, and loading up the trunk of the Stutz with stuffed animals as the sun was coming up. The first copies of Elvis What Happened had just started to arrive in the stores, and Elvis continued to feel alternating waves of rage and shame, but he tried to push it all to one side as he got ready for the tour, which was scheduled to start in Portland, Maine, and end in Memphis 12 days later. He spoke to his father with anticipation about going out again after almost 2 months off, and Vernon, pale and haggard from all the health problems he had endured over the last 2 years, his creased face set off now by a white wispy mustache, said he thought he just might join him this time, which perked Elvis up quite a bit. He started on the liquid protein diet prescribed by Dr. Nick a few days before they were scheduled to leave, and he began an intermittent exercise program, too, playing racquetball with Billy or riding his stationary bike for a few minutes each day. Billy and Joe thought they could detect a slight pickup in his mood and took some encouragement from it. On August 14th, the 19th anniversary of his mother's death, he had flowers delivered to her grave, just as he had at least once a week since the day she died. She was never far from his thoughts, but he remained in good enough spirits to go for a motorcycle ride, and when a new jumpsuit that he had ordered didn't fit, he remarked to his cousin, "Billy, I'm just too damned fat." He awoke at around 4 o'clock on the afternoon of August 15th and sent for Billy around 7. He thought maybe he'd like to see the new film about General MacArthur starring Gregory Peck. It wasn't supposed to be as good as Patton, but then he didn't know many movies that were. So he gave Ricky the job of trying to set up a screening and was disappointed when the theater couldn't come up with an available print. He and Billy watched TV for a while. Then he had Billy call Ginger to get her to come over for his 10:30 p.m. dentist's appointment with Dr. Hoffman. He still wasn't sure if Ginger was going to be flying out with him the following night, and he was upset about that. But mostly Billy thought he was on edge just like he got before any tour, which on balance was a good sign. He was even talking about going out to Vail again sometime soon so he could show Ginger the beauty of the country. Billy helped him on with his black DEA sweatsuit, and he pulled on a pair of black patent leather boots, which he was unable to zip up because his ankles were so swollen. Dr. Nick stopped by for a few minutes to check on how he was doing, and once Ginger arrived, he stuck a pair of 45s into the waistband of his sweatpants and headed down the back stairs with Ginger and Charlie and his cousin. Joe Esposito, just in from California, was sitting in the kitchen with some of the guys, but Billy told him that Elvis was in a hurry and didn't really need anything right now. He'd catch up with him later. Dr. Hoffman cleaned Elvis's teeth and filled a couple of small cavities, then at Elvis's instigation cleaned Ginger's teeth, too, and gave her mouth a thorough examination. Elvis invited the dentist to come out to the house with his wife one of these days to see his Ferrari, and Dr. Hoffman wondered if maybe he could hitch a ride out to California with Elvis on the Lisa Marie sometime so he could pay a quick visit to his daughter. They both had daughters out in California, Elvis said smilingly. Why didn't they surprise them by flying out for lunch one day at the conclusion of this tour? Elvis was in good spirits when he left. Neither of the teeth that Dr. Hoffman had worked on was bothering him, he said, but he made sure to get some codeine tablets, just in case one of them kicked up. It was almost 12:30 a.m. by the time they got back to the house, and Elvis went upstairs without seeing anyone. Note: the time is established by the time of the last fan photograph at 12:28 a.m., taken as the car drove in the gates. End of note. He called down to Joe about some last-minute tour details and conferred with Sam Thompson, too, about taking Lisa back to California on a late-afternoon commercial flight. Then Sam went home to catch a little sleep, and Joe returned to his room at Howard Johnson's, where Larry Geller, too, was staying in anticipation of their departure sometime later that day. Larry had told Elvis he would have some new books for him on the tour, and he was not surprised to be awakened by a call from Al Strada requesting that he bring the books over to the house so Elvis could take a look at them right away. Larry took care to place Frank O. Adams's Scientific Search for the Face of Jesus, an inquiry into the mystery of the Shroud of Turin, at the top of the pile. It was a subject he and Elvis had spoken of often, and he was sure Elvis would get a great deal out of the book. Elvis and Ginger, meanwhile, were having much the same argument they had at the start of any tour, with the same results. Elvis wanted her to fly out with him that night, and she said he knew she couldn't because she was having cramps, but she would join him before he even knew it. He was just being silly, she said. He'd probably just get sick of her if she stayed with him the entire time. Gradually he calmed down, and they even started talking about marriage once again. He thought Christmas or his birthday might be the right date. Maybe he would even announce it at the Memphis concert ending the tour. Around 2:15, Elvis called Dr. Nick to let him know that one of the teeth Dr. Hoffman had filled was bothering him, and he needed some Dilaudid. So Nick prescribed 6 tablets, and Elvis had Ricky Stanley pick up the prescription at Baptist Memorial's all-night pharmacy. Elvis called Billy a couple of hours later to see if he and Joe might like to play a little racquetball. Even though they had been asleep, Billy said sure, and he and Joe threw on some clothes and walked over to the house. It had been raining off and on all evening, and it started up again just as the 4 of them all walked out to the racquetball building under the covered walkway. Billy said he was sick of the rain. He just wished it would stop. "Ain't no problem," Elvis said good-humoredly. "I'll take care of it." And he held up his hands, and it did. "See, I told you," he declared with that twinkle that never let you know whether or not he was really serious. "If you've got a little faith, you can stop the rain." Ginger and Joe hit for a little while, and then the guys got out on the court, but Elvis tired rapidly, and soon the game degenerated into a game of dodgeball, with Elvis trying to hit Billy with every shot. Eventually, he hit himself on the shin with his own racket and quit. "Boy, that hurts," he said, lifting up his pants leg to reveal an ugly welt. "If it ain't bleedin'," said Billy, employing one of his cousin's favorite sayings, "it ain't hurtin'." And he and Joe burst out laughing as Elvis threw his racket at him. Afterward, Elvis sat at the piano in the lounge area of the racquetball building and fooled around with a few numbers, ending with Willie Nelson's elegiac "Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain." Back at the house, Billy helped Elvis wash and dry his hair, while Elvis idly glanced at the book on the Shroud of Turin that Larry had brought him. He talked about maybe taking Alicia Kerwin out on the first part of the tour, but he didn't give Billy any reason to think he was going to do anything about it. He spoke once again, too, of the plot he had hatched to kill Red and Sonny by luring them to Graceland on one pretext or another, but he didn't seem about to do anything about that either. This was going to be the best tour yet, he repeated, in what had become almost a mantra by now, and Billy left just before Ricky Stanley arrived with the first of 3 packets of prescription drugs, or attacks, that Dr. Nick left for Tish Henley to dispense each night. Each packet consisted of varying amounts of Seconal, Placidil, Valmid, Tuinol, Demerol, and an assortment of other depressants and placebos, which generally allowed Elvis to get several hours of sleep at a time. Elvis was still awake a couple of hours later when Ricky brought him his second attack, but when he called down for the third, Ricky had disappeared, even though he was supposed to be on duty till noon. Tish had already gone to work, so Elvis had his Aunt Delta call her at Dr. Nick's office, and after conferring with the doctor, Tish gave her husband instructions to bring Delta the 3rd packet, made up of 2 Valmids and a Placido placebo. When she arrived with the medication, Elvis informed his aunt that he was planning to get up at around 7 o'clock that evening. Not long afterward, he told Ginger that he was going into the bathroom to read. Ginger awoke around 1:30 p.m., rolled over, went back to sleep for a few minutes, then called her mother. "How was Elvis?" her mother asked, and Ginger said she didn't know. He had never come back to bed. Maybe she had better go check on him. She washed and put on her makeup in her own bathroom, then knocked on Elvis's bathroom door. When there was no answer, she pushed on it and discovered him lying on the floor, his gold pajama bottoms down around his ankles, his face buried in a pool of vomit on the thick shag carpet. In a daze, she called downstairs and asked to speak to someone on duty, and the maid put Al Strada on the line. She thought there was something wrong, she told him. He had better come quick. Al was bending over Elvis when Joe came bounding up the stairs, and together the 2 men managed to turn the body over, and Joe tried to breathe some life into him. It seemed for a moment as if time were suspended, but then everything started happening all at once as the bedroom quickly filled with people, and Vernon arrived on Patsy Presley's arm, his face a mask of fear as he cried out, "Oh God, son, please don't go, please don't die." Joe worked desperately on the body, but there was little doubt in his or anyone else's mind that Elvis was gone. His face was swollen and purplish, the tongue was discolored and sticking out of his mouth, the eyeballs blood red. Lisa arrived in the midst of it all. "What's wrong with my daddy?" she demanded as Ginger closed the bathroom door. "Something's wrong with my daddy, and I'm going to find out," the little girl declared defiantly, and someone quickly locked the other bathroom door as Lisa ran around to try to get in. People were wailing and screaming when the 2 firemen EMTs arrived with an ambulance from engine house number 29 in Whitehaven, just minutes from Graceland. The ambulance attendants witnessed what they later described as something like a scene of carnage, with up to a dozen people surrounding the almost unrecognizable body and begging them to do something. Wasn't there anything they could do? A man in gold-rimmed designer sunglasses with a football jersey that said Hawaii 75, whom they later learned to be Al Strada, said he thought Elvis had overdosed, the same thing they had been told at the gate before they learned who the victim was. There were no vital signs, and there seemed little doubt of the outcome as they loaded the body onto a stretcher and with help from Al and Joe and Charlie carried it out the front door to the waiting ambulance. Vernon tried in vain to join them, but was gently restrained. "I'm coming, son," he called out desperately. "I'll be there." Dr. Nick showed up in his green Mercedes just as they were coming down the drive. He was in such a frenzy that he drove into the gate, then leapt out of his car and joined Joe and Charlie in the back of the ambulance. "Breathe, Elvis, come on, breathe for me," he kept calling as he frantically worked on the body the whole 7-minute ride to Baptist Memorial Hospital. He had a look of shock on his face, the ambulance attendants noted, almost as if he found it difficult to believe that Elvis Presley could ever die. They arrived at the hospital at 2:55 p.m., 22 minutes after the initial call. Trauma room number 1 had been prepared, and a team of doctors and resuscitation experts was standing by, but there was little to be done, and finally they stopped by mutual consent. It was 3:30 p.m. Note: it should be noted that the time of death has been variously given as 3:30 and 3:40. This is the time given in the post-mortem report. End of note. Joe and Charlie and some of the other guys, who had come over on their own, were all waiting in trauma room number 2 when Dr. Nick walked through the door. "It's all over. He's gone," said the physician, though his look alone would have been enough to tell them, and everyone started to cry. Charlie stumbled toward the door as if he needed to escape, but Joe stopped him. They had to be composed, Joe said through his own tears, before they went out and faced the world. Joe and Dr. Nick both had immediate business to take care of. Joe asked Hospital Administrator Maurice Elliott if he could use his office, and with the door closed, called the Colonel in Portland. Colonel's reaction was impossible to read. There was a moment of what Joe could only interpret as stunned silence. Then the old man started to enumerate all the things they would have to do, starting with canceling the tour. Joe was scarcely surprised as he ran down the list. In the 17 years of their association, he had never known Colonel to linger on death. There was no time for nostalgia in the Colonel's world. When old associates died, they were scarcely spoken of again. The Colonel just moved on. After promising to call back as soon as he reached the house, Joe tried Priscilla next. She received the news with much the same mixture of shock and recognition that he might have expected. How was Lisa doing? She asked through her tears, and he tried to reassure her that Lisa would be all right. Dr. Nick, meanwhile, had elicited a promise from Maurice Elliott that the death would not be announced until Nick was able to inform Vernon Presley personally. Elliott said he didn't know how long he could hold off the reporters, who were already starting to gather at the hospital as word got out that Elvis had been brought in with severe respiratory distress. But Nick hitched a ride back to Graceland with the ambulance attendants, whom he feared he might need when Vernon heard the news. He was carrying an autopsy consent form for Vernon to sign, something he and Maurice Elliott had determined would keep the state coroner's office from becoming involved and prevent the autopsy results from becoming public without the family's agreement. Joe would stay at the hospital to make the announcement as soon as Nick called to let them know that Vernon had been informed. Lisa was crying when Dr. Nick walked in, and Vernon froze when he saw the bag full of Elvis's personal effects in the doctor's hand. "Oh, no, no, no," he cried. "He's gone." Nick walked up to Vernon and nodded. "I'm sorry," he said, as the bereft father's wails could be heard throughout the house. "What am I going to do?" Vernon cried, as the two emergency medical technicians stood by. "Everything is gone." The room, as one of the EMTs, Ulysses S. Jones, Jr., described it, was filled with hysteria. People were running all over the place, crying and screaming and moaning. Vernon was shaking and trembling. He couldn't sit still. The doctor took him into the kitchen. Lisa was running all over the house and crying, "My daddy is gone." Ginger was walking around in a daze, but she finally calmed Lisa Marie down and gently took her into another room and closed the door. Nick, in the meantime, called the hospital and told Maurice Elliott they could go ahead and inform the press. Joe, as it turned out, wasn't able to carry out the task. When he tried to address the assembled reporters, he got choked up every time he started to speak, and Charlie was no better, so it was left to Maurice Elliott, the hospital administrator who had come to know Elvis over the years, to make the announcement. There were all sorts of TV cameras and radio microphones, and the room was just packed with people, and all of a sudden I was struck with the thought that, good gosh, here I am in front of the world, and I am going to have to announce Elvis Presley's death. There were fans already gathered outside the gates by the time that Joe and Charlie returned to Graceland, courtesy of a lift from the police. At the direction of Elvis's security force, there had already been a complete cleanup in the bedroom, with the bed stripped and remade, the bathroom scoured, and everything put back in place as if no untoward incident had ever occurred. When Shelby County Medical Investigator Dan Warlick arrived not long afterward, accompanied by Police Lieutenant Sam McCackern and Assistant District Attorney Jerry Stauffer, the first person he saw inside the house was Vernon Presley, speaking calmly to someone on the phone. Before Warlick could fully register what was happening, Vernon's voice took on a tone of almost unimaginable desolation as he announced to the party on the other end, "My baby is dead. They've taken him. He's gone. My baby is dead," and burst into uncontrollable tears. Sam Thompson took the medical investigator upstairs, and after unlocking the doors to Elvis's bedroom suite, showed Warlick and his party into Elvis's study. Scattered on couches, forming a complete perimeter of the room, was an assortment of teddy bears, wrote investigative reporters Charles C. Thompson II and James P. Cole in their authoritative study, The Death of Elvis. They were everywhere, facing obediently toward an oversized desk with a placard reading, "Elvis Presley, the Boss." The walls were covered with leather or naugahyde. The room blended a childish air with hard reality, beginning with the largest animal and ending with the empty syringe Warlick noticed in front of the placard. Warlick walked past the desk and out of the office den and into the bedroom. On the far wall, he spotted 2 or 3 television sets perched on a deep bookcase and staring at an angle toward the biggest king-size bed that Warlick had ever seen. On top of the case, he found a second syringe, empty just like the first. Warlick immediately ordered the death scene to be secured, but he was aware of the futility of the gesture even before entering the bathroom, where he noted a carpet that was deep red, a yellowish throw rug lying in front of the black toilet, and yet another television set placed in view of the commode. 2 telephones and what looked like an intercom were mounted next to the toilet paper dispenser, wrote Thompson and Cole in vivid summary of Warlick's later testimony. Comfortable armchairs were stationed around the bathroom. Dominating the room was a circular shower about 7 feet in diameter. A cushy vinyl chair rested in the middle of the shower. To the right of the doorway was a 12-foot-long light marble counter with a built-in purple sink. A mirror rimmed with oversized light bulbs ran along the wall at counter length. Stepping to the counter, Warlick inspected a black bag. It was like a doctor's bag with a big flap folding down to a latch in front. Inside was a complement of tiny black plastic drawers. All of them were empty. So was the medicine cabinet, nor was there any evidence of even the most common household remedies in the bedroom. For Warlick, it was a first in his 4 years as an investigator to discover a total absence of medications, prescription or non-prescription, in the home of anyone but the most fervent Christian Scientist. The story that he got from the various interviews that he conducted that afternoon was sanitized, too. The only thing that appeared to have been missed, aside from the empty syringes, was the book that Elvis had in the bathroom with him when he died, a study of sex and psychic energy that correlated sexual positions with astrological signs. Warlick found a stain on the bathroom carpeting, too, that seemed to indicate where Elvis had thrown up after being stricken, apparently while seated on the toilet. It looked to the medical investigator as if he had stumbled or crawled several feet before he died. By the time that Warlick got back to the hospital just before 7 o'clock, the autopsy was about to begin. Although he had no formal role in the proceedings, Dr. Nick's presence as an observer underscored the fact that this death from unknown circumstances and possibly even unnatural causes would almost certainly be examined as a private, not a public matter, despite continuing agitation from the Attorney General's office to move Elvis's body to the city hospital across the street, where the coroner would operate under official state auspices. Instead, armed with the consent form obtained from Vernon, 9 pathologists from Baptist conducted the examination in full knowledge that the world was watching, but that the results would be released to Elvis's father alone. Our pathologists were concerned, with somebody of Elvis's fame, that the controversies that developed with President Kennedy's autopsy not develop here, said Maurice Elliott. They wanted to be sure that the hospital wasn't embarrassed. At the same time, they were intensely aware of the time constraints involved, and in fact they were scarcely done with the preliminary stages of the process when Shelby County Medical Examiner Jerry Francisco and Dr. Eric Muirhead, the hospital's chief of pathology, left with 5 of the hospital doctors and Dr. Nick to address an 8 o'clock press conference that Dr. Francisco had called. There, Francisco announced the results of the autopsy, even as the autopsy was still going on. Death, he said, was due to cardiac arrhythmia due to undetermined heartbeat. Muirhead, wrote Thompson and Cole in their book, was noticeably embarrassed. He winced as Jerry Francisco ran roughshod over the physical evidence with a lot of cardiological double talk, but he didn't contradict the medical examiner. I wish I had spoken up, Muirhead told his colleagues later. But there were, in fact, at that time, no results to report. The autopsy proper went on for another couple of hours. Specimens were collected and carefully preserved, the internal organs were examined, and the heart found to be enlarged. A significant amount of coronary atherosclerosis was observed, the liver showed considerable damage, and the large intestine was clogged with fecal matter, indicating a painful and long-standing bowel condition. The bowel condition alone would have strongly suggested to the doctors what by now they had every reason to suspect from Elvis's hospital history, the observed liver damage, and abundant anecdotal evidence that drug use was heavily implicated in this unanticipated death of a middle-aged man with no known history of heart disease who had been mobile and functional within 8 hours of his death. It was certainly possible that he had been taken while straining at stool, and no one ruled out the possibility of anaphylactic shock brought on by the codeine pills he had gotten from his dentist, to which he was known to have had a mild allergy of long standing. The pathologists, however, were satisfied to wait for the lab results, which they were confident would overrule Dr. Francisco's precipitate and somewhat meaningless announcement, as indeed they eventually did. There was little disagreement, in fact, between the 2 principal laboratory reports and analyses filed 2 months later, with each stating a strong belief that the primary cause of death was polypharmacy, and the Bioscience Laboratory's report, initially filed under the patient name of Ethel Moore, indicating the detection of 14 drugs in Elvis's system, 10 in significant quantity. Codeine appeared at 10 times the therapeutic level, methaqualone, Quaalude, in an arguably toxic amount. 3 other drugs appeared to be on the borderline of toxicity taken in and of themselves, and the combined effect of the central nervous system depressants and the codeine had to be given heavy consideration. Almost inexplicably, Dr. Francisco and the medical examiner's office would stick to their original diagnosis, and the debate over Elvis's death would rage for over 20 years, through lawsuits and legislative actions, medical disbarment and reinstatement, and attempts at blame, denial, and reconsideration too numerous to mention. And yet, all one has to do is look at Elvis's life, the accelerating dependence on medications available to him in almost unimaginable quantities, the willing enlistment of doctors who seemed never to give a thought to the dangers or likely consequences of what they were prescribing, and the incontrovertible evidence of the medical problems stemming primarily from the use of drugs that Elvis experienced over his last 4 years, to understand the causes of his death. Joe was in charge of the funeral arrangements, but Vernon made clear his preference on every one of the significant details. The original plan was to conduct the service at the Memphis Funeral Home, where Gladys Presley's obsequies had been held, but Vernon insisted this time that the ceremony be at home, just as he and Elvis had wanted for Elvis's mother. He wouldn't budge in his determination to give the fans a chance to see the body either. They had remained loyal to Elvis throughout his career, and Elvis had always said that without them he would have been nothing. With these and various other considerations in mind, Joe sent the Lisa Marie out to California to pick up Priscilla, Jerry Schilling, Joe's present girlfriend Shirley Dew, and former wife Joni, and Priscilla's immediate family. He helped with travel arrangements for Linda Thompson and Ed Parker, and a number of others too, whom Priscilla had indicated she did not want on the plane, but for the most part he tried to discourage people from coming. It was just going to be too much of a zoo. Vernon wanted a copper casket similar to the one in which they had buried Gladys, and funeral director Bob Kendall was able to find one in Oklahoma City, while somehow managing to locate 17 white Cadillac limousines for the funeral cortege, though there were only 3 in town. Elvis was to be buried in a white suit that his father had given him, and Vernon asked Charlie and Larry to do his hair so he would look good for the fans. South Central Bell requested that all Memphians restrict themselves to emergency calls because the circuits were so overloaded, and local florists were flooded with orders, over 3,000 in all, requiring them to go far afield to meet the demand. At approximately 1 a.m., Vernon called the Reverend C.W. Bradley, minister of the Wooddale Church of Christ, which Vernon's estranged wife Dee had attended. Vernon scarcely knew Bradley. He was not much of a formal churchgoer himself, and Elvis had only met the minister on the occasion of one of his uncle's funerals. But Reverend Bradley was fully understanding of all the reasons why Mr. Presley would want his boy to have a proper ceremony. He said, "Brother Bradley, will you be willing to do this funeral for my son?" I told him of course I would be willing. He then said, "Now I know you don't have mechanical music at your church, and we're going to have an organ at the funeral. Will that bother you?" Bradley told him that it would not, and we began to discuss the type of service that he wanted. There would of course be music, Vernon said, the kind of good old-fashioned quartet singing that Elvis had loved ever since he was a little boy. J.D. Sumner and the Stamps, the Statesmen, Jake Hess, and James Blackwood had all agreed to perform, and he hoped Reverend Bradley wouldn't mind, but televangelist Rex Humbard, from whom Elvis had sought counsel in Las Vegas the previous December, had asked to say a few words too. The Reverend Bradley freely assented to all of these arrangements, and when Priscilla arrived with her party not long afterward, it was the occasion for more tearful reminiscences, in the midst of which Joe found an opportunity to give Priscilla back the private Polaroids and videotapes Elvis had kept of her all these years. It was 3 in the morning before anyone got to sleep, but the number of fans outside the gates continued to grow, and 30 hardy souls camped out all night on the sidewalk outside the Memphis Funeral Home. Larry and Charlie reported to the funeral home in accordance with Vernon's request early the next morning. Charlie trimmed and colored the sideburns, while Larry cut and styled Elvis's hair, and then they consulted on the makeup job. Joe saw to it that all the furniture was removed from the living room before the casket arrived in a single white hearse, preceded by a motorcycle escort, shortly before noon. The crowd out front, which had grown to an estimated 50,000 by now, clamored for a glimpse as the copper casket was carried up the steps and in the front door. Meanwhile, a number of fans had climbed trees on the grounds of Graceland Christian Church next door, and limbs could be heard snapping as they struggled to get a better view. The coffin was placed in the archway between the living room and the music room on the far south end of the house, and family and close friends were given a chance to pay their respects before the public viewing that was to take place at mid-afternoon. Vernon's knees buckled, and Grandma almost collapsed, but the Colonel, who had arrived from Portland early that morning, resolutely rejected any opportunity to view the body. So far as anyone could remember, Colonel had never attended a funeral before, though no one could recall his ever articulating his thoughts on the subject either. He didn't really have to. No one could miss the intensity of his colloquies with Vernon in the kitchen, as he buttonholed the grieving father and tried to impress upon him the seriousness of the situation they were in, the need, right now, even in the midst of mourning, to firmly fix their minds upon the future. It was almost like when Elvis was in Germany, he said. The vultures were just waiting to swoop down on them and take over. Already there were probably half a dozen manufacturers thinking they could just move right in and capitalize on an opportunity for name and product exploitation that rightfully belonged to Vernon and little Lisa Marie alone. Vernon nodded as Colonel emphasized that there was no time to lose. They had to circle the wagons right away. To wait even a few days could be fatal. Vernon's gaunt, handsome face reflected a sorrow almost beyond expression. It was hard to tell how much he was able to take in, as he assented almost mutely to the Colonel's every argument. Things would continue just like they always had, he agreed. Everything would remain exactly the same. He knew the Colonel had their interests at heart. For the viewing, scheduled to last from 3 to 5 o'clock, the body was moved to the foyer, underneath a crystal chandelier just inside the door. White linen was laid out on the floor underneath the casket, and outside the lawn was a sea of flowers. Wire reports described the scene as verging on mass hysteria, as, 4 at a time, fans filed by the stone lions guarding the door, past the casket, and back out the door into the 90-degree heat. Several mourners fainted on the marble floor and had to be carried out. A quarter-mile away, down a driveway with a sheriff's deputy every few yards, a throng stretching a mile on either side pushed and shoved to be next through the gates. Hundreds fainted in the heat. Many, revived with rubber gloves filled with ice, staggered back into the crowd and fainted again. Radios blared Presley's greatest hits as 3 police helicopters hovered over the mansion. 30 National Guardsmen were called out to help the 80 policemen and 40 sheriff's deputies try to control the crowd. There were bodyguards on the 3 exposed sides of the coffin, and Vernon hovered watchfully, as if to protect his son from ever-present dangers. He was no more able to protect him from betrayal in death than in life, though, as one of the cousins got a shot of Elvis in his coffin with a Minox provided by the National Enquirer, which Vernon would discover only when the tabloid ran the picture on the cover of its next issue. In the photograph, Elvis looks pale and waxy, but he is still surprisingly handsome, composed and at rest, in a way that seemed almost foreign to those who remembered a man rarely at rest. Dedicated diarist Donna Lewis expressed the feeling of many of the fans when she wrote in her journal that Elvis didn't look like himself at all. He looked awful. It hurt deep. At 5 o'clock, Vernon was persuaded by the mass of people still waiting outside the gates to allow the viewing to continue for another hour and a half. It had begun to rain lightly, but the crowd was not about to disperse and continued to file slowly forward until at last, at the appointed time, the order was given to shut the gate. It seemed touch and go for a while, reported Chet Flippo in Rolling Stone, as the approximately 10,000 people still standing outside surged at the gates amid boos and tears and sobs. But Elvis Presley fans had always been well-behaved around their idol. Even as the world scoffed, their loyalty had never been in doubt, and so it remained now. Amid expressed fears of a riot, a dozen policemen were finally able to close the gates, and after about 30 minutes, the crowd slowly began to walk away. The rock wall facing on Elvis Presley Boulevard was low enough to jump over, Flippo wrote, but no one tried. After the viewing, the coffin was moved back into the living room, where the service was scheduled to take place the next day, and the evening was given over to a kind of private wake. Soul singer James Brown requested and got some time alone with the body, but otherwise there was a notable absence of celebrities, which was very much in keeping with the kind of ceremony that Vernon had envisioned. Charlie seemed almost in a daze. Joe tried to keep an eye on the relatives at all times, and the Colonel was uncharacteristically silent, as Vernon returned to the living room over and over again to pat his son on the head. It was after 10 when word came up that 19-year-old Caroline Kennedy was waiting at the gate, and she was proudly escorted to the front door. Vernon couldn't get over that the slain president's daughter would come in the middle of the night to pay her respects, until he was quietly informed that she was working as a summer intern for a New York newspaper and had been interviewing people out on the street. Elvis's Uncle Vester, Aunt Delta, and Aunt Nash, and his 82-year-old grandmother were all staring at a 10 o'clock news show about the day's events, he reported in a story that was eventually published in Rolling Stone, sketching in poignant portraits of the few moments that she was able to observe before being quietly asked to leave. Then, at Priscilla's request, Sam Thompson suggested that everyone go home so the family could get some sleep, and he remained alone with the body all night until Dick Grobb relieved him early the next morning. Thousands of fans still lingered outside the gates, and 2 were killed instantly when a 1963 white Ford, driven by an 18-year-old man with what his mother described as mental problems, plowed into a group gathered in the closed-off center lane of the highway at a speed of 40 miles an hour. At 9 o'clock that morning, 100 vans began to carry the flowers to the cemetery, a task that took nearly 4 hours to complete and looked for a while as if it might not be done before the interment began. At noon, guests started to arrive for the 2 o'clock service. The singers had all met in Charlie's room earlier to confer about their parts. At Priscilla's urging, Kathy was going to sing Heavenly Father, which she always performed on the show to Elvis's rapt attention, with Statesman founder Hobie Lister accompanying her on piano. James Blackwood, who had sung at Gladys Presley's funeral and known Elvis ever since he was a Blackwood Brothers teenage fan, would deliver Elvis's signature piece, How Great Thou Art, with orchestra leader Joe Gershio symbolically conducting. Jake Hess, former lead singer for the Statesman, and one of the singers Elvis had most admired throughout his life, was present, too, to recreate Known Only to Him, one of the many songs for which he was famous that Elvis had recorded in explicit homage to his idol. Finally, J.D. Sumner and the Stamps would contribute the majority of the program with a selection of hymns, for the most part taken from songs they had performed on the show. Linda wore lavender, and Kathy came dressed in white, because that was how each felt Elvis would have wanted her to look. Nearly everyone else arrived garbed in one form or another of funereal black. Only the Colonel stood out, in characteristically adamant exception. You never wore a tie for him when he was alive, he admonished promoter Tom Hewlett as they were about to leave their hotel, and made him go back and take it off. He himself was attired in his customary baseball cap, seersucker pants, and a blue short-sleeved shirt, fiercely unrepentant for any offense he might give. The 200 invited guests quietly filed into the living room and waited for the service to begin. Tennessee Governor Ray Blanton and Chet Atkins had arrived from Nashville. Anne Margaret and her husband Roger Smith had flown in from Las Vegas with Dr. Ghanem, and there was a substantial representation of the Colonel's associates and RCA executives, but mostly it was just family and friends filling up the wooden folding chairs and spilling over into the hallway, where the Colonel remained leaning up against a wall, peering in at the ceremony from time to time. The service began with the playing of Danny Boy on the organ. It was scheduled to take no more than half an hour, but with Rex Humbard's guest sermon, all of the musical selections, plus a eulogy that comedian Jackie Kahane had asked Vernon if he could deliver, it was clear from the start that the ceremony would run considerably over time. Humbard spoke of his meeting with Elvis in Las Vegas and how he had gotten down on his knees and prayed with him. Jackie Kahane, who had conceived of the idea for an informal tribute only when he realized no one else in the group was going to give one, delivered a brief but graceful speech touching on the sense of family that had grown up among them all and the generous and quirky spirit who had been their leader. When Kathy sang Heavenly Father, with Hobie Lister accompanying her in a manner that bore little resemblance to the way Glenn D. or David Briggs had played it on the show, she imagined she could hear Elvis saying laughingly, "That's not the way we arranged it." The main sermon by Reverend Bradley stressed the inspiring example that Elvis had provided of the potential of one human being who has strong desire and unfailing determination. It spoke of Elvis's fundamental decency and how, in a society that has talked so much about the generation gap, the closeness of Elvis and his father was heartwarming to observe. But Elvis, Reverend Bradley acknowledged, was a frail human being too, and he would be the first to admit his weaknesses. Perhaps because of his rapid rise to fame and fortune, he was thrown into temptations that some never experience. Elvis would not want anyone to think that he had no flaws or faults. But now that he's gone, I find it more helpful to remember his good qualities, and I hope you do too. Vernon's racking sobs could be heard throughout the ceremony, and afterward the mourners filed up one by one to say a final goodbye. Anne Margaret tried to console Vernon, but instead they both started to cry. Then the 9 pallbearers, Joe and Charlie, Felton, Lamar, Jerry Schilling and George Klein, Elvis's cousins Billy and Gene Smith, and Dr. Nick, bore the coffin out the door. Just as they did, a limb on one of the big oak trees out in front snapped and fell, barely missing the funeral party, but Lamar didn't miss a beat. "We knew you'd be back," he wisecracked, "just not this soon." They made the 3.5-mile journey to the cemetery in a cortege made up of 49 cars, led by a silver Cadillac, a police motorcycle escort, a white hearse, and Vernon in the first of the 17 white limousines. Both sides of the road were lined with a crowd estimated at 15,000 to 20,000, and Joe saw Cliff Gleaves standing mournfully among them as the hearse drove by. Evidently no one at the gate had known to let him in. Once they arrived at the cemetery, the pallbearers carried the rose-petal-strewn coffin past a massive bank of floral arrangements, hound dogs, crowns, and broken hearts, guitars, and simple sprigs of red and yellow roses, all offered in humble tribute, up the steps of a stark gray mausoleum just a few hundred feet from Gladys Presley's grave. With the roses that had covered the coffin scattered on the mausoleum floor, the Reverend Bradley conducted a brief 5-minute ceremony in the mausoleum chapel, and then the family filed into the crypt, one by one, to touch or kiss the casket. Vernon remained alone with his son for a few moments after everyone else had left, and had to be supported when he emerged from the building. Then the mausoleum was cleared, the commercial appeal reported, and 5 workmen entered the room with a wheelbarrow full of sand, a 5-gallon bucket of water, some cement, and a box of tools. They sealed the crypt with a double slab of concrete, then applied an exterior marble facing which would be inscribed later. Even before the workmen had completed the entombment, people began entering the cemetery from the rear and pressing themselves against the heavy steel doors of the mausoleum. Meanwhile, everyone returned to Graceland for a Southern supper, and later that evening Vernon directed that all the flowers be given away to the fans, who were gathered by the thousands at the cemetery at 8:25 a.m. the following morning when the gates were opened. By noon, more than 50,000 of them had showed up, and every last spray and blossom was gone. Over the next couple of weeks, the Colonel worked out the details of his new marketing plan with a man named Harry the Bear Geisler, whose company, Factors Incorporated, had just completed a highly successful Farrah Fawcett Majors merchandising campaign. Vernon gave his formal approval to the continuation of Elvis's arrangement with the Colonel on August 23rd, one day before he was recognized by the court as official executor of the estate. The contract that he signed was the same in virtually every respect as the one Elvis had agreed to with the Colonel the previous year. It established Boxcar Enterprises, the Colonel's most recent corporate identity, as a kind of middleman for all merchandising rights, with 50% of all Boxcar income to be dispersed equally between Colonel and the Elvis Presley estate, the remainder retained as a reserve for all expenses, including substantial salaries and bonuses paid out at the Colonel's discretion, with anything left over, which to date had come to nothing, to be divided 56% to Colonel and the remainder to the estate and Colonel's longtime associate Tom Diskin. Vernon signed the agreement with no evident qualms, and the Colonel continued to carry on business in the usual manner until he was challenged by the probate court of Shelby County, Tennessee, which elected to intervene on behalf of Lisa Marie, a minor and sole beneficiary of the late Elvis A. Presley, following Vernon's death on June 26, 1979, the Colonel's 70th birthday. Note: Report of the Guardian ad litem in re the estate of Elvis A. Presley, deceased, number A655, Exhibits 10, 11, 14, 15, and 17, filed September 29, 1980. Guardian ad litem's amended report in re the estate of Elvis A. Presley, deceased, number A655, filed July 31, 1981. There are various arguments in both reports about the percentage breakdown between the Colonel, doing business as Boxcar Enterprises, and the estate, as well as the ownership breakdown of Boxcar, but these will not be resolved here. Suffice it to say that the Colonel's claim that the agreement was not made on August 18th, but was backdated for reasons of trademark protection, holds up, according to Roger Davis's recollection and chronology of events, and all rumors about the Colonel negotiating the merchandising deal before Elvis was in his grave would appear to be just that. End of note. RCA would discover that Elvis was as great a sales phenomenon in death as in life. Red and Sonny's book, Elvis, What Happened, sold over 3 million copies, perhaps largely as a result of the unanticipated timing of its release, and its two principal authors maintained a policy of virtual silence on the subject for nearly 20 years. Ginger Alden arranged to sell her own story to the National Enquirer in the immediate aftermath of Elvis's death for a reputed $105,000, an amount that was substantially reduced when it was discovered that she had violated the exclusivity of her agreement with an interview that appeared in the Commercial Appeal on August 19th. There was a bizarre and almost laughably inept attempt to steal Elvis's body just 11 days after the interment, and 2 months later, on October 27th, Elvis and his mother were both reburied in the Meditation Garden at Graceland after all zoning requirements had been met. "I guess they will finally get to rest," Vernon remarked at a small graveside gathering restricted to close relatives in the early evening. Long before he was laid in the grave, the legend of Elvis's success, the one trademark it was impossible for even the Colonel to register, had been retailed over and over again, but now it was overwhelmed in a flood of reminiscences that at first strove to deny the frail humanity that bound him to the rest of the human race, then rushed to condemn him for it. The cacophony of voices that have joined together to create a chorus of informed opinion, uninformed speculation, hagiography, symbolism, and blame can be difficult at times to drown out. But in the end, there is only one voice that counts. It is the voice that the world first heard on those bright yellow Sun 78s, whose original insignia, a crowing rooster surrounded by boldly stylized sunbeams and a border of musical notes, sought to proclaim the dawning of a new day. It is impossible to silence that voice. You cannot miss it when you listen to That's All Right, or Mystery Train, or Blue Moon of Kentucky, or any of the songs with which Elvis continued to convey his sense of unlimited possibilities almost to the end of his life. It is that sense of aspiration, as much as any historical signposts or goals, that continues to communicate directly with a public that recognized in Elvis a kindred spirit from the first. That is what we have to remember. In the face of facts, for all that we have come to know, it is necessary to listen unprejudiced and unencumbered if we are to hear Elvis's message. The proclamation of emotions long suppressed, the embrace of a vulnerability culturally denied, the unabashed striving for freedom. Elvis Presley may have lost his way, but even in his darkest moments, he still retained some of the same innocent transparency that first defined the difference in the music and the man. More than most, he had an awareness of his own limitations. His very faith was tested by his recognition of how far he had fallen from what he had set out to achieve. But for all of his doubt, for all of his disappointment, for all of the self-loathing that he frequently felt, and all of the disillusionment and fear, he continued to believe in a democratic ideal of redemptive transformation. He continued to seek out a connection with a public that embraced him not for what he was, but for what he sought to be. "Well, I've tried to be the same all through this thing, you know," he declared early on. "Naturally, you learn a lot about people and you get involved in a lot of different situations, but I've tried to be the same. I mean, the way I was brought up, I've always considered other people's feelings. I've never, in other words, I didn't kick anybody on my way. I don't just sign the autographs and the pictures and so forth to help my popularity or make them like me. I do it because I know that they're sincere and they see you and they want an autograph to take home, and they've got an autograph book or they've got their little camera. They don't know the kind of life you lead. They don't know what kind of person you are, and so I try to remember that. That's all. It's simple. It's just the way I was brought up by my mother and father, to believe and have respect for other people. We were always considerate of other people's feelings." Captions. 1. Union Station, Memphis, March 7, 1960. 2. At Home, Germany, 1959. Vernon, Grandma, Elvis. 3. Elvis and Priscilla. 4. Frank Sinatra Show, March 26, 1960. 5. Thomas A. Parker, Hawaii, circa 1930. 6. Priscilla with Honey, 1963. 7. Rehearsing with Anne Margaret. 8. Colonel Parker, Elvis, Larry Geller, on the set of Spin Out. 9. With Motorcycles, 1966. Larry Geller, Marty Lacker, Alan Fortas, Joe Esposito, Elvis, actress Deborah Wally, Jerry Schilling. 10. May 1st, 1967. Richard Davis, Jerry Schilling, George Klein, Freddie Beanstalk in background, Joe Esposito, Priscilla and Elvis Presley, Charlie Hodge, Marty Lacker. 11. Elvis and Felton Jarvis, Guitar Man Session, September 1967. 12. If I Can Dream, June 30th, 1968. 13. Elvis with Roy Hamilton, American Studio, Memphis, January 1969. 14. Press Conference, Las Vegas, August 1st, 1969. 15. On the Road Again, Colonel meets Elvis and Vernon Presley, Phoenix, September 9th, 1970. 16. With President Nixon, December 21st, 1970. 17. With Badges, December 28th, 1970. Billy Smith, former Sheriff Bill Morris, Lamar Fike, Jerry Schilling, Sheriff Roy Nixon, Vernon Presley, Charlie Hodge, Sonny West, George Klein, Marty Lacker standing, Dr. Nick, Elvis, Red West in front. 18. Elvis, Priscilla, and Lisa Marie, February 1st, 1971. 19. Aloha from Hawaii, January 14th, 1973. Charlie Hodge, Jerry Sheff, Ronnie Tutt, Elvis, James Burton, John Wilkinson, Kathy Westmoreland, The Sweet Inspirations, J.D. Sumner and the Stamps, J.D. standing far right. 20. Elvis and Priscilla, Santa Monica Courthouse, October 9th, 1973. 21. Elvis and Red West, September 16th, 1974. 22. Elvis and Linda. 23. Elvis in uniform with Denver Police Chief Art Dill, right, and Captain Jerry Kennedy. 24. Sonny West, Dave Hebler, Elvis, Red West, Atlanta, June 6, 1976. 25. With Rosemary and Ginger Alden, Hawaii, March 1977. 26. Elvis and Vernon, last tour. 27. Elvis, Vernon, and Gladys Presley. 28. Graceland in winter. 29. Graceland, fall 1960. Bibliography. Reference. Christopher Brown, Elvis in Concert, Ajax, Ontario, self-published 1993. Christopher Brown, On Tour with Elvis, Ajax, Ontario, self-published 1991. John Corcoran and Emil Farkas with Stuart Sobel. The original martial arts encyclopedia, Tradition, History, Pioneers. Los Angeles, Pro Action Publishing, 1993. Lee Cotton, All Shook Up, Elvis Day by Day, 1954 to 1977, second edition. Ann Arbor, Michigan, Popular Culture, Inc., 1998. Lee Cotton, Did Elvis Sing in Your Hometown? Sacramento, California, High Sierra Books, 1995. Lee Cotton, Did Elvis Sing in Your Hometown Too? Sacramento, California, High Sierra Books, 1997. Lee Cotton, Shake, Rattle, and Roll, The Golden Age of American Rock and Roll, Volume 1, 1952 to 1955. Ann Arbor, Michigan, Pierian Press, 1989. Fred Deller, Roy Thompson, and Douglas B. Green, The Illustrated Encyclopedia of Country Music, New York, Harmony Books, 1977. Elvis, Like Any Other Soldier, reprint of the 1958 2nd Army Division Yearbook, Port Townsend, Washington, Osborne Productions, 1988. FBI Files for Elvis A. Presley, released under the Freedom of Information Act. Federal Writers Project of the Works Progress Administration, Mississippi, the WPA Guide to the Magnolia State, Golden Anniversary Edition, Jackson, University Press of Mississippi, 1988. Federal Writers Project of the Works Progress Administration, The WPA Guide to Tennessee, Knoxville, University of Tennessee Press, 1986. Galen Gart, compiler and editor, First Pressings, Rock History as Chronicled in Billboard Magazine, Volume 1, 1948 to 1950, Milford, New Hampshire, Big Nickel Publications, 1986. Galen Gart, First Pressings, Rock History as Chronicled in Billboard Magazine, Volume 2, 1951 to 1952, Milford, New Hampshire, Big Nickel Publications, 1986. Galen Gart, The History of Rhythm and Blues, Volumes 1 to 8, 1951 to 1958, Milford, New Hampshire, Big Nickel Publications, 1991 to 1995. Galen Gart, The History of Rhythm and Blues, Special 1950 Volume, Milford, New Hampshire, Big Nickel Publications, 1993. Linnell Gentry, A History and Encyclopedia of Country, Western, and Gospel Music, Nashville, Linnell Gentry, 1961. Bill Griggs, A Who's Who of West Texas Rock and Roll Music, Lubbock, Texas, Rockin' 50s Magazine, 1994. Phil Hardy and Dave Lang, Encyclopedia of Rock, 1955 to 1975, London, Aquarius Books, 1977. Barry McLeod, Definitive Country, New York, Perigee, 1995. The 1953 Senior Herald, Hume's High School Yearbook, reprint, Port Townsend, Washington, Osborne Enterprises, 1988. Brian Peterson, The Atomic-Powered Singer, Sweden, self-published, 1994. Report of Guardian ad litem and amended report of Guardian ad litem in re the estate of Elvis A. Presley, deceased, in the Probate Court of Shelby County, Tennessee, number A655. Irwin Stambler, Encyclopedia of Pop, Rock, and Soul, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1977. Irwin Stambler and Greeland Landon, Encyclopedia of Folk, Country, and Western Music, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1969. John A. Whistler, Elvis Presley, Reference Guide and Discography, Metuchen, New Jersey, Scarecrow Press, 1981. Charles Reagan Wilson and William Ferris, editors, Encyclopedia of Southern Culture, Chapel Hill, North Carolina, University of North Carolina Press, 1989. Fred L. Worth and Steve D. Timarius, All About Elvis, New York, Bantam Books, 1981. Fred L. Worth and Steve D. Timarius, Elvis, His Life from A to Z, Chicago, Contemporary Books, 1988. Discographies, Song, Record, and Movie Guides. Pauline Bartel, Real Elvis, Dallas, Taylor Publishing, 1994. Eric Braun, The Elvis Film Encyclopedia, Woodstock, New York, Overlook Press, 1997. Marshall Crenshaw, Hollywood Rock, New York, HarperCollins, 1994. The Elvis Presley Album of Jukebox Favorites, number 1, New York, Hill and Range Songs, 1956. Colin Escott and Martin Hawkins, Sun Records, The Discography, Wollersoda, West Germany, Bear Family, 1987. Martin Hawkins and Colin Escott, Elvis Presley, The Illustrated Discography, London, Omnibus Press, 1981. Wayne Jancic, Billboard Book of One-Hit Wonders, New York, Watson Guptill, 1990. Philip Jenkinson and Alan Warner, Celluloid Rock, New York, Warner Books, 1976. Ernst Jorgensen, Elvis Presley, A Life in Music, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1998. Paul Kingsbury, editor, Country on Compact Disc, The Essential Guide to the Music, New York, Grove Press, 1993. Jerry McLafferty, Elvis Presley in Hollywood, Celluloid Sellout, London, Robert Hale, 1989. Big Al Pavlo, The R&B Book, A Disc History of Rhythm and Blues, Providence, Music House Publishing, 1983. Joseph A. Tunzi, Elvis Sessions 2, The Recorded Music of Elvis Aaron Presley, 1953 to 1977, Revised and Expanded Edition, Chicago, J.A.T. Productions, 1996. Ben Weissman, Elvis Presley, The Hollywood Years, Secaucus, New Jersey, Warner Brothers Publications, 1992. Joel Whitburn, Pop Memories, 1890 to 1954, The History of American Popular Music, Menominee Falls, Wisconsin, Record Research, 1986. Joel Whitburn, Top Country Singles, 1944 to 1988, Menominee Falls, Wisconsin, Record Research, 1989. Joel Whitburn, Top Pop Records, 1955 to 1986, Menominee Falls, Wisconsin, Record Research, 1987. Joel Whitburn, Top R&B Singles, 1942 to 1988, Menominee Falls, Wisconsin, Record Research, 1988. Stephen Smijewski and Boris Smijewski, Elvis, The Films and Career of Elvis Presley, New York, Citadel Press, 1991. Books of more general interest. A. L. Alexander, editor, Poems That Touch the Heart, Garden City, New York, Doubleday, 1941. Ellis Amburn, Dark Star, The Roy Orbison Story, New York, Lyle Stewart, 1990. Anne Margaret with Todd Gold, Anne Margaret, My Story, New York, G.P. Putnam Sons, 1994. Eddie Arnold, It's a Long Way from Chester County, Old Tappan, New Jersey, Hewitt House, 1969. Chet Atkins with Bill Neely, Country Gentleman, Chicago, Henry Regnery, 1974. John Atkins, editor, The Carter Family, London, Old Time Music, 1973. Michael Bain, White Boys Singin' the Blues, The Black Roots of White Rock, New York, Penguin Books, 1982. Michael Bain and Mary Ellen Moore, Tampa, Yesterday, Today, and Tomorrow, Tampa, Misher and King Publishing, 1981. Anne Banks, editor, First Person America, New York, Vintage Books, 1981. Peter Bart, Fade Out, The Calamitous Final Days of MGM, New York, William Morrow, 1990. Norma Barthel, Ernest Tubb Discography, 1936 to 1969, Roland, Oklahoma, Ernest Tubb Fan Club Enterprises, 1969. Philip Bashey, Teenage Idol, Travelin' Man, The Complete Biography of Rick Nelson, New York, Hyperion, 1992. Bernard Benson, The Minstrel, New York, G.P. Putnam Sons, 1977. Chuck Berry, The Autobiography, New York, Harmony Books, 1987. Roger Biles, Memphis in the Great Depression, Knoxville, University of Tennessee Press, 1986. Jim Black, Elvis on the Road to Stardom, London, W. H. Allen, 1988. Hal Blaine with David Goggin, Hal Blaine and the Wrecking Crew, Emeryville, California, Mix Books, 1990. Edith L. Blumhofer, Restoring the Faith, The Assemblies of God, Pentecostalism, and American Culture, Urbana, University of Illinois Press, 1993. Stanley Booth, Rhythm Oil, A Journey Through the Music of the American South, London, Jonathan Cape, 1991. Joyce Bova, as told to William Conrad Knowles, Don't Ask Forever, My Love Affair with Elvis, New York, Kensington Books, 1994. Jerry Bowles, 1,000 Sundays, The Story of the Ed Sullivan Show, New York, G.P. Putnam Sons, 1980. Taylor Branch, Parting the Waters, America in the King Years, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1988. Leo Broddy, The Frenzy of Renown, Fame and Its History, New York, Oxford University Press, 1986. Peter Harry Brown and Pat H. Bresky, Down at the End of Lonely Street, The Life and Death of Elvis Presley, New York, Dutton, 1997. Philip Buckle, All Elvis, An Unofficial Biography of the King of Discs, London, Daily Mirror, 1962. Bill E. Burke, Early Elvis, The Humes Years, Memphis, Red Oak Press, 1990. Bill E. Burke, Early Elvis, The Sun Years, Memphis, Propwash Publishing, 1997. Bill E. Burke, Early Elvis, The Tupelo Years, Memphis, Propwash Publishing, 1994. Bill E. Burke, Elvis, A 30-Year Chronicle, Tempe, Arizona, Osborne Enterprises, 1985. Bill E. Burke, Elvis Memories, Press Between the Pages, Memphis, Propwash Publishing, 1993. Bill E. Burke, Elvis Through My Eyes, Memphis, Burke Enterprises, 1987. Robert Kane, Whole Lot of Shakin' Going On, Jerry Lee Lewis, New York, Dial Press, 1981. Trevor Caggiao, Talking Elvis, in-depth interviews with musicians, songwriters, and friends, Amsterdam, Elvis, the Man and His Music, Tutti Frutti Productions, 1998. Louis Cantor, Wheelin' on Beale, New York, Pharos Books, 1992. Gerald M. Capers, Jr., The Biography of a River Town, Memphis, Its Heroic Age, 1966. Reprint, Memphis, Burke's Bookstore. Roy Carr and Mick Farron, Elvis Presley, The Illustrated Record, New York, Harmony Books, 1982. Johnny Cash, The Man in Black, New York, Warner Books, 1975. June Carter Cash, From the Heart, New York, Prentice Hall Press, 1987. W.J. Cash, The Mind of the South, 1941, reprint, New York, Vintage Books. Steve Chappell and Rebe Garofalo, Rock and Roll is Here to Pay, Chicago, Nelson Hall, 1977. Sandra Choron and Bob Oscom, Elvis, The Last Word, New York, Citadel Press, 1991. Alan Clayson and Spencer Lee, editors, Aspects of Elvis, Trying to Get to You, London, Sidgwick and Jackson, 1994. Rose Clayton and Dick Hurd, editors, Elvis Up Close, In the Words of Those Who Knew Him Best, Atlanta, Turner Publishing, 1994. Marion J. Koch, I Called Him Babe, Elvis Presley's Nurse Remembers, Memphis, Memphis State University Press, 1979. David Cohn, Where I Was Born and Raised, Notre Dame, Indiana, University of Notre Dame Press, 1967. Nick Cohn, Rock from the Beginning, New York, Pocket Books, 1970. James Conaway, Memphis Afternoons, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1993. Country Music Foundation, Country, the Music and the Musicians, New York, Abbeville Press, 1988. Editors of Country Music Magazine, The Illustrated History of Country Music, Garden City, New York, Doubleday, 1979. Marge Crumbaker and Gabe Tucker, Up and Down with Elvis Presley, New York, G.P. Putnam Sons, 1981. David Dalton, James Dean, The Mutant King, New York, Dell, 1974. David Dalton and Lenny Kaye, Rock 100, New York, Grosset and Dunlap, 1977. Pete Daniel, Standing at the Crossroads, New York, Hill and Wang, 1986. Sammy Davis Jr., Jane Boyar and Bert Boyar, Hollywood in a Suitcase, New York, William Morrow, 1980. Sammy Davis Jr., Why Me? The Sammy Davis Jr. Story, New York, Farrar, Straus and Giroux, 1989. Skeeter Davis, Bus Fare to Kentucky, the autobiography of Skeeter Davis, New York, Birch Lane Press, 1993. Miriam DaCosta Willis and Fannie Mitchell Delk, Homespun Images, an anthology of black Memphis writers and artists, Memphis, Lemoyne-Owen College, 1989. Alton Delmore, Truth is Stranger Than Publicity, edited by Charles K. Wolfe, Nashville, Country Music Foundation Press, 1977. Alan Dennis, editor, James Blackwood Memories, Brandon, Missouri, Quail Ridge Press, 1997. Howard A. DeWitt, Elvis, The Sun Years, the story of Elvis Presley in the 50s, Ann Arbor, Michigan, Popular Culture, Inc., 1993. John Dollard, Caste and Class in a Southern Town, 3rd edition, New York, Doubleday Anchor, 1957. Elaine Dundee, Elvis and Gladys, New York, Macmillan, 1985. Elaine Dundee, Faraday, Louisiana, New York, Donald Fine, 1991. John Gregory Dunn, Vegas, A Memoir of a Dark Season, New York, Random House, 1974. Philip Dunn, Take Two, A Life in Music and Politics, New York, McGraw-Hill, 1980. Donna Presley Early and Edie Hand with Lynn Edge. Elvis, Precious Memories. Birmingham, Alabama, The Best of Times Incorporated, 1997. Michael Edwards, Priscilla, Elvis, and Me. New York, St. Martin's Press, 1988. Elvis Presley, prepared by the editors of TV Radio Mirror magazine, New York, Bartholomew House, 1956. Elvis Presley Heights, Mississippi, Lee County, 1921 to 1984, compiled by members of the Elvis Presley Heights Garden Club, Tupelo, Mississippi, 1984. Elvis Presley Speaks, text by Robert Johnson, New York, Rave Publishing, 1956. Colin Escott and Martin Hawkins, Good Rockin' Tonight, Sun Records and the Birth of Rock and Roll, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1991. Colin Escott, Martin Hawkins, and Hank Davis, The Sun Country Years, Country Music in Memphis, 1950 to 1959. Wollersoda, West Germany, Bayer Family Records, 1987. Colin Escott with George Merritt and William McEwen, Hank Williams, The Biography, Boston, Little Brown, 1994. Joe Esposito with Elena Umano, Good Rockin' Tonight, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1994. Claudia Falkenberg and Andrew Solt, editors, A Really Big Show, A Visual History of the Ed Sullivan Show, text by John Leonard, New York, Viking Studio Books, 1992. Mick Farron, editor, Elvis in His Own Words, London, Omnibus Press, 1977. Rob Finnis and Bob Dunham, Gene Vincent and the Blue Caps, London, Rob Finnis and Bob Dunham, no date. Suzanne Finstad, Child Bride, The Untold Story of Priscilla Beaulieu Presley, New York, Harmony, 1997. Alan Fortas, Elvis from Memphis to Hollywood, Ann Arbor, Michigan, Popular Culture, Inc., 1992. Gene Fowler and Bill Crawford, Border Radio, Austin, Texas Monthly Press, 1987. Jib Fowles, Starstruck, Celebrity Performers and the American Public, Washington, D.C., Smithsonian Institution Press, 1992. Marshall Frady, Southerners, A Journalist's Odyssey, New York, New American Library, 1980. John Gabrie, The World of Rock, Greenwich, Connecticut, Fawcett, 1968. Fry Gaylord, Watermelon Wine, The Spirit of Country Music, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1978. Bob Garbett, Rockabilly Queens, The Careers and Recordings of Wanda Jackson, Janice Martin, Brenda Lee. Toronto, Robert Garbett Productions, 1979. Galen Gart and Roy C. Ames, Duke Peacock Records, An Illustrated History with Discography, Milford, New Hampshire, Big Nickel Publications, 1990. Roland Gillette, The Fabulous Phonograph, 1877 to 1977, New York, Collier Books, 1977. Larry Geller and Joel Spector with Patricia Romanowski, If I Can Dream, Elvis's Own Story, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1989. Robert Gibson with Sid Shaw, Elvis, A King Forever, London, Elvisly Yours, 1987. Charlie Gillette, The Sound of the City, The Rise of Rock and Roll, Revised Edition, London, Souvenir Press, 1983. Albert Goldman, Elvis, New York, McGraw-Hill, 1981. Albert Goldman, Elvis, The Last 24 Hours, New York, St. Martin's Paperbacks, 1991. John Goldrosen and John Beecher, Remembering Buddy, the definitive biography of Buddy Holly, New York, Penguin Books, 1986. Vera Jane Gooden, Elvis and Bobby, Memories of Linda Jackson, Branson, Missouri, Limited Star Editions, 1994. Fred Goodman, The Mansion on the Hill, Dylan, Young, Geffen, Springsteen, and the Head-On Collision of Rock and Commerce, New York, Times Books, 1997. Robert Gordon, It Came from Memphis, Boston, Faber and Faber, 1995. Robert Gordon, The King on the Road, Elvis Live on Tour, 1954 to 1977, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1996. Graceland, The Living Legacy of Elvis Presley, San Francisco, Collins Publishers, San Francisco, 1993. Douglas B. Green, Country Roots, The Origins of Country Music, New York, Hawthorne Books, 1976. Earl Greenwood and Kathleen Tracy, The Boy Who Would Be King, New York, Dutton, 1990. James Gregory, editor, The Elvis Presley Story, New York, Hillman Periodicals, 1960. Neil Gregory and Janice Gregory, When Elvis Died, Washington, D.C., Communications Press, 1980. John Grissom, Country Music, White Man's Blues, New York, Paperback Library, 1970. Dick Grobb, The Elvis Conspiracy, Las Vegas, Fox Reflections Publishing, 1996. End of side 19. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 20. Careless Love by Peter Guralnick. Continuing on page 734. J. Richard Gruber, organizer, Memphis, 1948 to 1958, Memphis, Memphis Brooks Museum of Art, 1986. Jimmy Guterman, Rockin' My Life Away, Listening to Jerry Lee Lewis, Nashville, Rutledge Hill Press, 1991. Britt Haggerty, The Day the World Turned Blue, a biography of Gene Vincent, Vancouver, Callan Books, 1983. Peter Haining, editor, Elvis in Private, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1987. David Halberstam, The 50s, New York, Villard Books, 1993. John W. Haley and John Von Hola, Sound and Glory, Wilmington, Delaware, Dine American Publishing, 1990. Patsy Guy Hammondtree, Elvis Presley, a Biobibliography, Westport, Connecticut, Greenwood Press, 1985. Albert Hand, Meet Elvis, an Elvis Monthly Special, Manchester, 1962. W. A. Harbinson, The Illustrated Elvis, New York, Grosset and Dunlap, 1976. W. A. Harbinson and Kay Wheeler, Growing Up with the Memphis Flash, Amsterdam, Tutti Frutti Productions, 1994. Algene Harmetz, Round Up the Usual Suspects, The Making of Casablanca, New York, Hyperion, 1992. Martin Hawkins and Colin Escott, compilers, The Sun Records Rocking Years, London, Charlie Records, 1986. Cindy Hazen and Mike Freeman, The Best of Elvis, New York, Pinnacle Books, 1994. Cindy Hazen and Mike Freeman, Memphis Elvis Style, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, John F. Blair, 1997. Paul Hemphill, The Nashville Sound, Bright Lights and Country Music, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1970. Jake Hess with Richard Hyatt, Nothing But Fine, The Music and the Gospel According to Jake Hess, Columbus, Georgia, Buckland Press, 1995. Wanda June Hill, We Remember Elvis, Palos Verdes, California, Morgan Press, 1978. Historic Black Memphians, Memphis, Memphis Pink Palace Museum Foundation, no date. Charlie Hodge with Charles Goodman, Me and Elvis, Memphis, Castle Books, 1988. Richard Holmes, Footsteps, Adventures of a Romantic Biographer, New York, Viking, 1985. Jerry Hopkins, Elvis, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1971. Jerry Hopkins, Elvis, The Final Years, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1980. Jerry Hopkins, The Rock Story, New York, Signet Books, 1970. Dorothy Horstman, Sing Your Heart Out, Country Boy, Revised Edition, Nashville, Country Music Foundation Press, 1986. Jack Hurst, Nashville's Grand Ole Opry, New York, Abrams, 1975. Chris Hutchins and Peter Thompson, Elvis Meets the Beatles, London, Smith Griffin, 1995. The Impersonal Life, Marina del Rey, California, Divorce, 1988. Mary Jenkins, Elvis, The Way I Knew Him, Memphis, River Park Publishers, 1984. Ira Jones, As Told to Bill E. Burke, Soldier Boy Elvis, Memphis, Prop Wash Publishing, 1992. Ernst Jorgensen, Elvis Presley, A Life in Music, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1998. June Wanico, Elvis in the Twilight of Memory, New York, Arcade Books, 1997. Rich Keensley, great guitarist, the most influential players in blues, country music, jazz, and rock. New York, Facts on File, 1985. Buddy Killen with Tom Carter, By the Seat of My Pants. New York, Simon & Schuster, 1993. Edward Prince Gabe Kirby, From Africa to Beale Street, Memphis, Music Management, 1983. Eagle Bud Crow, The Day Elvis Met Nixon, Bellevue, Washington, Pajama Press, 1994. Marty Lacker, Patsy Lacker, and Leslie S. Smith, Elvis, Portrait of a Friend, New York, Bantam, 1980. Dave Lang, Buddy Holly, London, Studio Vista, 1971. Hans Langbroek, The Hillbilly Cat, self-published, 1970. Caroline Latham and Jeannie Seiko, E is for Elvis, an A to Z illustrated guide to the king of rock and roll, New York, New American Library, 1990. Nicholas Lehman, Out of the 40s, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1983. Nicholas Lehman, The Promised Land, New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1991. Lawrence W. Levine, Black Culture and Black Consciousness, Afro-American Folk Thought from Slavery to Freedom, New York, Oxford University Press, 1977. Alan Levy, Operation Elvis, New York, Henry Holt, 1960. Donna Lewis with Craig A. Slanker, Hurry Home Elvis, Donna Lewis's Diaries, Volumes 1, 1962 to 1966, and 2, 1967 to 1968. Cincinnati, Busted Bird Productions, 1996. Donna Lewis with Craig A. Slanker, Hurry Home Elvis, Donna Lewis's Diaries, Volume 3, 1968 to 1977, unpublished manuscript. Myra Lewis with Murray Silver, Great Balls of Fire, The Uncensored Story of Jerry Lee Lewis, New York, Quill, 1982. Paul Lichter, The Boy Who Dared to Rock, The Definitive Elvis, New York, Doubleday Dolphin, 1978. Horace Logan with Bill Sloan, Elvis, Hank, and Me, Making Musical History on the Louisiana Hayride, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1998. Kip Lornell, Happy in the Service of the Lord, Afro-American Gospel Quartets in Memphis, Urbana, University of Illinois Press, 1988. Harold Lloyd, Elvis Presley's Graceland Gates, Franklin, Tennessee, Jimmy Velvet Publications, 1987. Michael Lydon, Rock Folk, Portraits from the Rock and Roll Pantheon, New York, Dial, 1971. Clyde Francis Lytle, editor, Leaves of Gold, an anthology of prayers, memorable phrases, inspirational verse, and prose. No publisher, no date. Bill C. Malone, Country Music USA, a 50-year history, Austin, American Folklore Society, University of Texas Press, 1968. Bill C. Malone, Southern Music, American Music, Lexington, University Press of Kentucky, 1979. Bill C. Malone and Judith McCullough, Stars of Country Music, Uncle Dave Macon to Johnny Rodriguez, Urbana, University of Illinois Press, 1975. Chuck Mancuso, Popular Music and the Underground, Foundations of Jazz, Blues, Country, and Rock, 1900 to 1950, Dubuque, Iowa, Kendall Hunt Publishing Company, 1996. May Mann, Elvis and the Colonel, New York, Drake Publishers, 1975. Rex Mansfield and Elizabeth Mansfield, Elvis the Soldier, Bamberg, West Germany, Collectors Service GmbH, 1983. Greil Marcus, Dead Elvis, New York, Doubleday, 1991. Greil Marcus, Mystery Train, 3rd Revised Edition, New York, Dutton, 1990. Dave Marsh, Elvis, New York, Times Books, 1982. Linda Martin and Kerry Seagrave, Anti-Rock, The Opposition to Rock and Roll, Hamden, Connecticut, Shoestring Press, Archon Books, 1988. Robert Matthew Walker, Elvis Presley, A Study in Music, London, Omnibus Press, 1983. Shields McIlwain, Memphis Down in Dixie, New York, E.P. Dutton, 1948. Margaret McKee and Fred Chisenhall, Beale, Black and Blue, Life and Music on Black America's Main Street, Baton Rouge, Louisiana State University Press, 1981. Randy McNutt, We Want a Boogie, Hamilton, Ohio, H.H.P. Books, 1988. Edwin J. Myers, Off and Back on the Mystery Track, The Netherlands, self-published, 1992. Michael Oakes Archives, Elvis in Hollywood, text by Steve Pond, New York, New American Library, 1990. Jim Miller, editor, The Rolling Stone Illustrated History of Rock and Roll, New York, Random House, Rolling Stone Press, 1976. William D. Miller, Memphis during the Progressive Era, 1900 to 1917, Memphis, Memphis State University Press, 1957. William D. Miller, Mr. Crump of Memphis, Baton Rouge, Louisiana State University Press, 1964. Ronnie Millsap with Tom Carter, Almost Like a Song, New York, McGraw-Hill, 1990. Scotty Moore, as told to James Dickerson, That's All Right, Elvis, the untold story of Elvis's first guitarist and manager, Scotty Moore, New York, Schirmer, 1997. Willie Morris, North Toward Home, Boston, Houghton Mifflin, 1967. Craig Morrison, Go Cat Go, Rockabilly Music and Its Makers, Urbana, Illinois, University of Illinois Press, 1996. John Morthland, The Best of Country Music, Garden City, New York, Doubleday Dolphin, 1984. Eddie Muir, editor, Wild Cat, a tribute to Gene Vincent, Brighton, United Kingdom, self-published, 1977. Albert Murray, South to a Very Old Place, New York, McGraw-Hill, 1971. Alana Nash, Behind Closed Doors, Talking with the Legends of Country Music, New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1988. Alana Nash with Billy Smith, Marty Lacker, and Lamar Fike, Elvis Aaron Presley, Revelations from the Memphis Mafia, New York, HarperCollins, 1995. John O'Grady and Nolan Davis, O'Grady, The Life and Times of Hollywood's #1 Private Eye, Los Angeles, J.P. Tarcher, 1974. Sean O'Neill, Elvis Incorporated, The Fall and Rise of the Presley Empire, Rocklin, California, Prima Publishing, 1996. Robert Palmer, Baby That Was Rock and Roll, The Legendary Lieber and Stoller, New York, Harcourt Brace Jovanovich, 1978. Robert Palmer, Deep Blues, New York, Viking, 1981. Robert Palmer, Jerry Lee Lewis Rocks, New York, G.P. Putnam Sons, 1981. Robert Palmer, A Tale of Two Cities, Memphis Rock and New Orleans Roll, ISAM, Monographs, No. 12, Brooklyn, Institute for Studies in American Music, 1979. Tony Palmer, All You Need Is Love, The Story of Popular Music, New York, Viking Press, Grossman Publishers, 1976. Ed Parker, Inside Elvis, Orange, California, Rampart House, 1978. John Parker, Five for Hollywood, New York, Lyle Stewart, 1991. Arnold Passman, The DJs, New York, Macmillan, 1971. Minnie Pearl with Joan Dew, Minnie Pearl and Autobiography, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1980. Danny Peary, editor, Close-Ups, The Movie Star Book, New York, Workman, 1978. William Alexander Percy, Lanterns on the Levee, Recollections of a Planter's Son, Baton Rouge, Louisiana State University Press, 1973. Carl Perkins and David McGee, Go Cat Go, The Life and Times of Carl Perkins, the King of Rockabilly, New York, Hyperion, 1995. Carl Perkins with Ron Rendelman, Disciple in Blue Suede Shoes, Grand Rapids, Michigan, Zondervan Publishing House, 1978. Henry Pleasants, The Great American Popular Singers, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1974. Randy Poe, Music Publishing, A Songwriter's Guide, Cincinnati, Writer's Digest Books, 1990. Nolan Porterfield, The Life and Times of America's Blue Yodeler, Jimmy Rogers, Urbana, University of Illinois Press, 1979. D. Presley, Billy Stanley, Rick Stanley, and David Stanley, as told to Martin Torgoff, Elvis, We Love You Tender, New York, Delacorte Press, 1980. Priscilla Beaulieu Presley, with Sandra Harmon, Elvis and Me, New York, G.P. Putnam's Sons, 1985. Vester Presley, A Presley Speaks, Memphis, Wimmer Brothers Books, 1978. Vester Presley and Nancy Rooks, The Presley Family Cookbook, Memphis, Wimmer Brothers Books, 1980. Reverend Nash Lorene Presley Pritchett, One Flower While I Live, Elvis as I Remember Him, Memphis, Shelby House, 1987. Ronnie Pugh, Ernest Tubb, The Texas Troubadour, Durham, North Carolina, Duke University Press, 1996. Kevin Quain, editor, The Elvis Reader, Texts and Sources on the King of Rock and Roll, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1992. Howell Raines, My Soul is Rested, New York, G.P. Putnam's Sons, 1977. Bernice Johnson Reagan, editor, We'll Understand It Better By and By, Washington, D.C., Smithsonian Institution Press, 1992. Todd Reingold, Dispelling the Myth, An Analysis of American Attitudes and Prejudices, New York, Believe in a Dream Publications, 1993. Gare Reef, Faces and Stages, An Elvis Presley Time Frame, Amsterdam, Tutti Frutti Productions, 1986. Gare Reef, Long Lonely Highway, Amsterdam, Tutti Frutti Productions, 1985. Gare Reef, Memphis Lonesome, Amsterdam, Tutti Frutti Productions, 1988. Gare Reef, The Voice of Rock and Roll, Elvis in the Times of Ultimate Cool, Rotterdam, It's Elvis Time, 1993. Gare J. Reef and Jan van Gestel, Elvis the Cool King, Amsterdam, Tutti Frutti Productions, 1989. Gare J. Reef and Jan van Gestel, Fire in the Sun, Amsterdam, Tutti Frutti Productions, 1991. Gare J. Reef and Jan van Gestel, Florida Close-Up, Amsterdam, Tutti Frutti Productions, 1987. Eldon Rourke, Memphis Bragabouts, New York, McGraw-Hill, Whittlesey House, 1945. Elena Rodriguez, Dennis Hopper, A Madness to His Method, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1988. Frank Rose, The Agency, William Morris and the Hidden History of Show Business, New York, Harper Business, 1995. Neil V. Rosenberg, Bluegrass, A History, Urbana, University of Illinois Press, 1985. Jeff Roven, The World According to Elvis, Quotes from the King, New York, HarperCollins, Harper Paperbacks, 1992. Tony Russell, Blacks, Whites, and Blues, London, Studio Vista, 1970. Wayne Russell, Foot Soldiers and Kings, Brandon, Manitoba, Wayne Russell, no date. Wayne Russell, Foot Soldiers and Kings, Volume 2, Brandon, Manitoba, Wayne Russell, no date. Russell Sanyak, American Popular Music and Its Business, The First 400 Years, Volume 3, from 1900 to 1984, New York, Oxford University Press, 1988. Russell Sanyak, From Print to Plastic, Publishing and Promoting America's Popular Music, 1900 to 1980, ISAM Monographs, number 20, Brooklyn, Institute for Studies in American Music, 1983. Charles Sawyer, The Arrival of B.B. King, Garden City, New York, Doubleday, 1980. Elizabeth Schlappe, Roy Acuff, The Smoky Mountain Boy, Gretna, Louisiana, Pelican Publishing, 1978. Andreas Schreur, Private Presley, The Missing Years, Elvis in Germany, New York, William Morrow, 1993. Joel Selvin, Ricky Nelson, Idol for a Generation, Chicago, Contemporary Books, 1990. Arnold Shaw, Honkers and Shouters, The Golden Years of Rhythm and Blues, New York, Macmillan, 1978. Arnold Shaw, The Rockin' Fifties, New York, Hawthorne Books, 1974. Robert Shelton and Burt Goldblatt, The Country Music Story, A Picture History of Country and Western Music, New York, Bobbs Merrill, 1966. Sammy Shore, The Warm-Up, New York, William Morrow, 1984. Don Siegel, A Siegel Film and Autobiography, London, Faber and Faber, 1993. Robert A. Sigafus, Cotton Row to Beale Street, Memphis, Memphis State University Press, 1979. Stein Erik Skar, Elvis, The Concert Years, 1969 to 1977, Norway, Flaming Star, 1997. Gene Smith, Elvis's Man Friday, Nashville, Light of Day Publishing, 1994. Wes Smith, The Pied Pipers of Rock and Roll, Radio DJs of the 50s and 60s, Marietta, Georgia, Longstreet Press, 1989. Hank Snow with Jack Ownby and Bob Burris, The Hank Snow Story, Champaign, University of Illinois Press, 1994. Jimmy Snow with Jim Heffley and Marty Heffley, I Cannot Go Back, Plainfield, New Jersey, Logos International, 1977. Sri Dayamata, Finding the Joy Within You, Personal Counsel for God-Centered Living, Los Angeles, Self-Realization Fellowship, 1990. Sri Dayamata, Only Love, Living the Spiritual Life in a Changing World, Los Angeles, Self-Realization Fellowship, 1976. Billy Stanley with George Erickson, Elvis, My Brother, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1989. David Stanley, Life with Elvis, Old Tappan, New Jersey, Fleming H. Revell, 1986. David E. Stanley with Frank Coffey, The Elvis Encyclopedia, Santa Monica, California, General Publishing Group, 1994. Rick Stanley with Michael K. Haynes, The Touch of Two Kings, Growing Up at Graceland, no publisher, T2K Publishers, 1986. Vince Staten, The Real Elvis, Good Old Boy, Dayton, Media Ventures, 1978. Jess Stern with Larry Geller, The Truth About Elvis, New York, Jove Publications, 1980. Jane Stern and Michael Stern, Elvis World, New York, Alfred A. Knopf, 1987. Tempest Storm with Bill Boyd, The Lady is a Vamp, Atlanta, Peachtree Publishers, 1987. Michael Streisguth, Eddie Arnold, Pioneer of the Nashville Sound, New York, Shermer, 1997. J.D. Sumner with Bob Terrell, Elvis, His Love for Gospel Music and J.D. Sumner, Nashville Gospel Quartet Music Company and Bob Terrell, 1991. Jimmy Swaggart, The Camp Meeting Hour, The Radio Miracle of the 20th Century, Baton Rouge, Jimmy Swaggart Evangelistic Association, 1976. Jimmy Swaggart with Robert Paul Lamb, To Cross a River, Plainfield, New Jersey, Logos International, 1977. John Swenson, Bill Haley, The Daddy of Rock and Roll, New York, Stein and Day, 1982. David L. Taylor, Happy Rhythm, A Biography of Hovey Lister and the Statesman Quartet, Lexington, Indiana, Taylor Made Right, 1995. William J. Taylor, Jr., Elvis in the Army, The King of Rock and Roll as seen by an officer who served with him, Novato, California, Presidio Press, 1995. Bob Terrell, The Chuckwagon Gang, Goodlettsville, Tennessee, Roy Carter, 1990. Bob Terrell, The Music Men, The Story of Professional Gospel Quartet Singing, Asheville, North Carolina, Bob Terrell Publisher, 1990. Bob Terrell and J.D. Sumner, The Life and Times of J.D. Sumner, the world's lowest bass singer, Nashville, J.D. Sumner Publisher, 1994. Jack L. Tharp, Editor, Elvis, Images and Fancies, Jackson, University Press of Mississippi, 1979. Charles C. Thompson II and James P. Cole, The Death of Elvis, What Really Happened, New York, Delacorte Press, 1991. Sam Thompson, Elvis on Tour, The Last Year, Memphis, Still Brook Publishing, 1992. John Tobler and Stuart Grundy, The Record Producers, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1982. Robert Toll, Blacking Up, The Minstrel Show in 19th Century America, New York, Oxford University Press, 1974. Dial Torgerson, Kerkorian, An American Success Story, New York, The Dial Press, 1974. Martin Torgoff, editor, The Complete Elvis, New York, G.P. Putnam's Sons, 1982. Nick Tosches, Country, The Biggest Music in America, New York, Stein and Day, 1977. Nick Tosches, Dino, Living High in the Dirty Business of Dreams, New York, Doubleday, 1992. Nick Tosches, Hellfire, The Jerry Lee Lewis Story, New York, Dell, 1982. Nick Tosches, Unsung Heroes of Rock and Roll, Revised Edition, New York, Harmony Books, 1991. Charles R. Townsend, San Antonio Rose, The Life and Music of Bob Wills, Urbana, University of Illinois Press, 1976. Tribute, The Life of Dr. William Herbert Brewster, 2nd edition, Memphis, Brewster House of Sermon Songs, Note 8. David Tucker, Lieutenant Lee of Beale Street, Nashville, Vanderbilt University Press, 1971. David Tucker, Memphis Since Crump, Bossism, Blacks and Civic Reformers, 1948 to 1968, Knoxville, University of Tennessee Press, 1980. Steve Turner, Hungry for Heaven, Rock and Roll and the Search for Redemption, London, W. H. Allen, 1988. Sharon Colette Urquhart, Placing Elvis, A Tour Guide to the Kingdom, New Orleans, Paper Chase Press, 1994. Mamie Van Doren with Art Abley, Playing the Field, My Story, New York, G.P. Putnam's Sons, 1987. Dirk Valenga with Mick Farron, Elvis and the Colonel, New York, Delacorte Press, 1988. Paul Vernon, The Sun Legend, London, Paul Vernon, 1969. Alan Vince, I Remember Gene Vincent, Liverpool, Vintage Rock and Roll Appreciation Society, 1977. Gloria Wade Gales, Pushed Back to Strength, Boston, Beacon Press, 1993. Hal Wallace and Charles Hyam, Star Maker, The Autobiography of Hal Wallace, New York, Macmillan, 1980. Ed Ward, Jeffrey Stokes, and Ken Tucker, Rock of Ages, The Rolling Stone History of Rock and Roll, New York, Summit Books, 1986. Peter Washington, Madame Blavatsky's Baboon, A History of the Mystics, Mediums, and Misfits Who Brought Spiritualism to America, New York, Schocken Books, 1995. Max Weinberg with Robert Santelli, The Big Beat, Conversations with Rock's Great Drummers, New York, Billboard Books, 1991. Alfred Wertheimer with Gregory Martinelli, Elvis 56, In the Beginning, New York, Collier Books, 1979. Alfred Wertheimer, Ger Reef, and Jan van Gestel, Elvis Presley, Songs of Innocence, Amsterdam, Tutti Frutti Productions, 1995. Red West, Sonny West, and Dave Hebler, As Told to Steve Dunleavy, Elvis, What Happened, New York, Ballantine Books, 1977. Kathy Westmoreland with William G. Quinn, Elvis and Kathy, Glendale, California, Glendale House Publishing, 1987. Charles White, The Life and Times of Little Richard, the Quasar of Rock, New York, Harmony Books, 1984. Peter Whitmer, The Inner Elvis, A Psychological Biography of Elvis Aaron Presley, New York, Hyperion, 1996. Sue Wiegert, Elvis for the Good Times, Los Angeles, The Blue Hawaiians for Elvis, 1978. Sue Wiegert with contributions by Elvis friends and Elvis fans, Elvis Precious Memories, Los Angeles, Century City Printing, 1987. Sue Wiegert with contributions by Elvis friends and Elvis fans, Elvis Precious Memories, Volume 2, Los Angeles, Century City Printing, 1989. William Carlos Williams, In the American Grain, New York, New Directions Press, 1956. Shelley Winters, Shelley 2, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1989. Lana Wood, Natalie, a memoir by her sister, New York, G.P. Putnam Sons, 1984. C. Van Woodward, The Burden of Southern History, revised edition, Baton Rouge, Louisiana State University Press, 1968. C. Van Woodward, Thinking Back, The Perils of Writing History, Baton Rouge, Louisiana State University Press, 1986. Christopher S. Wren, Winners Got Scars 2, The Life of Johnny Cash, New York, A Country Music Ballantine Book, 1971. Tammy Wynette with Joan Dew, Stand By Your Man, an Autobiography, New York, Simon & Schuster, 1979. Becky Yancey and Cliff Leindecker, My Life with Elvis, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1977. Paramahansa Yogananda, Autobiography of a Yogi, Los Angeles, Self-Realization Fellowship, 1974. Clippings, collections, picture books, and memorabilia. Joseph Adair, The Immortal Elvis Presley, Stamford, Connecticut, Longmeadow Press, 1992. Bill E. Burke, Elvis, Rare Images of a Legend, Memphis, Propwash Publishing, 1990. Bill E. Burke, Elvis in Canada, Memphis, Propwash Publishing, 1996. Alan Clark, Buddy Holly and the Crickets, West Covina, California, Alan Clark Productions, 1979. Alan Clark, Elvis Presley Memories, West Covina, California, Leapfrog Productions, 1982. Alan Clark, The Elvis Presley Photo Album, West Covina, California, Alan Clark Productions, 1981. Alan Clark, Gene Vincent, The Screaming End, West Covina, California, Alan Clark Productions, 1980. Alan Clark, Legends of Sun Records, West Covina, California, Alan Clark Productions, various volumes, 1986 to present. Alan Clark, Rockabilly and Country Legends, West Covina, California, Alan Clark Productions. Alan Clark, Rock and Roll in the Movies, West Covina, California, Alan Clark Productions, various volumes. Alan Clark, Rock and Roll Legends, West Covina, California, Alan Clark Productions, various volumes. Alan Clark, Rock and Roll Memories, West Covina, California, Alan Clark Productions, various volumes. Diego Cortez, editor, Private Elvis, Stuttgart, F.E.Y. Verlags GmbH, 1978. Jim Curtin, Unseen Elvis, Candids of the King, Boston, Little Brown, 1992. Bill DeKnight, Sharon Fox, and Gare Reef, Elvis Album, Lincolnwood, Illinois, Beekman House, 1991. Simon de Witt, Auld Lang Syne, Rotterdam, Simon de Witt Productions, 1995. Simon de Witt, King of Vegas, Rotterdam, Simon de Witt Productions, 1994. Elvis in Paris, 1959, no other data. Joe Esposito, Elvis, A Legendary Performance, Buena Park, California, West Coast Publishing, 1990. Joe Esposito, Elvis, Intimate and Rare, Memories and Photos from the Personal Collection of Joe Esposito, Thousand Oaks, California, Elvis International Forum Books, 1997. Sharon R. Fox, editor, Elvis, His Real Life in the 60s, My Personal Scrapbook, Chicago, Sharon Fox, 1989. Jim Hannaford, Elvis, Golden Ride on the Mystery Train, Volumes 1 and 2, Alva, Oklahoma, Jim Hannaford, 1986. Maury E. Creechan and Virginia M. Creechan, Elvis, 1956 Reflections, Wayne, Pennsylvania, Morgan Press, 1991 and 1992. Charles Lamb, The Country Music World of Charlie Lamb, Nashville, INFAC Publications, 1986. Life, 1946 to 1955, New York, Little Brown, New York Graphic Society, 1984. Karen Loper, The Elvis Clippings, Houston, The Elvis Clippings, no date. Michael Oakes Rock Archives, Garden City, New York, Doubleday, 1984. Now Dig This, The King Forever, Wall's End, Tyne and Wear, United Kingdom, Now Dig This, 1992. Hank O'Neill text, A Vision Shared, a classic portrait of America and its people, New York, St. Martin's Press, 1976. James Robert Parrish, Solid Gold Memories, the Elvis Presley Scrapbook, New York, Ballantine Books, 1975. Geir Reef and Paul Madsen, Elvis Presley, Echoes of the Past, for Schoten Holland, Blue Suede Shoes Productions, 1976. Geir Reef and Gordon Minto, 60 million TV viewers can't be wrong, Elvis's legendary performances on The Ed Sullivan Show, Amsterdam, Tutti Frutti Productions, 1994. Geir Reef, Trevor Kajau, and Michael Oakes, Shock, Rattle and Roll, Elvis photographed during the Milton Berle Show, Amsterdam, Tutti Frutti Productions, 1994. Geir Reef, Jim Hannaford, and Gordon Minto, Inside Jailhouse Rock, Amsterdam, Jim Hannaford Productions, 1996. Gabe Tucker and Elmer Williams, Pictures of Elvis Presley, Houston, Williams and Tucker Photographs, 1981. Joseph A. Tunzi, Elvis, Highway 51 South, Memphis, Tennessee, Chicago, J.A.T. Productions, 1995. Joseph A. Tunzi, Elvis, Standing Room Only, 1970 to 1975, Chicago, J.A.T. Productions, 1994. Joseph A. Tunzi, Elvis 69, The Return, Chicago, J.A.T. Productions, 1991. Joseph A. Tunzi, Elvis 73, Hawaiian Spirit, Chicago, J.A.T. Productions, 1992. Joseph A. Tunzi, Photographs and Memories, Chicago, J.A.T. Productions, 1998. Joseph A. Tunzi, Tiger Man, Elvis 68, Chicago, J.A.T. Productions, 1997. Joseph A. Tunzi and Sean O'Neill, Elvis, The Lost Photographs, 1948 to 1969, Chicago, J.A.T. Productions, 1995. Periodicals. I couldn't begin to list all the periodicals, past and present, that I have consulted. Just for the briefest of references, I have found Now Dig This, Goldmine, Discoveries, New Commotion, Kicks, Country Music, and Picking Up the Tempo, particularly useful and frequently invaluable over the years. In addition, I have consulted the following Elvis publications extensively: Elvis, the Man and His Music, Elvis, the Record, Elvis World, Because of Elvis, Elvis International Forum, and Graceland Express. Musicians' Special 1992 Report, Elvis Presley, an Oral Biography, with interviews conducted by Peter Cronin, Scott Isler, and Mark Rowland, offered an insightful portrait. Finally, Orbis's History of Rock Volumes 3 and 5, published in 1981 and 1982, has good pictures and interesting background on the early career and life and times of Elvis Presley. For detailed reference to specific articles and periodical sources, however, please see the notes. Page 663. A brief discographical note. Much of the work that would once have gone into pointing people toward the best of Elvis Presley on record has finally been done, or is in the process of completion, by RCA BMG. Thanks to the efforts of Ernst Jorgensen and Roger Seaman, the vast majority of Elvis's essential performances are now available on 3 5-CD sets. Elvis, the King of Rock and Roll, the complete 50s Masters, RCA 66050. Elvis from Nashville to Memphis, the essential 60s Masters, RCA 66160. And Walk a Mile in My Shoes, the essential 70s Masters, RCA 66670, contain nearly everything of worth in the way of studio masters. The 60s and 70s boxes leave out all the movie soundtrack material, together with some wonderful, frequently enlightening surprises along the lines of alternate takes, rehearsal sessions, interview material, radio recordings, and live tracks. In addition, Amazing Grace, RCA 66421, is the definitive 2-CD compilation of Elvis's gospel recordings, and no respectable record collection should be without either it or Sunrise, a forthcoming 2-CD set of the Sun sides, RCA 67675, which will include numerous alternate takes, hayride performances, and the 2 acetates that Elvis recorded at his own expense in the Sun studio before making his professional debut with That's All Right in the summer of 1954. The only other truly essential purchases that I would suggest are the $1 Million Quartet, RCA 2023, which offers a fascinating unbuttoned view of the creative process at work with powerfully ragged harmonies from Elvis, Jerry Lee Lewis, and Carl Perkins, the one-man short but scarcely overvalued quartet, and the incomparable audio spectacle of Elvis imitating Jackie Wilson imitating him. Elvis NBC TV special, RCA 61021, and Tiger Man, RCA 67611, which represent, respectively, the soundtrack for the '68 comeback special and the second live sit-down show complete. And Suspicious Minds, RCA 67677, forthcoming, a 2-disc set which will include all the masters cut at the American Studio in 1969, along with a generous assortment of outtakes from what may have been the single most productive session undertaken by Elvis after Sun. With that said, however, I should mention that Elvis's initial post-Army session, whose 18 cuts were dispersed among 3 singles, including It's Now or Never and Are You Lonesome Tonight, and the only album that could arguably be compared with From Elvis in Memphis, the first LP to present the American material, is scheduled to be released as a complete 18-track CD under the same name as the original 12-track album Elvis Is Back, RCA 67737. Presented in its entirety for the first time, that album, I think, will come as a revelation. There are lots of other avenues to explore: the movie songs, live performances, alternate takes, the Essential Elvis series, of which Volume 2, Elvis Presley Stereo 57, RCA 9589, is the most consistently engaging, theme and chronology-linked compilations, but for these and numerous other permutations, I'll leave you to your own devices. The only other suggestion that I have, though this is one that could sustain almost endless exploration, is the music from which Elvis derived his inspiration. Music from sources as varied as Roy Hamilton, Hank Snow, Arthur Crudup, Martha Carson, Eddie Arnold, Ray Charles, Bing Crosby, Little Junior Parker, the Ink Spots, the Statesmen, the Blackwood Brothers, and Sister Rosetta Tharpe. There are 2 albums out featuring original versions of some of Elvis's better-known songs: the King's Record Collection, Volumes 1 and 2, Hip-O 40082 and 40083, and they are certainly a good start. But if Elvis's music moves you, it's worth more than a leisurely stroll along the frequently diverging paths of great American vernacular music. There's a wealth of inspiration to be found for music still to be made. Acknowledgments. In writing a book over so long a period, and one that stretches back well beyond its formal start, one incurs debts that one can never repay. Literally hundreds of people have helped me with my research and my interviews, and I thank them all. The following are just some of the people who gave me a hand over the weeks, months, and years: Bob Abel, Julian Aberback, Susan Aberback, Mrs. Leroy Abernathy, Curtis Lee Alderson, J.W. Alexander, Hoss Allen, Terry Allen, Patrick Anderson, Ellis Amburn, Chet Atkins, James Osborne, May Axton, Buddy and Kay Bain, Eva Mills Baker and Sarah Baker Bailey, Jackson Baker, Jimmy Bank, Johnny Barnett, George Barris, Dick Baxter, Bob Beckham, Fred and Harriet Beeson, Bill Ballou, Bill Bentley, Betty Berger, Freddie Beanstalk, Steve Binder, Barr Bishop, Evelyn Black, Johnny Black, James Blackwood, George Blansett, Arthur Bloom, Arlene Piper Blum, Barbara Bobo, Barbara Bolt, Dave Booth, Stanley Booth, Joella Bostic, Ernest Bowen, Horace Boyer, Bill Bram, Will Bratton and Sharon Felder, Doug Brinkley, Avis Brown, Estelle Brown, Jim Ed Brown, Monty and Marcia Brown, Tony Brown, James Burton, Kenny Buttry, Sheila Kahn, Trevor Kajau, Louis Cantor, Jerry Carrigan, Martha Carson, Johnny Cash, Ann Cassidy, Margaret Chapman, Marshall Chess, Gene Chrisman, Galen Christie, Dr. Charles L. Clark, Quentin Claunch, Rose Clayton, Jack Clement, Jackie Lee Cochran, Tommy Coghill, Biff Colley, L.C. Cook, Al Cooley, Daniel Cooper, X. Cossey, the Country Music Foundation, Floyd Kramer, Jack Crystal, Peter Cronin, Mike Crowley, Chick Crumpacker, Ann Curtis, T. Tommy Cutrer, Bill Dahl, Pete Daniel, Jerry Daniel, Fred Danzig, Fred Davis, Hank Davis, Richard Davis, Roger Davis, Joan Deary, Bill Denny, Jesse Lee Denson, Jimmy Denson, Howard DeWitt, Jim and Mary Lindsay Dickinson, Sander Donkers, Duff Dorrow, Carol Drexler, Elaine Dundee, Al Devoren, Vince Edwards, Leroy Elmore, Sam Escrow, David Evans, Eddie Fadal, Charles Farrar, Charlie Feathers, Robert Ferguson, Lamar Fike, Bob Finkel, David Fleischman, D.J. Fontana, Buzzy Forbus, Trudy Forsher, Alan Fortis, Lillian Fortenberry, Fred Foster, Dr. Michael J. Fox, Sharon Fox, Ted Fox, Andy Franklin, Tillman Franks, Steve Frappier, Ann Freer, Donnie Fritz, Ann Fulcino, Lowell Folson, Ray Funk, Marty Garbus, Honeymoon Garner, Galen Gart, Greg Geller, Larry Geller, Gary Giddens, Homer Gilliland, Cliff Leaves, Glenn Glenn, Billy Goldenberg, Stuart Goldman, John Goldrosen, Sandra Goroff-Maley, Hay Gove, Billy Graham, Betty Grant, Sid Graves, Tom Graves, Bob Green, Alan Greenberg, Bob Groom, Joe Gershio, Jimmy Guterman, Joe Hartle, Rick Hall, Jim Hannaford, Terry Hansen, Glenn D. Harden, Gary Hardy, Buddy Harmon, Sandy Harmon, Dottie Harmony, Phyllis Harper, Homer Ray Harris, Joe Harvey, Randy Haspel, Dot Hawkins, Martin Hawkins, Rick Hawks, Cindy Hazen and Mike Freeman, Joseph Hazen, Ann Helm, Laura Helper, Skip Henderson, Curly Herndon, Lamar Heron, Jake Hess, Leonard Hershan, Charlie Hodge, Lester and Sterling Hoffman, Big Al Holcomb, Ed Hookstratton, Gary and Michelle Hovey, Bones Howe, Elliot Hubbard, Steve Hughes, Tom Hewlett, Malon Humphreys, Nick Hunter, Rick Husky, Mel Ilberman, Bill Ivy, Wayne Jackson, Mark James, Roland Janes, Jim Javorovich, Jimmy Johnson, June Wanaco, Jackie Kahane, Sandy Kallenberg, Hal Cantor, Joan Kardashian, Marion Keisker, Captain Jerry Kennedy, Stan Kessler, Rich Keensley, Merle Kilgore, Buddy Killen, Paul Kingsbury, Millie Kirkham, Alan Klein, George Klein, Pete Kuykendall, Sleepy LaBeef, Charlie Lamb, Greelan Landon, Gay Lansky, Karen Lanza, Dickie Lee, Mike Leach, Alan Leeds, Ed Leak, Lance Legault, Jerry Lieber, Barbara Lee, Ed Linebacker, David Leonard, David and Angela Less, Harry Levitch, Donna Lewis, Leonard Lewis, Stan Lewis, Dixie Locke, Horace Logan, Mary Logan, Larry London, Laureen Lorty, Bert Lovett, Bill Lowry, Archie Mackey, Paul Madsen, Kenneth Mann, Sandy Martindale, Brad McEwen, Judy McCullough, Dick McDonough, Charlie McGovern, Jerry McLafferty, Myra McLary, Andy McLennan, John and Pat McMurray, Scott McQuaid, Pete Michaelbank, Sandy Miller, Bill Mitchell, Chips Moman, Bill Monroe, Sputnik Monroe, Bob Moore, Bobby Moore, Steve Morwood, Steve Morley, John Morthland, Joe Moschio, Alana Nash, David Naylor, Gene Nelson, Jimmy C. Newman, Dr. George Nikopoulos, Thorne Nogar, John Novarese, Herbie O'Mell, Jim O'Neill, Sean O'Neill, Michael Oakes, Bob Orman, J. Orr, Terry Pace, Frank Page, Jim Page, Colonel Tom Parker, Ed Parker, Pat Parry, Marty Pacetta, Al Pavlo, Judy Pizer, Carl Perkins, Millie Perkins, Tom Perryman, Brian Peterson, Pallas Pigeon, Ron Pietrofaso, Bob Pinson, Barbara and Willie Pittman, Randy Poe, Gail Pollock, Doc Pomus, Steve Popovich, Bill Porter, David Porter, Priscilla Presley, John Andrew Prime, Mark Pucci, Ronnie Pugh, Norbert Putnam, David Reagan, Pat Rayner, Charles Raitieri, Linda Raitieri and Beverly Love, Fred Rappaport, Eric Rasmussen, Jerry Reed, Kong Ree, John Rich, Eleanor Richmond, Jill Ellen Riley, Johnny Rivers, Fran Roberts, Don Robertson, Jeffrey Rogers, Jeff Rosen, Steve Rosen, Neil Rosenberg, John Rumble, Wayne Russell, Simon Rutberg, Ben Sandmel, Johnny Solovich, Jerry Sheff, Tony Sherman, Billy Ray Schilling, Tom Schultheis, Lee Seacrest, Joel Selvin, Jan Shepard, Dick Sherman, Barbara Sims, John and Shelby Singleton, Louis Skorecki, Craig Slanker, the Reverend and Mrs. Frank Smith, Gary Smith, Myrna Smith, Ronald Smith, Hank Snow, the Reverend Jimmy Snow, Glenn Spreen, Sri Dayamata, Jessica St. John, Kevin Stein, Jim Stewart, Alan Stoker, Gordon Stoker, Mike Stoller, Dave Stone, Billy Strange, Peter Stromberg, John Strymish, Marty Stewart, J.D. Sumner, Billy Swan, Russ Tamlin, Corrine Tate, Bob Terrell, Rufus and Carla Thomas, Linda Thompson, Sam Thompson, Roland Tyndall, Dr. Daniel Tolpin, Nick Tosches, Ronnie Trout, Ruth Trussell, Ernest Tubb, Justin Tubb, Gabe Tucker, Joe Tunzi, Roy Turner, Cindy Underwood, Billy Walker, Bill Wallace, Slim Wallace, Jan Wallner, Harry Warner, Alton and Maggie Warwick, Dick Waterman, Monty Weiner, Jerry Weintraub, Ben Weissman, Alfred Wertheimer, Red and Pat West, Kathy Westmoreland, Jerry Wexler, Cliff White, Johnny Whiteside, Tex Whitson, Sue Wiegert, Willie Wileman, Jimmy Wiles, Donnell Wilson, Charles Wolfe, Gloria Wolper, Terry Wood, Eve Yohalem, Chip Young, Jimmy Young, Reggie Young, David Yount, and Mrs. W.A. Zuber. Once again, Bill Miller kindly provided tapes, historical analyses, clippings, and information, as did Gare Reef, Colin Escott, Bill Burke, Karen Loper, Andrew Simons, Dirk Belenga, Christine Colclaw, Bernard Seibel, Jay Gordon, Stephen Stathis, and Diana Magren. Jerry Hopkins could not have been more generous in providing both insights and artifacts from his own extensive research into the life of Elvis Presley. Jim Cole tirelessly dug up all kinds of Memphis information and lore, filling in for Robert Gordon, who continued to assist in any number of ways while researching his own biography of Muddy Waters. Shelley Ritter, too, did research on deeds and trusts and allowed me to be the beneficiary of her Mississippi travels. In Nashville, David Briggs remained the most gracious of hosts, while Harold Bradley went to great pains to set up a joint interview for Ernst Jorgensen and me with a number of the 60s session musicians. Mary Jarvis, too, was unfailing in her efforts to locate players and truths and is missed by all. Jerry Schilling and Joe Esposito contributed above and beyond the call of duty as they endured interview after interview with no agenda other than to try to clear up authorial confusion, even if it meant stirring up painful memories of their own. I can't overstate my thanks to them or to Sam Phillips, Knox Phillips, Jerry Phillips, and the entire Phillips family for their unstinting friendship and dedication to helping this project in every way, down to the last infinitesimal detail. Scotty Moore, too, was a bulwark in providing disinterested advice and honest perspective, even as his own active role in the story diminished. I am greatly indebted to John Bakke, chairman of the Department of Theater and Communication Arts, for making available to me both the resources of the Mississippi Valley Collection at the University of Memphis and the tapes of the annual Memorial Service program, which was co-sponsored by Dean Richard Ranta of the College of Communication and Fine Arts each August for 10 years after Elvis's death. Andrew Solt and Malcolm Leo each helped immeasurably in opening up to me the resources, contacts, and files, not to mention knowledge, insights, and goodwill that they developed initially in making This Is Elvis, and in their subsequent work, both together and individually over the years. And Sam Gill could not have been more helpful in guiding my wife Alexandra and me through the Elvis Presley General Correspondence files in the Hal Wallace collection at the Margaret Herrick Library, Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences Library in Beverly Hills. Finally, Jack Soden showed both faith and friendship in opening up the archives of the Elvis Presley estate with no aim other than to help make the story as honest and truthful as possible, while Greg Howell, the archives curator, was indefatigable in providing on-site assistance. Kit Rackless once again offered the most helpful, not to mention annoyingly perceptive, editorial suggestions and advice, and Alexandra Guralnick patiently read, transcribed, challenged, and imagined the details of the story every step of the way. Ernst Jorgensen, author of the definitive book on Elvis's recordings, Elvis Presley, A Life in Music, read the manuscript for accuracy and more than maintained his end of the running dialogue and endless debate that we began more than 8 years ago. My thanks to Pamela Marshall for scrupulous and empathetic copy editing, even down to the great gerund and gerundive controversy, and to Susan Marsh, whose passionate commitment to elegance of form and unswerving dedication to the text have guided the design of every book I have written since 1979. And thanks to my editor, Michael Peach, whose faith in this project from the beginning merely set the tone for his steadfast loyalty and support and patience in helping to shepherd it through to completion. Thanks to all, and to all those not named, from whom I drew encouragement, sustenance, and inspiration, not to mention the courage and enthusiasm to go on. End of Careless Love, The Unmaking of Elvis Presley, by Peter Guralnick. Read by Barry Bernson in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, December 1999. Published by Little Brown and Company, New York. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited. If you found any cassette in this book to be defective, please place a rubber band or piece of string around that cassette for identification. Place it in the container on top of the front stack of cassettes.